Rishika, as you were pointing out, it's very key to remember now that at the return of the coalition era, as we are saying, it's Ab Ki Baar NDA Sarkar. So, as you said, the rules of engagement are going to change. The way the government actually does its policies might also see a lot more consensus building rather than BJP actually having its way on its own. And even the opposition will probably look forward to playing a more key role.
One of the headlines from yesterday was that there were celebrations at the BJP headquarters, the visuals of which we are showing you on our screens, and there were celebrations at the Congress camp as well. So it's a win-win as far as the political party Karyakartas are concerned on the ground. One of those rare elections, Tanima, where both have celebrated. Sunil Prabhu is reporting live from the Congress office in the national capital. This is what he sent us.
They are definitely exploring the possibility along with other India Alliance partners ahead of that India Alliance meeting, which, you heard Rahul Gandhi speak about. It's in that context that every alliance leader will look at that possibility of how they can probably forge and see whether parties like the TDP or for that matter Nitish Kumar, who was the initial, the real architect of the India Alliance, whether they can shift base. These are things that they will look at in its entirety. The first attempt was made by Jairam Ramesh himself, talking about a special status for Andhra Pradesh. Both Mr. Chandrababu Naidu as well as Mr. Nitish Kumar haven't yet, and have indicated very categorically that they will remain with the National Democratic Alliance led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But we'll have to wait and see what pound of flesh they will extract, since now it's a back to coalition government, and how they are able to get the maximum from this government at the center.
All right. So, will the India bloc make a bid to form the government? That's the key question here. When alliances hold the key to government formation, remember, we're talking about Nitish Kumar, who is infamous for flip-flops, and we're talking about Chandrababu Naidu, who's played both sides before. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this goes forward, Tanima, in the next 24 to 48 hours. Like you've been saying, there are key meetings planned. While we've given you an update on what's happening in the Congress camp, let's also give you an update on what's happening with the NDA. They've also moved early for a government formation bid with crucial meetings taking place. And in fact, we're learning now that all NDA allies will be in the national capital today, Tanima.
That's right. Rishika, it is, of course, a key huddle being planned by the NDA today. Even yesterday, we saw the Prime Minister actually talking about and referring to his allies.
So the breaking news that is coming in is that Nitish Kumar will be attending the NDA meeting today. He'll leave from Patna at 11 a.m. And Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is also going to Delhi at around 11 a.m. The stunning bit of this has been that JDU has emerged as the top player as far as Bihar is concerned. But if you look at Maharashtra, it has been a huge disappointment for the newly minted Sena and the newly minted NCP, with the old Shinde camp and the original NCP actually, coming out on top. Akilesh joins us now with the very latest. Akilesh, what's expected as far as the NDA alliance meeting is concerned? Who all are likely to be in attendance?
Well, the BJP does not want to give any space for any confusion. That's why the BJP has moved very fast, very swiftly yesterday. All the allies were contacted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, and BJP President JP Nadda. They were invited today for an NDA meeting. The meeting is likely to take place at around 4 p.m. And Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, Jitan Ram Majhi, Chirag Paswan, they are coming from Bihar. And Chandrababu Naidu is also reaching national capital by 2 p.m. They will meet the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and also discuss the government formation. We've been told by the sources that all the modalities for the NDA government will be finalized in the NDA's meeting. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be re-elected leader of the NDA. And after that, they will finalize the plan to meet the president to stake claim to form the next government. In the meanwhile, the Union Cabinet is going to hold its last meeting today at 11:30. And in that meeting, a resolution to dissolve the 17th Lok Sabha will be passed. That resolution will be sent to the president. After that, the 17th Lok Sabha will be dissolved, and the process to form the next government will start immediately after that. We've been also told by the sources that the TDP and the JDU, these two are the crucial parties. They together have 28 member of parliaments, and their role is very crucial in the next government formation. And they are also very keen that the post of speaker should be given to either of them, because they fear that if they do not have speaker of their party, in that case there may be a split in their party, and the speaker's role becomes very crucial. So that's why they're very keen. And apart from that, they're also demanding some crucial portfolios, because in 2014, Nitish Kumar, did not join the government because he was keen to have at least 2 to 3 portfolios and also a railway ministry. But this time, he has a major say in the government formation. Also remember that the INDI alliance is also trying to rope in both Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar. So that increases their bargaining power.
Right. Akhilesh, as we have been saying that this is now the return of the coalition era, do you sense in terms of speaking to your sources that there are any ally headaches cropping up already? As you said that they've already decided a plan on how to manage their allies and probably discuss that in the meeting today. But what about any apprehensions of any back-channel talks taking place between them and the opposition bloc?
So far, there's no indication from either TDP or the JDU overtures made by the INDI alliance, because both of them yesterday had made it very clear that they will continue to be part of the NDA. In fact, Chandrababu Naidu tweeted also saying very clearly that he has complete faith in the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And both of them are coming to Delhi itself is an indication that they are taking part in the NDA meeting, and that will also send a very strong message to the INDI alliance also that their overtures to lure them away is completely denied by these two major parties. Of course, their role is very crucial, so BJP has to listen to them, and they have to take them along with them, because all the controversial issues like uniform civil code or some major reforms or privatization of the PSUs, all these are matters which will be discussed now in thread and bare, and that's why the role of JDU and TDP is very crucial in the formation of the government and also its continuation.
Well, absolutely, and that's very interesting. The fact that sweeping reforms will now have to be discussed threadbare, not just with allies, but also in Parliament. And I think that is what is really important for democracy as well. Thanks very much, Akilesh, for joining us with the very latest. I want to quickly go across to Prabhakar. Prabhakar, all eyes are on Nitish Kumar, and in the Twitter universe or in the X universe, it is rife with memes on which way he will go and what he will do, because the one thing that we know about Nitish Kumar is that he's a flip-flop master. But if you look at the mandate in Bihar, it is 12 to the JDU, 12 to the BJP. So they have together come and gotten 24, and if you count the LJP with them, Chirag Paswan, he's also won all 5 seats. So it's very interesting to see how this works out. There's a crucial NDA meeting today, and Nitish Kumar is likely to be in attendance. What are you picking up? Is he playing both sides? Has he spoken to both sides?
Not really, not as of now, but you never know. Nitish Kumar, as you said, has a reputation of doing flip-flop very often, the political flip-flop. And so he's one guy on whom you can't bank upon. But as of now, Nitish Kumar has not said a word on this. He's just catching a flight to Delhi at around 11ish, and he'll be participating in the NDA's meeting, which is due to happen at New Delhi today. His party leaders, however, are confirming that JDU stands solidly with NDA, and there has been no talk so far with the India Alliance leaders on switching sides as far as the JDU as a political party is concerned. Remember, Nitish Kumar has become politically relevant and politically important after this number of 12. 12 is a significant number, especially in the new arithmetic which would play at Delhi. And both TDP and JDU have become a very important ally. And Nitish Kumar, as a leader, would certainly have his terms, his agendas, which he would like to discuss with the BJP. So Nitish Kumar now will be part of the NDA alliance. It is part of the ministry, and he would be in position to take terms, which earlier was not the case. But now that he has the numbers and BJP's numbers have gone down, so Nitish Kumar has become a very important and politically relevant ally of BJP.
Right. Thanks so much, Prabhakar, for joining us with that. I'm also joined by my colleagues Aishwarya from Vijayawada in Andhra Pradesh and Uma Sudhir also there from Hyderabad. Uma, will come to you for a larger perspective on this, how it played out for the BJP in the south. But Aishwarya, to you first, you've been reporting, of course, from the Chandrababu Naidu camp and all the celebrations this time around. From there, it's quite a role reversal, so to speak, that Chandrababu Naidu has managed to script this time around in Andhra Pradesh, winning the assembly elections along with his alliance partners. But his role in the centre is also now very
Kingmaker.
key. Yeah, yes. He is one of the kingmakers along with Nitish Kumar. So what are you picking up from the Naidu camp this morning? As we were discussing with Prabhakar, there are always apprehensions attached with Nitish Kumar. So what is it looking like as far as Chandrababu Naidu's camp is concerned?
Well, there are many things which are said on the social media platform. There are many videos that are now being circulated of the past of Chandrababu Naidu speaking at a platform where the India Alliance members are united on one stage, attacking Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And, videos are also going around when Chandrababu Naidu was campaigning in Delhi and was demanding the special status from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. These all things have been discharged as far as Chandrababu Naidu is concerned, because yesterday he tweeted it out and openly stated that he will work under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Although, yes, he is a kingmaker, this is a landslide victory from Chandrababu Naidu's TDP and NDA in Andhra Pradesh compared to 2019 when 151 seats in the assembly segments were backed by the YSRCP. It was a one-sided victory for them, but this time it's a flip-flop. Almost 164 out of 175 seats are gone in the kitty of the NDA. So yes, of course, if we talk about the assembly or Lok Sabha segments, then it's a one-sided victory. And therefore, yesterday we saw huge celebrations taking place at Vijayawada. I was traveling in the night as well on the streets of Vijayawada, and there were volunteers, people coming out on the road cheering from the TDP. Supporters in large numbers came to the TDP headquarters, where Chandrababu Naidu also visited yesterday and met several of their volunteers, thanked them for their support, and certainly that clearly means that he had although yesterday remember at around 5:30 p.m. the stage was set for the press conference. Chandrababu Naidu had arrived to the TDP headquarters. There were dice that was set up. We gave live frames from that press conference room, but it all cancelled at last moment, and it was said that only Chandrababu Naidu will speak when he will be visiting Delhi, meeting the NDA leaders, and later he would be speaking to the media or speaking to the people of this country as to what he thinks. So yes, the cards did not open, but we spoke to several of the TDP leaders in large as well, including Mohan Naidu and Nara Lokesh. They clearly stated that yes, they are going with NDA. There is no such back channel talks which happened with the India Alliance leaders. So today it would be all important. At around 2 p.m. we've been told that Chandrababu Naidu will be reaching Delhi and will be attending that crucial NDA meeting, and after that I think the cards will get open.
All right, well, it's going to be very interesting to see how Chandrababu Naidu plays his cards, because he's going to demand, a huge chunk of the pie from the NDA. This is now coalition politics that has seen a return, and how this impacts Modi 3.0 going forward is going to be the key. Tanish Punjabi is also joining us from Uttar Pradesh. But before we go across to Hindi heartland, which has been the biggest upset, let's also get in an update from Uma. Because Uma, the south is where the BJP has gained, while diminished performance in Karnataka compared to last time. They have held ground, many would say. They've made inroads into Telangana and opened their account in Kerala. Their ally has won in Tamil Nadu. So overall, as far as the south of India is concerned, it has been a good show for the BJP. Would you agree?
I would not actually think so. Karnataka was something that we did expect them to retain because they had won one less than every other seat other than 125 seats out of the 29 seats that they got in the south of the country had come from Karnataka. So that is not unexpected. And in Telangana, it is not because of the organic growth of the BJP here, but because of the demise, in a sense, should I say, of the BRS and the vote shift that happened, because of which the BJP was able to double its numbers. Kerala, Suresh Gopi has been had lost twice in the past, and therefore that's an unusual seat, Thrissur seat, but I don't expect that that is going to change the dynamics of politics of Kerala. And Tamil Nadu is a classic example where BJP went alone and has not been able to get a single seat on its own. If they had, then that would have changed perhaps the political nature of Tamil Nadu, because assembly elections are also coming up in a couple of years, and then the tri-cornered contest. But I must point out that in Tamil Nadu, the ADMK and the BJP, in fact, not going together, they hurt each other's chances, and that benefited the DMK, which once again ended up with a landslide there. We will go back to Andhra Pradesh because that is the most interesting state for us from the south of the country. Now that Chandrababu Naidu, once again, someone who was almost written off, should I say. You can never write off a politician. That's what Andhra Pradesh is in fact showing, because from a place where he was down and out just less than 8 months ago, now we are talking about him once again as a kingmaker, like the way he was in 1996 when he was the United Front convener. I did speak to Nara Lokesh and Ram Mohan Naidu and some of the senior leaders of the party, Lavu Krishna Deva, who has in fact come from the YSRCP and has become now again TDP MP. All of them saying that Chandrababu Naidu is not going to in any way leave the NDA at this point in time. What I do understand is that yes, he does have friends in the India Alliance, and there would be talks to explore possibilities, but as of now Chandrababu Naidu is not in that frame of mind, also for two reasons. One, that the last few months and the last 5 years have taught him some important lessons. You know, like we talk about Nitish Kumar as someone who changes parties, Chandrababu Naidu has also been labelled in the past as a political opportunist, and right now I think he would be looking for that political stability and not wanting to take chances. He may or may not join the union ministry, but he may even ask for the speaker's post like he had done when GMC Balayogi had become the speaker in the Lok Sabha. So for Chandrababu Naidu, it's the best possible scenario where he has a say in Delhi, and in Andhra Pradesh he is most comfortable with the kind of majority that he has on his own. In Andhra itself, the talk of course was whether Pawan Kalyan will get a deputy CM chair, and what more can they offer a party which has set a gold standard with 100% strike rate, 21 out of 21 in the assembly, 2 out of 2 in parliament. And right. Yes, Pawan Kalyan did play that very important role for the TDP in bringing the confidence that it can make a comeback and also making that alliance with the NDA possible. But all eyes certainly on Naidu going to Delhi and the negotiations he will have. They have denied as of now that they are having any back channel talks, but we do know that Sitaram Yechuri, DK Shivkumar, Sharad Pawar, all of them friends in the past, have reached out to Chandrababu Naidu.
All right. So will, the old friendships yield in something or not is, of course, a question, Uma, that needs to be answered. It's very interesting, the assessment that you've given as far as the south of India is concerned, because many are actually looking at the BJP gaining ground in the south. But the context that you've given is, I think, very, very interesting. And, of course, all eyes will now be on Chandrababu Naidu and what he does, in Delhi today, or what he negotiates for, because, he really is kingmaker in all senses.
Exactly. And as we have been discussing both with Prabhakar and with Aishwarya, that there is already a bit of a murmur as to what they are going to bargain with as far as the BJP is concerned. Thank you so much, Uma, for joining us, as well as Aishwarya there. Tanishq, we will be going across to Tanishq, of course, as Uttar Pradesh is actually the story of this election, the kind of stunning performance which has been pulled off by the Samajwadi Party, especially the India bloc altogether, of course, in that battleground state which held 80 seats. But we will be discussing a lot more on that on the other side of this very short break. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
India decides NDA gets a majority as the BJP falls short of a majority on its own. Key NDA meet today to discuss government formation. Begins for the India bloc as the opposition alliance also holding a key meeting today. Congress says that they will talk to allies on government formation bid. And meet the kingmakers. It's Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu. The coalition-era veterans hold key to the NDA government. And it's been a big upset for BJP in Uttar Pradesh as Samajwadi Party stuns BJP and posts its best ever show. Prime Minister wins Varanasi but with reduced margins. Amethi astounds as Congress's Kishori Lal Sharma beats Smriti Irani. Ayodhya stuns as BJP loses in Faizabad.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election means NDTV.
Chunav matlab NDTV.
Chunav vanne andre NDTV.
Nirbachan mane NDTV.
Ennikalu ante NDTV.
Election havedi NDTV.
Nirbachan mane NDTV. Nivaduk manje NDTV.
Chuna rasai matlab NDTV.
Teirdal enral NDTV.
Chutni etle NDTV.
This is a Samsung phone और इसमें Android है. You know what happened? सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम rewind करें about the history of Android. Well guys, the creators of Android जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये operating system, they went to Samsung because they wanted कि Samsung उस Android को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed. And Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया.
Welcome back. The biggest upset, Tonima, the biggest surprise in a certain sense has been the state of Uttar Pradesh. And look at the stunning headlines coming out of Uttar Pradesh. One of BJP's tallest leaders, Women and Child Development Minister, Smriti Irani losing to KL Sharma, Kishori Lal Sharma from Amethi. BJP losing in Faizabad, which is where Ayodhya comes. Ayodhya is a part of the Faizabad constituency, and the Prime Minister winning Varanasi, but with a much more diminished margin. He won by over 6 lakh votes in 2019, and I think this time he's won by just over 1.5 lakh votes. So it's been a stunning verdict as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned.
Right, and I'm joined by my colleague Tanishq Punjabi to discuss further on this. Tanishq, I'm sure there's a lot of introspection going on both sides in that sense. India bloc probably trying to, review what they did right, how all they got the caste maths right in terms of fielding the right kind of candidates, as well as the BJP on whether or not they took far too many chances. But what are you picking up from your sources, especially in the BJP camp? Because this was, of course, seen as a battleground state where they would be able to comfortably win a majority. But it's the Akhilesh's PDA math that he changed from the MY formula to the PDA formula, which got wonderful results for him.
He's tweeted about that, in fact, just a short while ago. We'll put that tweet out as well, Tanishq.
Yes, Rishika, Tanima, the BJP, of course, was in a huddle yesterday. There were, of course, meeting held. There were, of course, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath met with the UP BJP President Bhupendra Chaudhary as well. And we were told that Keshav Prasad Maurya, Deputy CM, was also present. So, of course, the BJP is in a huddle. I'll give you this data. The last time, if we compare the 2019 and 2024 seats won by the BJP, this time in the national tally, the BJP is down by almost 63 seats. And out of the 63 seats, around 30 seats are coming from Uttar Pradesh. So almost 50% of the hit from Uttar Pradesh. So of course, it is a major blow. And its impact will, of course, go up till 2027 assembly elections. After this, of course, the next thing that the UP BJP will focus on is on the 2027 assembly elections. And this will, of course, on the one hand, it has definitely boosted the morale of the Samajwadi Party and the Congress, not just now, but also for the 2027 assembly elections. And at the same time, the BJP will be pulling up its socks for the elections. But right now, I'm at the Congress office, and I would like to show you. Of course, it seems like there were celebrations here last night. This is the Congress office, which at one point of time had very low activity. But of course, after Samajwadi Party and the Congress came in alliance, of course, after Samajwadi Party and the Congress came in alliance, then of course things moved here. And one important thing, the credit for Congress win in Uttar Pradesh definitely goes a lot to Priyanka Gandhi as well, because she campaigned very heavily, especially after the fourth phase here in Uttar Pradesh. But it is just not about, Samajwadi Party winning or Congress winning, the uptick in the number of in the number of their seats. There are other smaller stories as well that we need to look at very carefully. One seat is Barabanki, which was held by the BJP for the past 10 years. From there, Tanuj Punia has won, PL Punia's son. Number 2 is the Allahabad constituency, under which, the Prayagraj district comes, a very important constituency for the BJP as well. And for the past 20 years, the Congress did not open an account. The Congress was not able to win. It was previously considered a legacy of the Nehru family or a Congress bastion. But for the past 20 years, the Congress was not able to win over there. So winning from Allahabad also is, it is being seen as a huge victory. But talking about what is going to happen, we are of course waiting for Akilesh Yadav to hold a press conference or to give a speech. There is of course no official communication from the party, but yes, someone from the Samajwadi Party will be attending the India bloc meet. Yes.
All right, it's going to be very interesting to see how the dynamics play out now, because Akilesh Yadav is, let's make no mistake, he's the hero of the election. Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar may be kingmakers, Tonima, but Akilesh Yadav Samajwadi Party emerging as the third largest party in this election is something that has definitely been one of the biggest surprises as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned.
And created a huge dent in what the BJP was aiming to notch up in Uttar Pradesh. Even Rahul Gandhi, while speaking to the media yesterday, actually thanked the people of Uttar Pradesh. It's the India bloc in total who have managed to put up an impressive performance in Uttar Pradesh there. But Akilesh, of course, as Rishika was saying, is the man of the match, so to speak, in a way, in this elections. And the verdict that we saw coming out from Uttar Pradesh was Of course, something that caught everyone by surprise. But Tanish, thank you so much for joining us with that. But we also, of course, saw a gathering at the BJP office yesterday where Prime Minister Modi, in fact, addressed BJP workers and the leaders. There were several leaders on the dais along with him. Listen into some of the excerpts from his speech yesterday.
एनडीए की लगातार तीसरी बार सरकार बननी तय है। आज की ये विजय दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र की जीत है। ये भारत के संविधान पर अटूट निष्ठा की जीत है। 1962 के बाद पहली बार कोई सरकार अपने 2 कार्यकाल पूरे करने के बाद तीसरी बार वापस आई है।
And we also saw the India bloc, in fact, Congress rather, holding a press conference yesterday, thanking their partners as well as Congress MP Rahul Gandhi spoke, said that this is a win for democracy. Listen in.
ये चुनाव इंडिया गठबंधन और कांग्रेस पार्टी सिर्फ एक राजनीतिक दल के खिलाफ नहीं लड़ी थी। ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी, एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्लैरिटी से हिंदुस्तान को एक नया विजन दे दिया है। प्रो पुअर विजन, प्रो प्रोडक्शन विजन हिंदुस्तान को इंडिया गठबंधन ने साफ दे दिया है।
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव वने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
इलेक्शन हॅव्हिटी NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
తీర్దల్ ఎన్రాల్ NDTV.
ચૂંટણી એટલે NDTV.
शेयरिंग से याद आया, sometimes it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem comes if your password is very complicated or maybe you not want to say it out loud कि आपका password क्या है। ऐसे में आप Wi-Fi network कैसे शेयर कर सकते हैं? Well guys, it's a very interesting method. बहुत आसान सा टिप है। Just go into your phone's settings. वहां पे जहां पे आपको वाईफाई का नाम दिखता है, just next to it or maybe if you go deep into settings, आपको एक ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा wherein you can share your Wi-Fi network just by using a QR code. आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे QR कोड आएगा. The friend or the guest just needs to scan that code and he can connect to your Wi-Fi network without even you telling the password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 or whatever it is. अगर आप चाहें तो इसी QR कोड का एक प्रिंट आउट लेके अपने घर में लगा सकते हैं so that anyone coming in can just scan that QR code and वो आपके वाईफाई से कनेक्ट हो जाएगा. Quite easy, quite convenient and quite time saving as well. कैसी लगे ये टिप? मुझे जरूर बताना. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Welcome back, and we are of course dissecting all the key takeaways which have come out from the Lok Sabha election results. Rishika, as we have been discussing, there are several battleground states which have in fact thrown up a surprise, and one of them, if we can argue in terms of what the exit poll results were showing, is of course Bengal. In fact, several people were anticipating that BJP would better their 2019 tally.
But Dhanima, you were in Bengal for the last phase of the election. What was the sense that you got? I mean, after you covered the election, you came back and there were exit polls. Were you at all surprised by the exit poll numbers?
So I was primarily reporting out of Kolkata, which is of course an urban center, and that is
a stronghold of the TMC.
Right. The last couple of phases saw bastions of TMC actually going to polls. There, of course, we were getting the sense that TMC is much stronger, but there are areas in North Bengal, as we know, where BJP managed to gain a lot of ground and in a way also hold on to them even in 2021. But this time around, the fact that they have been reduced from 18 to 12, that is something which has, of course, come as a surprise to the BJP
Very interesting, because, Saurabh Gupta joins us live. He's, of course, the expert as far as Bengal is concerned. He's covered this election on the ground. It's been a hard election for you, Saurabh. It's been a hot election. Bengal has voted across all phases. There have been spurts of violence that you've reported on as well. But give us a sense of what really happened at ground zero in Bengal, because if the exit polls were to be believed, it was advantage BJP. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in that final interview to news agency ANI, said Bengal is going to be our biggest success story. He actually stuck his neck out and said that just before the final phase of voting. How do you look at the Bengal verdict?
Well, of all the things you mentioned, remember there was also a cyclone in the middle of the elections in West Bengal, in actually South Bengal, just as it was about to vote. So, yes, we've seen a very long election. And the first sense that all of us who've covered the election, people who voted, everyone felt that the Election Commission was unfair in putting in such a long schedule. And that's something that people have openly spoken about as well. It was due to security concerns, but definitely those concerns are still there. But the long schedule is something that the Trinamool believes was designed to help the BJP in these elections, and the Trinamool has made that very clear. Now let's come to the exit polls. Well, for those of us who reported on the ground, we did see certain pockets where the BJP was doing well. For example, certain seats like Kathi and Tamluk, even though the margin for the BJP is not something that they will really be happy about in those seats. But we did see the BJP doing well in those particular areas. But beyond that, the wave that the exit polls spoke about, we didn't see it. In fact, you said the Prime Minister stuck his neck out. And a lot of us, talking amongst ourselves, analyzed what that meant and felt that, okay, we perhaps read this completely wrong, and that perhaps this is in fact, that we as reporters haven't been able to pick up what is going on the ground. Now, let me come to a few points that I mentioned yesterday as well that seem to have been part of the narrative of this elections and that seem to have worked in favor of the TMC. The first one is Lokhir Bhandar, and Tanima will tell you about this as well. Lokhir Bhandar across the board, the stipend for women is something that has brought out women voters in favor of Mamata Banerjee. They voted for Mamata Banerjee, and Mamata Banerjee has managed to win so many seats because of Lokhir Bhandar. Definitely is one of the issues and one of the primary factors. Second thing that a lot of the times that the BJP built into its narrative, and if you remember the Trinamool's theme song for these election, Jonogoner Gorjon, Bangla Birodhider Bisarjon. So this regional sub-nationalism, is something that has worked in several states. And I have a couple of more points, but I think we're running out of time. So obviously there are multiple reasons, but one more reason is, of course, the High Court orders that was seen as done by the BJP. And then also you have this whole issue of withholding of funds. And all of these things together have played out as something that the Trinamool has reaped benefit from.
Right, and Saurabh, as you were mentioning, women, of course, have always been the biggest vote bank, one of the biggest vote banks in Bengal for Mamata Banerjee and Lokhi Bhandar being the welfare schemes that they actually managed to also, in a way, weave into their campaign very successfully this time around is one of the reasons for TMC's success story in Bengal, Rishika.
Well, absolutely. While the TMC has, been very successful in West Bengal, let's not discount the gains that the BJP has made in states like Orissa. Ratnadeep Chaudhary joins us with the very latest. Ratnadeep, you've covered this election across the northeast and also in Orissa. And it's been a huge mandate for the BJP, with the BJD winning just one Lok Sabha seat. The BJP winning the majority as far as the simultaneous elections in the state is concerned. And this was again a very concerted, conscious campaign led by the Prime Minister in the state of Orissa. What does this mean for the state of Orissa to have a non-Naveen Patnaik government for the first time in 25 years?
That's right. In fact, behind me you can see it's business as usual early morning on the streets of Bhubaneswar. But this morning, definitely politically, for the people of Orissa is completely different. A historic mandate to the BJP in yesterday's counting of the simultaneous Lok Sabha and assembly polls. In fact, the Naveen Patnaik government, which has been in power since 2000, almost 25 years, is going out, making way for the first BJP government in the state. BJP has won 78 of the 147 assembly constituency. Naveen Patnaik's party, which had won 113 last time, was able to win only 51 this time in the state assembly. Congress tally has actually gone up to 14. But what is important to note is that Naveen Patnaik, who had contested in 2 seats, his traditional Hinjini seat, which he has won, and also Kontabonji in western Orissa, which is a BJP stronghold, to send across a message to the BJP, has actually lost in Kontabonji. So that is his first electoral defeat as well. So this just goes to show the kind of setback it has been for the BJD, given the fact that in the Lok Sabha, out of the 21 seats, BJP has swept the elections. They have won 20 seats. And therefore, Odisha, if you look at BJP's larger plans towards its 400 par target, was to maximize its number of seats in eastern India, Odisha, Bengal and northeast. These were the areas BJP concentrated, and it seems that BJP has been able to actually work according to its plan through a campaign led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And one of the factors that perhaps been a factor here in Odisha is the Pandyan factor. The way BJP spoke about the Odia Asmita kind of reflected in the results.
BJP, of course, poised itself as the principal opposition in Odisha, Ratnadeep. But also, if you look at the fact that, there's been strong anti-incumbency against Naveen Patnaik for quite some time. Okay, we will go back to Ratnadeep in some time now in order to discuss Odisha even further. But for the moment, we'll slip into a short break, but further election analysis along with our reporters on the other side. Stay tuned.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
तो फ्रेंड्स, अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स, बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में. लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड.
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually battery saver mode क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ settings को इस तरीके से tweak करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the time जितना आपका screen on रहता है while your phone is idle, उसको आप जितना कम रखेंगे, it's good for you. आप जो है वो अपने networks को बंद कर सकते हैं. You can turn off the background app activity जो बैटरी सेवर मोड में हो जाता है. बट देयर इज वन मोर थिंग काफी फोन्स में जो होता है, जहां पे इट आल्सो लिमिट्स द मैक्सिमम ब्राइटनेस जो आप एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं फॉर योर डिस्प्ले, एंड आल्सो इट लिमिट्स योर सीपीयूज मैक्सिमम क्लॉक स्पीड. तो ये जो दो चीजें हैं थोड़ी सी ग्रैनुलर हो जाती है, और इनफैक्ट अगर हम कंपेयर करते हैं तो यस, यू डेफिनेटली गेट सम एक्स्ट्रा बैटरी व्हाइल यू आर यूजिंग दीज बैटरी सेवर मोड्स और लो पावर मोड्स.
आई वांट टू इंस्टॉल एन
Welcome back, and we are now moving down south to look at one of the other battleground states as well. In Tamil Nadu, DMK managed to hold on to its bastion in a way as BJP failed to open its account, the Lok Sabha seats account in Tamil Nadu. And to discuss this further, I'm joined by my colleague Sam Daniel. Sam, despite the kind of mega push that we saw from the BJP, led by none other than the Prime Minister himself, not much of a performance by the BJP in Tamil Nadu.
That's right. There was so much of hype around Annamalai's leadership and his Padayatra, and the Prime Minister himself had campaigned around a dozen times since January in Tamil Nadu, and it hasn't really translated into seats actually for the Saffron Party in Tamil Nadu, because the ruling DMK and its allies have retained their formidable alliance that worked magic for them in 2019, and this time they've even bettered that particular performance by winning all 40 seats in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. And this in a way is a record, because after 1967, first time an incumbent party has achieved a clean sweep. And the other way to look at this is, for the third time the ruling DMK or the DMK would not be part of any government at the center, and particularly at a time when they are in power in Tamil Nadu, that's being seen as a disadvantage. You have such a massive mandate, but you may not be able to fully leverage it for the benefit of the state. And for the AIADMK, it's again a disaster. Both the AIADMK and the BJP have suffered a washout. First election under the singular leadership of Edappadi Palaniswamy, and at least 10 seats the party has gone to third place, paving way for the BJP to come to the second spot, raising questions on his leadership, the infighting after Jayalalitha died, and the expulsion of OPS. For the BJP, it's again a huge embarrassment. All the star players, including Annamalai, Tamilisai Soundarajan, the former governor, Union Minister Murugan, all of them have suffered defeat. But one saving grace for them is they've been able to improve their vote share from around 3.5% to little around 11%. And that's something would be a sign of a relief for them. But the larger point is the rejection of the BJP's Hindutva ideology in a rationalist-centric politics state like Tamil Nadu. And again, they'll have to go back to the boardroom and see what worked for them, what hasn't worked for them, and prepare for the 2026 assembly elections, which the ruling DMK says with the same kind of alliance it will be able to repeat a clean sweep. And this is what the DMK's winning candidate Tamilichi Thangapandyan, who has got a second term from Chennai South, and her rival, governor turned politician Tamilisai Soundarajan, had to say. A clean sweep by the DMK, a second term for you. What does it mean in your view? What's the message?
The message is very loud and clear that the people of Tamil Nadu are appreciating with heads held up high the achievements of the Dividial model government run by our Honorable Chief Minister Thalapathy M.K. Stalin. 40 out of 40 is a very clear loved message to the whole of India that this is the land of Thandai Periyar Peraringer Anna Kalaignar and now Muthuvel Karunanidhi Stalin's land.
Though the BJP has suffered a washout in Tamil Nadu, in many constituencies they have come second. In that sense, do you think it's going to be difficult for you in the upcoming assembly elections?
We don't think so because it is very sparse in number, not in many constituencies. It doesn't matter who comes the second or the third. Nobody is going to ask you whether the ship has faced that many hardships or how was the storm. Whether the ship has been anchored properly, that is the question that decides the victory. So 2006 will be a sweep over like this for the DMK-led government.
Lastly, your rival Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan says the DMK has swept the polls not because of good governance but because of your alliance remaining intact.
See, people can give all sort of excuses without any basis. See, DMK is the major thread-holding party here. Our leader, Thalapathy M.K. Stalin, is the key factor in forming the India
Joining
alliance.
us now, Governor turned politician Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan, who has come second in her fight at the Chennai South constituency. Ma'am, thank you very much for your time. Do you regret for having resigned from your governorship?
Not at all. I'm not regretting at all. I'm refreshing myself, renewing myself, and I'm re-energized so that I can do more work for the people. I can be with the party cadres and I want to work for the party so that in future, these are very temporary setbacks.
Do you think the BJP should have been a little more accommodative to make sure the AIADMK alliance was not snapped? You made them more comfortable.
No, I cannot comment on the party's decision because I am only an ordinary Karyakarta. I am not the state president, but when I was the state president, we had alliance, but alliance always plays a role in politics. And now I cannot comment on that. But I can say that the DMK is not gaining because of their good governance. They are gaining because they are intact alliance.
You still believe there is a future potential for BJP in Tamil Nadu?
Yeah, for example, South Chennai, we only 17 days I campaigned, 35% votes I have got. So, so we have high hope on Tamil Nadu people. So we will put forth a campaign about our Honorable Prime Minister schemes because most of the schemes are masked by the state government. So we'll have aggressive campaign.
Well, Tamil Nadu indeed has been a fascinating election, Tanima, with the BJP and its allies not opening an account in Tamil Nadu despite the Prime Minister's campaign. But if you look at the vote share percentage, they have got more than 11% of the vote. That's about a percentage point more than the Congress. The Congress vote share is at about 10%, and this of course after the Congress has managed to win 9 seats in Tamil Nadu, DMK winning 22. So very, very interesting the way this election's actually played out on the ground. We're going to continue to talk more about the mandate and what happens next. Remember, both blocs in crucial talks today. We'll of course get you all the latest political action from New Delhi because the story really now does shift to Delhi.
Right, and joining us on the show on the other side of a short break will be our experts, of course, Sugata Srinivas Raju as well as Amitabh Tiwari. We will be discussing the key takeaways from this election result further with them, but come back after this very short break.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव मने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
Election havadi NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव सही मतलब NDTV.
தேர்தல் என்றால் NDTV.
ચૂંટણી એટલે NDTV.
दिस इज अ सैमसंग फोन और इसमें एंड्रॉयड है. यू नो व्हाट हैपेंड सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम रिवाइंड करें अबाउट द हिस्ट्री ऑफ एंड्रॉयड. वेल गाइज, द क्रिएटर्स ऑफ एंड्रॉयड जब उन्होंने बना लिया यू नो ये ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम, दे वेंट टू सैमसंग बिकॉज दे वांटेड.
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Good morning. You're joining us on a special post-verdict day broadcast here on NDTV, where we are talking about the key takeaways from the election results, Rishika. And of course, there's so much to discuss, even as it's a day of fast-paced developments we are expecting today as well. There are meetings being lined up on both sides of the camps, in key NDA meeting as well as an opposition bloc meeting lined up later today.
Well, the people have spoken and the story now shifts to New Delhi. So who's meeting who's calling who's making it public, and what's happening behind the scenes? We'll get you all the latest political action, including a breakdown of the 2024 verdict. All that and more coming up on the other side of the headlines. Stay with us. India decides the NDA gets a majority, but the BJP falls short of the halfway mark. It's a key NDA meet today to discuss government formation. There's also going to be the final cabinet meeting to recommend dissolving the Lok Sabha.
There's big gains for India bloc as a key meeting is lined up today. Congress has said that they will talk to their allies on government formation bid.
It is the return of coalition politics. Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu hold the key to who forms the government.
Big upset for BJP in battleground state Uttar Pradesh. Samajwadi Party stuns and posts its best ever show. Prime Minister wins Varanasi but with reduced margins. Amethi astounds as Congress's Kishori Lal Sharma beats Smriti Irani. Ayodhya stuns as well as BJP loses in Faizabad.
But big gains for the saffron fold in Orissa. The BJP gains ground in Telangana as well, opens its account in Kerala. The BJP holds on to Karnataka but with a reduced margin. Sex crimes accused Prajwal Revanna loses from Hassan. All right, like we said, the action has now shifted to New Delhi. Tonima, we are learning that the NDA alliance meet is going to be taking place in the national capital. Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu are going to make their way there. We're also learning that other allies from Bihar, Jitan Ram Manjhi, Chirag Paswan, they're all going to be attending this meeting. We also know that the Shinde faction, so Eknath Shinde is going to be attending the NDA meeting, and there's meeting happening in both camps actually. It's not just NDA, but even the India Alliance is meeting. So it's going to be a very crucial day in the national capital.
That's right. With all eyes, of course, on that India meeting today, where kingmakers Chandrababu Naidu as well as Nitish Kumar are expected to attend that meeting as well. They are, in fact, heading shortly to the national capital. Let's take a look at this report from my colleague Akilesh.
No, the BJP does not want to give any space for any confusion. That's why the BJP has moved very fast, very swiftly yesterday. All the allies were contacted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, and BJP President JP Nadda. They were invited today for a NDA meeting. The meeting is likely to take place at around 4 p.m. And Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, Jitan Ram Majhi, Chirag Paswan, they are coming from Bihar. And Chandrababu Naidu is also reaching national capital by 2 p.m. They will meet the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and also discuss the government formation. We've been told by the sources that all the modalities for the NDA government will be finalized in the NDA's meeting. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be re-elected leader of the NDA, and after that, they will finalize the plan to meet the president to stake claim to form the next government. In the meanwhile, the Union Cabinet is going to hold its last meeting today at 11:30, and in that meeting, a resolution to dissolve the 17th Lok Sabha will be passed. That resolution will be sent to the president. After that, the 17th Lok Sabha will be dissolved, and the process to form the next government will start immediately after that. We've been also told by the sources that the TDP and the JDU, these two are the crucial parties. They together have 20th member of parliaments, and their role is very crucial in the next government formation. And they are also very keen that the post of speaker should be given to either of them, because they fear that if they do not have speaker of their party, in that case there may be a split in their party, and the speaker's role becomes very crucial. So that's why they are very keen. And apart from that, they're also demanding some crucial portfolios because in 2014, Nitish Kumar, did not join the government because he was keen to have at least 2 to 3 portfolios and also a railway ministry. But this time, he has a major say in the government formation. Also remember that the INDI alliance is also trying to rope in both Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar. So that increases their bargaining power.
All right. The latest update that we have coming in is that Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav are taking the 10:45 a.m. flight from Patna to Delhi. So, Tonima, Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav are going to be on the same flight. That's what we're given to understand. Chirag Paswan is taking the 10:55 flight. And Jitan Ram Manji is taking the 11:30 flight from Gaya to Delhi. So this is the latest information.
Very interesting flight itinerary there. Rishika and I were discussing whether or not some talks would take place in mid-air itself.
All right. Well, it is all up in the air, isn't it? Let's go right across to Sunil Prabhu joining us with the very latest. Sunil, this has been one of those rare elections where there have been celebrations in both camps. Yesterday, we saw the BJP celebrating as well as the Congress celebrating. But there's a crucial meeting of the India Alliance today. After their stunning performance, they are falling short in terms of government formation. But is there going to be a serious bid?
Well, I think in politics, anything is possible. They're not giving up because it's critical for them to see. And that is why overtures have been made to Nitish Kumar as well as to Mr. Chandrababu Naidu from various quarters, be it the Congress, from the India Alliance leaders, to look at the possibility, apart from congratulating Chandrababu Naidu. And as you heard, Mr. Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar have had ups and downs in terms of their alliance with the BJP. They've been in and they've been out and they've been in. So there has been, a history of sorts for both of them. They both play a critical role in terms of the numbers that they have, and they are critical for the NDA alliance. For Prime Minister Narendra Modi, it's now more or less certain. Once the cabinet dissolves it, the motion is set for the 18th Lok Sabha. The president will call Prime Minister Narendra Modi once he's elected as the NDA leader to form a government, because he commands, in his understanding, a comfortable majority. But it's definitely something that will have to be looked at it in its entirety. The India Alliance at present is not giving up. They're going to discuss at 6 o'clock this evening. They might be a little bit late in the day. But nevertheless, the fact is that they are trying to try and see and look at the possibility at whatever is possible within the numbers, because this is we are in the era and a return to coalition politics from after 2014, and you really need to have a give and take to ensure things move forward. There has been a history of sorts of coalition since 1991, when the Congress led by Prime Minister Narasimha Rao, and ever since then it carried on till 2014. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's one of his issues that he has is running coalition governments, and that's going to be a new challenge for him in terms of running it this time around, because as was being pointed out, the allies, in particular Nitish Kumar as well as Chandrababu Naidu, are going to ask for their pound of flesh. They want that special status for their state. They want good portfolios, and they are going to definitely be very, very determined about what they want.
And demanding probably. Sunil, thank you so much for getting us that update. We'll of course keep an eye on that key opposition meet as well. But I'm also joined by my colleague Tanushka Datta, who I believe is at the airport. Tanushka, there are a number of key leaders from both sides, the NDA side as well as the opposition side, who are making their way to the national capital for the key meetings, Rishika, as we were discussing. So talk us through some of the key leaders that we are expecting to land in Delhi this morning.
Well, to begin with, we are expecting Nitish Kumar, Mr. Nitish Kumar, the Chief Minister of Bihar, to arrive in Delhi at around 1 p.m. and so he'll be taking his flight in a short while from Patna. There'll be around 10:45 that he'll be getting onto his flight, and after that around the same time we'll be expecting Chandrababu Naidu as well in Delhi at around 1 p.m. So that's the thought right now, that all these leaders will be arriving together, and these are the kingmakers right now. They've emerged as the kingmakers in the results, and we'll also be expecting Jitan Ram Majhi at around 12 p.m. in Delhi. So these are the main leaders that we are expecting in Delhi for the NDA Alliance meeting that is scheduled for later in the evening today, and I am stationed right here at the airport to get you to them.
Well, we hope that you can get in a word from them. It's a very interesting flight itinerary that you've shared. So Tanushka, we'll keep coming back to you for more. Thanks very much for joining us with that latest update. All eyes are going to be on the Delhi airport and also where they go from the Delhi airport, because key leaders landing, key meetings taking place, all the action shifting to the national capital, and our team of reporters will continue to track the latest from ground zero. But let's get an update now from our experts on how they're looking at this particular election. Amitabh Tiwari, to you first. The action, like we said, shifts to New Delhi. Who's meeting who's calling who, and so far it does appear that Prime Minister is going to be attending the swearing-in ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu, I think, which is scheduled to happen in another 2 days from now. And all key alliance partners, both sides, are going to be meeting in Delhi. But it's going to be very interesting to see what's on offer and how now this coalition politics, how the bargains and parlays play out.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's the return of coalition era after 10 years or so. So in coalition era, there has to be man-to-man marking. So if you recall, Amit Shah has called Jitan Ram Majhi, whose party has just one MP, correct? Because governments have fallen by one seat also earlier. I mean, one vote in 1998. However, things are different this time, in the sense that this is a pre-poll alliance. Now, and BJP has 80% of these seats as well as vote share of this pre-poll alliance. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been at the helm as a CM and as a PM for 24 years. So he has this administrative experience and flexibility and adaptability to adapt to such situations. Now you have two key allies, Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, who have also now openly suggested that they would be continuing with the alliance or remain in the alliance. So there's no speculation per se. However, given the track record of these two allies, that they have been in and out of the NDA earlier, question marks will remain. But I think as soon as Prime Minister occupies the chair for a third term, things would smoothen out in the months to come, because I think now the Prime Minister will have to establish the same sort of camaraderie and friendship which he has with global leaders. Now he has to spend some time to establish those connects with regional satraps like Nitish and Naidu on the domestic front.
Right. Sugata, if I can bring you in as well. If we talk about the opposition camp for a change, the Congress, of course, is the party which has got 99 seats. It's the party with the leading numbers in the India bloc. But also, as we have seen, that the regional parties have done remarkably well. Samajwadi Party as well as TMC, just to name a couple of them. Do you see the dynamics also in a way shifting within the India bloc? Or do you think Congress is still going to be very much at the helm, because you need a national party to be at the helm of affairs? We are going to see a meeting later today as well. Do you see some of these dynamics shifting there as well?
Thank you, Tanima. Actually, see, it's a very sobering morning. It was not like this yesterday or day before yesterday. We were all sort of expecting some kind of a big number to be put on one side, and the other side sort of looking minuscule and small. That has not happened. So it certainly sort of to the credit of the Congress party that they have managed to get 99 seats. They've almost doubled their last time's number. Their vote share has gone up, and I'm sure they are in a position to kind of navigate and hold together the India alliance now. They are in a far better position. But the question on the regional parties that you asked, there has been one constant in Indian politics, which is that the regional parties have always performed well. It's the national parties which go up and down. But there is some regional party here or there cutting into the national parties. See, if you look at all the regional parties now in India, it could be JDU, it could be the Samajwadi Party, it could be the JDS, or name any of them. Most of them were formed as an opposition to the Congress politics. The Mandal era threw up a lot of parties. Until then, you had everybody aspired to be a national party. So the Janata Dal was a national party. Janata Party was a national configuration. So you now see that then they realize that this micro thing of being regional satraps is far more powerful and interesting, and gives you a lot more power because you're controlling this state, and controlling this state is far more interesting than being a cabinet minister in Delhi. So except for the DMK and AIDMK, which played this game from 1965 on, everybody else was trying to aspire for a national space. In fact, we now saw the TRS, the Telangana Rashtra Samiti, making a foolish shift into becoming a Bharatiya Rashtra Samiti, and that loss of identity and the loss of regional thing must have actually taken away about 3 or 4% of their vote. They're still not over.
Right.
They're still not over, and a lot of people try to write them out. And I have very strong suspicion that they sat out of this election like Mayawati would have sat out of this election.
It's
interesting. It's a very sobering thing. The Congress definitely is going to hold the opposition together. They're going to be far more aggressive. The parliament will look far more interesting. There will have to be genuine debate, and a walkout will be now a real walkout.
Right. I think that is really, the bottom line of this. The fact that even within the NDA, there will have to be consultations over key bills, over key issues. There will be questions and, perhaps a more detailed sort of threadbare discussion on these things in Parliament as well. There's not going to be like, just one side who's got all the majority and all the brute force to do what they want.
So that's the agenda.
That's going to be really interesting. But the story really does shift to what's happening in Camp Chandrababu Naidu and what's happening in Camp Nitish. And to get us a sense of what's happening there, we have Prabhakar joining us from Bihar and Uma joining us from Hyderabad at the moment. Uma, to you first. Chandrababu Naidu is going to be on his way to the national capital in a short while from now. That's what we're understanding. Give us a sense of what you're picking up from Camp TDP at the moment. What is the bargain that he's likely to strike?
So whether it is the NDA or the India alliance that makes a stake to form the government, very clearly Chandrababu Naidu will have to be kingmaker. But what I do understand is that he will stick with this NDA ally because Chandrababu Naidu is perhaps not the Chandrababu Naidu of a few years ago. The last few years, we are told, or even the last few months, have taught him some important lessons. What we do know is that Chandrababu Naidu will use this to negotiate, bargain hard. In 1999, he had not joined the NDA, but had sought the role of the Lok Sabha Speaker with GMC Balayogi there, and he could do something similar, but he's certainly wanting to, he has many things on his agenda. You remember that this manifesto that Chandrababu Naidu had presented is a Jagan plus manifesto, which means he has promised all the delivery, all the benefits delivery that Jagan Mohan Reddy had promised, plus something more in terms of jobs and development. Therefore, first, he is for the capital building, for which he had literally become a joke, and therefore he would want to do that, get money for building a new capital for Andhra Pradesh, special category status which has been ruled out as something illegal and impossible to happen. If he's managing to get that terminology for Andhra Pradesh, that would be a big political capital that he would be gaining in Andhra Pradesh, and that can certainly help his son Lokesh as well in the succession that will take place in Andhra Pradesh. The third important thing, of course, is about Naidu having that space. In the last 10 years, Andhra Pradesh has become a very marginal player, and for Andhra Pradesh to now take that center stage is something that Telugus there will be looking at with a lot of pride, because Chandrababu Naidu was always for them that face of economic reform and development, and they would hope that he would be able to make that that kind of a role at the center now as well. So what we understand is that he will stick with the NDA. He intends to bargain very hard. He certainly will. He will be going, of course, along with Pawan Kalyan, though Pawan Kalyan has only 2 MPs, but he was the reason that you had the kind of confidence building that came when he was still in jail, that image, that very powerful image of Pawan Kalyan standing along with Lokesh outside the Rajamundry jail, and then the things started changing very dramatically. The studio guest was just shortly mentioning about, a BRS that made a foolish move, a TRS that made a foolish move to become a BRS, a national party. Actually, I've come to the conclusion that you cannot call any move foolish. When, when KCR started his TRS, Telangana was unimaginable. But political changes were so rapid that Telangana did happen eventually. There was a death of YSR that also, in a sense, should I say, contributed to it. Similarly, so Chandrababu Naidu could have been written off in September when he looked down and out, no political support at all. And now we are talking about him once again as kingmaker. Back to you.
Right, Uma, thank you so much for joining us on that. But stay with us. Let me also quickly go across to Prabhakar there, joining us from Patna. Prabhakar, Nitish Kumar is expected to head to Delhi in a short while from now. Any reasons for the BJP to worry from the Nitish camp?
Not really, not as of now, but Nitish Kumar, seeing his track record and seeing his political stand, the way he is, he flips sides actually, BJP should be on guard, I would say, and that is exactly what they are doing. So yesterday, the moment the results came and the numbers started settling down, BJP immediately rushed their state president, Samrat Chaudhary, to meet Nitish Kumar, and interestingly, Nitish Kumar first refused to meet him, made him wait for an hour, and then later met him. Actually, immediately after that meeting, Nitish Kumar received a call from Home Minister Amit Shah, and they had a detailed discussion regarding it. Today, Nitish Kumar is flying to Delhi, and interestingly, he's in the same flight with Tejasvi Yadav. So Tejasvi Yadav is going to Delhi to attend the India Alliance meeting, and Nitish Kumar is going to attend, as of now, the NDA Alliance meeting. So Nitish Kumar, though he has not made an official statement regarding that, but the senior leaders associated with JDU, they have confirmed that Nitish Kumar, as of now, will stick to NDA. But it would not come easy for BJP, because Nitish Kumar is a hard bargainer, and there are many issues on which Nitish Kumar and BJP differ, especially the issues related to minorities, the bills related to minorities. So Nitish Kumar would actually may ask for a common minimum program, we are told, and that common minimum program may have, the BJP might have to omit few of the bills, the controversial bills which the nation has been talking about, because Nitish Kumar somehow, despite being in NDA, has always tried to maintain a secular image for himself, and he would try to stick to that. So if that actually happens, then BJP will actually have a hard bargain with Nitish Kumar, and then certainly Nitish Kumar is in a position of a kingmaker, and he understands that very well. So he would do hard bargaining for the state of Bihar as well, for getting the ministries as well, and he would like to have as many ministers in the center as possible. Yeah.
Right, Prabhakar and Uma Sudhir there. Thank you so much for joining us. In fact, Rishika, very importantly, as we were discussing earlier, Prabhakar pointing out that both Tejasvi Yadav as well as Nitish Kumar are going to be on the same flight. I wonder if any journalists are also travelling on that same flight as well.
But you know what's interesting about what Prabhakar said is the riders. That, Nitish Kumar so far is going with the NDA, etc. So I think those riders are also very interesting, as I think all journalists are reporting on this story with a fair sense of caution. And I think that is what is really interesting, the riders that Prabhakar has used while he's reported on this story. But the action is going to shift to Delhi, because all the top leaders across all alliances are meeting in the national capital. Key NDA meet as well as key India bloc meet in the national capital. So it's going to be very interesting to see how those meetings, play out at the moment. We're going to discuss this verdict threadbare. We'll break it down in terms of states, the big winners, the big losers, and the larger message that has been sent out. But all that and more coming up on the other side of a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Co-power.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव बने आंध्रे NDTV.
Nirbasan money, NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
Election havadi, NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
Teirdal enroll, NDTV.
ચૂંટણી એટલે NDTV.
वैसे शेयरिंग से याद आया, sometimes it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem comes if your password is very complicated or maybe you not want to say it out loud कि आपका password क्या है. ऐसे में आप Wi-Fi network कैसे share कर सकते हैं? Well guys, it's a very interesting method. बहुत आसान सा टिप है. Just go into your phone's settings. वहां पे जहां पे आपको Wi-Fi का नाम दिखता है, just next to it or maybe if you go deep into settings, आपको एक ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा wherein you can share your Wi-Fi network just by using a QR code. आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे QR कोड आएगा. The friend or the guest just needs to scan that code and he can connect to your Wi-Fi network without even you telling the password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 or whatever it is. अगर आप चाहें तो इसी QR कोड का एक प्रिंट आउट लेके अपने घर में कहीं लगा सकते हैं so that anyone coming in can just scan that QR code and वो आपके Wi-Fi से कनेक्ट हो जाएगा. Quite easy, quite convenient and quite time saving as well. कैसी लगी ये टिप? मुझे जरूर बताना. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Welcome back. You're watching the special post results day broadcast here on NDTV. And we also saw the Prime Minister addressing BJP workers yesterday at the BJP headquarters in the national capital. He in fact said that he is grateful to the voters and that This is, of course, Modi 3.0 government that he's going to form, but it is Ab Ki Baar NDA Sarkar. In fact, he also referred to the fact that referred to his allies during his speech at the BJP office there. Listen into an excerpt from it.
एनडीए की लगातार तीसरी बार सरकार बननी तय है। आज की ये विजय दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र की जीत है। ये भारत के संविधान पर अटूट निष्ठा की जीत है। 1962 के बाद पहली बार कोई सरकार अपने 2 कार्यकाल पूरे करने के बाद तीसरी बार वापस आई है।
Eyes look small. I think he must be
All right. Well, there was also, after the verdict, one of those rare occasions, Tanima, where there were celebrations at the BJP office in Akbar Road, and there were celebrations at, the BJP office at Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg and the Congress office at Akbar Road. So one of those rare occasions where both sides of the political spectrum have seen a win for themselves. Rahul Gandhi, addressing a press conference yesterday alongside with Mallikarjun Kharge and his mother Sonia Gandhi, have also congratulated people for the verdict and in fact come out pretty emphatically and said that it is a verdict against Narendra Modi. Listen in.
ये चुनाव इंडिया गठबंधन और कांग्रेस पार्टी सिर्फ एक राजनीतिक दल के खिलाफ नहीं लड़ी थी। ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी, एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्लैरिटी से हिंदुस्तान को एक नया विजन दे दिया है। प्रो पुअर विजन, प्रो प्रोडक्शन विजन हिंदुस्तान को इंडिया गठबंधन ने साफ दे दिया है।
Right, and those are pictures coming in now. As we mentioned, there are several leaders, key leaders, regional leaders who are heading to the national capital. Shots on your screen there of Sharad Pawar and his daughter Supriya Sule. They're at the Mumbai airport heading to Delhi to attend the opposition bloc meeting today. Rishika.
And if I may just say, what a verdict it has been in Maharashtra. What a win for Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule up against Ajit Pawar's wife from Baramati. It was that Pawar versus Pawar contest. Supriya Sule, of course, has won. I think not by a very big margin, but it has been a substantial margin, about 30,000 votes and plus. So let's quickly get in a word on Maharashtra and how this entire alliance, rainbow alliance, and different parties and so many factions in the fray, and how that sort of impacted the verdict. Amitabh Tiwari, do you want to just quickly come in on the numbers? Because who is the real Shiv Sena? I mean, party symbols were taken away, MPs and MLAs were taken away, but yet the Sharad Pawar faction and the Uddhav Thackeray faction have emerged on top.
Yeah, so I mean, clearly if you talk about the battle of legacy or the ownership of or who is the real Sena or the real NCP, Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar seem to have come out the winners. It's largely because in a regional party, family controls the parties and the traditional voters and supporters veer around that party. That's number one. However, it is surprising that it was assumed that, or it was expected that Shiv Sena, Shinde and NCP Ajit Pawar would lose seats. However, if you see the losses which have incurred to BJP in the state, it's almost half its tally of 2019.
Yes.
So what seems to have happened is that while BJP was able to transfer the votes to Shinde and Ajit Pawar camps, the corresponding reciprocity BJP has not received from the Shinde and Ajit Pawar camps because of they not being the real or the original Sena and the NCP, and that is what seems to have hurt the prospects of NDA in Maharashtra.
It's been a stunning verdict even as far as Mumbai is concerned.
Yeah, 5 out of 6. Only Piyush Goyal seems to have retained his seat. Yeah.
And that's interesting. I mean, Delhi, you've seen the BJP 7 out of 7, but just talking about the metros.
That's the only metro where the BJP does not seem to have. Sort of,
Bombay.
Bombay, yes. And there's too much of skullduggery before this whole thing, upheaval of the entire political landscape of Maharashtra, which I don't think went well with the voters at all. And BJP was doing that. BJP was seen doing that. Sometimes, at times, they made this excuse that, Parivarvad ko hum thod rahe hai, or whatever. I don't think that rhetoric went down well, because loyalties are formed over a period of time. And despite the fact that you lost your symbol, lost your party affiliations, bank accounts, everything, you seem to have trumped that kind of skullduggery. And I think that's a huge lesson for any party sitting in Delhi, that too much of manipulation is going to sort of get you. I don't think people are wise. People see through it, and I think they have been told that you have to stop. You have to draw a line somewhere, and something is really sacred and there is a sanctity that is attached to a certain thing. So which
in
has
fact,
to
a
be
lot
stopped.
of voters, even on the day Mumbai was polling, came out and said that they were very disenchanted by the way the politics.
And if you just look at independently, the BJP's tally, it was 23 in 2019. It's 9 this time. 23 to 9 is a fall from grace.
And Shiv Sena Shinde is still 7 out of 15 they have contested. So they have not done as badly. 50% of the seats they have won.
Yes, it's going to actually be very interesting to see how this plays out in the state election in Maharashtra now.
Exactly.
That is the key, actually. See, that's I don't know how they are going to regroup, reframe their strategies. And nobody, no journalist or no expert or analyst knew what was happening in Maharashtra. Nobody could put a number to that place. So Maharashtra was chaos and confusion.
What was widely reported and talked about was, I think, the agrarian distress in Maharashtra. The fact that the farmers were upset, and the fact that that was a very real issue. And even if you look at the overall national tally, I don't know what the final numbers stack up as of last night, but where the BJP has taken a beating, even in the Hindi heartland, is across rural India. There has been an overwhelming sort of a support for the India bloc across rural India. Can you tell us a little bit about the numbers as far as the urban-rural divide?
Even if you see Maharashtra, in Maharashtra, BJP has lost contest against the Congress party because it was contesting on 15 seats versus the Congress, and Congress seems to have done better than the BJP, I think 11-12 seats. And where are these losses coming from? These are largely coming from the Vidarbha, again the epicenter of rural agri-distress, and Marathwada, which was the epicenter of, let's say, the Maratha agitation. Surprisingly, the BJP is behind, or the India bloc is ahead of NDA on the urban seats this time. Urban seats, they have done phenomenally well. Rural, of course, NDA still leads because of the overall lead.
That's interesting.
No, but there are one point is that there are certain things like agrarian distress, farmer suicides, unemployment, inflation. In percentages may vary, but these are perennials of a poor country like India. I mean, people may not like us characterizing India as poor because there's a certain kind of chest thumping that's happening. But then, that's the reality.
Exactly.
These are perennials, and every government sort of dips 2% or 3% after their first terms or second terms as a result of this. So these perennials are always there.
Right. These key economic factors, despite the GDP growth that the centre might do.
Actually, they reported a positive GDP
But
growth.
if you look at the strike rate, and these are of course just pure numbers, and Amitabh Tiwari understands these much better than anyone else. If you look at the NDA strike rate as far as rural seats is concerned, historically it was 68%. It has come down to 55%, but there's been a huge rise as far as the India bloc is concerned. Historically, a strike rate in rural India of 19%, vis-a-vis 41% this time around. Across around 400 seats, 408 that the NDA contest and 410 that the India bloc contest.
Yes, so it's clearly visible in the overall tally as well, correct? So, as I said, NDA still maintains the lead, but the gap has reduced significantly. Also because when we compare with India bloc in 2019, many parties like the TMC and the Samajwadi Party were not part of that bloc. So the incremental we see is also high perhaps. But of course, even if you see the overall strike rate of the BJP is around 55 this time, vis-a-vis 30 of the Congress party. So Congress has doubled its strike rate actually at a national level, while BJP has fallen from around 70 to 55. So that is evident in the rural. And if you look at the urban seats, you will see that the India bloc is doing better. So this again links to the middle class voter perhaps not turning out in the initial phases because the turnout was lower, and middle class apathy also in cities like Bombay because of this split in parties, and Bangalore, Delhi, of course, continue to be low turnout regions this time as well.
Right. Those are, of course, some of the key factors there, as we said, that, you know, whether the core issues which matter to people, jobs, farmers' crisis, those are some of the aspects which actually showed up and was on top of voters' minds. The local issues which played a key role in this national elections. We'll, of course, be discussing further aspects of the results, but on the other side of a very short break. Stay tuned.
Cool.
तो फ्रेंड्स, अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स, बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में. लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड.
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually battery saver mode क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ सेटिंग्स को इस तरीके से ट्वीक करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the time जितना आपका स्क्रीन ऑन रहता है while your phone is idle, उसको आप जितना कम रखेंगे, it's good for you. आप जो है वो अपने नेटवर्क्स को बंद कर सकते हैं. You can turn off the background app activities जो बैटरी सेवर मोड में हो जाता है. बट देयर इज वन मोर थिंग काफी फोन्स में जो होता है, जहां पे इट आल्सो लिमिट्स द मैक्सिमम ब्राइटनेस जो आप एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं फॉर योर डिस्प्ले, एंड आल्सो इट लिमिट्स योर सीपीयूज मैक्सिमम क्लॉक स्पीड. तो ये जो दो चीजें हैं थोड़ी सी ग्रैनुलर हो जाती है, और इनफैक्ट अगर हम कंपेयर करते हैं तो येस, यू डेफिनेटली गेट सम एक्स्ट्रा बैटरी व्हाइल यू आर यूजिंग दीज बैटरी सेवर मोड्स और लो पावर मोड्स.
I want to install an antivirus software in my MacBook. Please suggest.
Okay, I would suggest please don't do it. See, I have been using all these MacBooks for almost, I don't know, like how many years. In fact, जो Windows लैपटॉप भी होते हैं उसमें भी आपको इनबिल्ट एक डिफेंडर का ऑप्शन मिलता है. And even for Macs, as long as you know what you're doing, आपको किसी एंटीवायरस की जरूरत नहीं है. That's my honest recommendation. So please don't worry about your system. Just use it.
Welcome back as we break down the mandate for 2024. I think one of the big gains for the BJP has been the state of Orissa. Tanima, if you look at how the BJP has performed both in the state election as well as the national election, I think as far as the national tally is concerned, the BJP has been reduced to just one seat. So it's a stunning performance of the Bharatiya Janata Party as far as Orissa is concerned.
That's right. Quite a switch there, quite a major shift there for Odisha. Let me go across to my colleague Ratnadeep, who's tracking all the details on ground. Ratnadeep, in terms of what we saw this time around, after 24-25 years, that Naveen Patnaik is no longer the Chief Minister of Odisha. You know, if you're picking up from your sources in the BJD camp, there were several factors even leading up to the election that was being discussed, whether it was the anti-incumbency wave, of course, has been there for quite some time for the BJD, but also how there was internal party dissent also, especially with his choice of a political heir, Pandian. That did not go down well with his colleagues as well. So what are some of the factors that the BJD
And the fact that they almost went into an alliance with the BJP and then it didn't happen. I think that's going to be, that's a very interesting aspect of the election as well, Ratnadeep.
Absolutely. You know, right from the time the elections were declared, there had been so much of politicking in Odisha, and Odisha has been in focus. And in Odisha at this moment, what we can tell you is that there is complete radio silence as far as BJD camp is concerned. In the morning we did go to their office, party office, there was nobody there, it was locked, and although we are hearing that in some point of time we might hear something from the BJD, but no post on social media as well. In fact, the BJP has completely swept the Lok Sabha seats out of 21, winning 20. Remember, they had won 8 last time in 2019. And for the state assembly, remember, Naveen Patnaik's government has been in power. He has been the chief minister from 2000 for 25, almost 25 years, and he was eyeing his 6th straight term. So for him, it is perhaps a big disappointment given the fact that in the state assembly now his party even could not win 50 seats. So the BJP has won 78 of the 147 seat and has crossed the magic figure and can form the government of its own. In fact, Naveen Patnaik has himself lost the Converge seat, one of the 2 seats which he contested. He has won his traditional Hinjali seat, but Converge, which is in western Orissa, which is a BJP stronghold, there he contested to throw a challenge to the BJP, but he has got defeated there. So his first electoral defeat. Many say that the way Naveen Patnaik brought Pandian as the number 2 of the party kind of really created dissent within the party, and a lot of people that we spoke, the general people,
interesting, Ratnadeep,
they
to also see
perhaps,
how the
were,
internal dynamics now play out in Orissa. Who is going to be the chief minister of Orissa? That's going to be very interesting. It's a big verdict for the BJP. There's going to be lots happening where you are. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you for more. But let's now shift our focus to, the other state where the BJP, or rather the NDA, has done very well, which is Andhra Pradesh. And we have Aishwarya joining us live from outside Chandrababu Naidu's residence. Aishwarya, it's been a sea of yellow as far as you're concerned, where you've been so far. Chandrababu Naidu, we're given to understand, is going to be on his way to Delhi very soon. All eyes are going to be on the kind of bargain he strikes. What are you picking up from Camp Naidu?
What we know so far is that at Chandrababu Naidu's residence, there are all those MLAs who have been elected yesterday had arrived to greet Chandrababu Naidu since this morning. They are arriving over here. Multiple cars are on the way as far as Chandrababu Naidu's residence is concerned. They are going inside the residence of Chandrababu Naidu at Vijayawada. And from here on, after this meeting with the MLAs, it would be Chandrababu Naidu who would be conducting a press conference, and after that at around 11 or 11:30 we've been told that he will take a special flight to Delhi, where he will be meeting the NDA leaders, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, of course. But yesterday, as we all know, that it was Chandrababu Naidu who went on to Twitter and thanked Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah and stated that he is willing to work under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Remember, there's a landslide victory that the NDA has got in Andhra Pradesh, with TDP having majority of these seats. This is 164 that we are talking out of 175, 100% strike rate of Jan Sena's party as well, Pawan Kalyan, in both Lok Sabha segments and assembly segments, and also the Bharatiya Janata Party having a good figure out here in Andhra Pradesh. But the main man is Chandrababu Naidu, who had just not got almost 136 in assembly, but also probably 16 seats in the Lok Sabha, who could be a kingmaker in the upcoming Lok Sabha polls. Of course, if we talk about the alliances of NDA, then we have spoken a lot about JDU and TDP as far as where they will go. But this is for sure, as of now, that the Chandrababu Naidu will not jump a ship as of now, because there were also back channel talks that was going on yesterday. It was coming out that DK Shiv Kumar or Sharad Pawar may have called up Chandrababu Naidu. His close aides have already dismissed it, and when the top leaders of the TDP yesterday spoken to NDTV, they clearly stated that Chandrababu Naidu is going with the NDA, and the cards will be open as far as his meeting after Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Delhi is concerned.
All right, so there's a crucial meeting of all TDP MLA is there, the Janasena also, that alliance has augured very well, Tanima, for Chandrababu Naidu and the BJP as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned. Their tally improving significantly in the state. It's a complete flip from the YSRCP and of course in pole position as far as national politics is concerned. So all eyes will be on that residence.
Right, and of course the strategic alliance there which worked out for the TDP will be tracking all the details of that. But first up, we'll slip into a short break and more updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
India decides as the NDA gets a majority in the Lok Sabha elections verdict, but BJP falls short of a majority on its own. Key NDA meet lined up today to discuss government formation. Cabinet meet to recommend dissolving 17th Lok Sabha. Big gains for India bloc. Key meeting today. Congress says it will talk to its allies on government formation bid. And meet the kingmakers, Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, both heading to the national capital today to attend that NDA meeting. Coalition-era veterans hold key to the NDA government. And big upset for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh as Samajwadi Party posts its best ever show. Prime Minister wins Varanasi but with reduced margin. Amethi is also another surprise package where Congress's Kishori Lal Sharma beats Smriti Irani. In Ayodhya, BJP loses Faizabad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव बने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
Election havadi NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
Teirdal enroll NDTV.
चुटणी એટલે NDTV.
This is a Samsung phone और इसमें Android है. You know what happened? सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम rewind करें about the history of Android. Well guys, the creators of Android जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये operating system, they went to Samsung because they wanted
Welcome back. Now, another battleground state that we're looking at is Tamil Nadu, and this time around we saw a major push by the BJP in order to improve their performance in Tamil Nadu as they held several rallies led by the Prime Minister himself. We also saw that Padayatra being led by Annamalai, one of the upcoming top BJP leaders in the state. But unfortunately, BJP failed to open its account in Tamil Nadu this time around. Let me go across to my colleague Sam Daniel for more on this. Sam, if you could analyze the top takeaways from the results in Tamil Nadu, what would it be? The top 3 takeaways.
Rashika, for the ruling DMK, their alliance arithmetic worked extremely well. They were able to even better the clean sweep they had in 2019, winning all the 40 seats in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Besides the alliance arithmetic, the populist schemes, including the 1,000 rupee monthly assistance for women, the free bus rides, and the ruling DMK's stand on issues with the centre
on questions of federalism and financial discrimination has worked well. They have not been able to form the government as part of India bloc, but still they say Modi is now weakened, and despite what they call as the money power and the media power, as they call it, against the opposition, they've been able to limit the BJP's victory. To that sense, they are happy, and they say anything could happen politically in terms of change of guard, if not now, little later. For the AIADMK, it's a huge embarrassment. The first election under the singular leadership of Edappadi Palliswamy was a disaster. They have suffered a complete washout. Again, raising questions in terms of their candidate selection, in terms of the infighting which led to the expulsion of O. Pannirselvam, the former Chief Minister, after Jayalalitha died, and the decision to snap ties with the BJP and their lack of formidable partners to strengthen their alliance. For the BJP, it's again a huge embarrassment despite a huge campaign, 12 visits by Prime Minister Modi and the hype around the state chief Annamalai. Not a single leader, including Annamalai, Tamilisai, Union Minister Murugan, could win. But one ray of hope for them is they've been able to expand their footprint from a negligible 3.5% to around 11%. But still, one lesson for them is they are still too little in a state like Tamil Nadu, and they need to rope in any of the Dravidian parties to be able to really get that winning number. Otherwise, they'll be just like Congress, playing the role of what they would call as bridesmaid.
Right, Sam, thank you so much for joining us with that in-depth comprehensive analysis of the results there in Tamil Nadu. And time now for a special report. And climate change poses significant threats to global nutrition by disrupting food production, decreasing crop yields, and altering the nutritional quality of food, exacerbating malnutrition and food insecurity worldwide. In a country like ours, agriculture accounts for around 19% of the GDP, and about 2/3 of the population is dependent on this sector. The World Food Programme estimates that globally, by 2050, the risk of hunger and malnutrition could rise by 20% if the right mitigation measures are not adopted. Let's take a look how climate change is impacting food security.
Climate change affects nutrition in multifaceted ways, primarily through its repercussions on food security, availability, and quality. Let's show you how. Disruptions in agricultural production due to temperature shifts, erratic rainfall patterns, and extreme weather events lead to crop failures, reduced yields, and inflated food prices. This renders nutritious food less accessible, particularly for vulnerable populations. Environmental variations can alter the nutrient composition of crops. For instance, heightened atmospheric CO2 levels may decrease the protein, zinc, and iron content in staple crops like rice and wheat, compromising their nutritional value. Climate change can create favorable conditions for the proliferation of pathogens, toxins, and contaminants impacting food safety. Changes in precipitation patterns and water availability affect water sources used for irrigation and food processing. Water scarcity compromises hygiene practices and sanitation, contributing to waterborne diseases and malnutrition. Climate change influences the distribution and availability of food sources, resulting in changes in dietary habits and consumption patterns. This can lead to alterations in nutrient intake and dietary diversity, affecting overall nutrition and health outcomes.
75% of districts in India are prone to hydrometeorological disasters. So that's a large population of India that is vulnerable to these effects. Then the crops actually suffer. So either you may have complete damage of the crops, you could have a reduced yield, or you could also have an impact on the nutritional content of crops. And this is, there are a few reports, again we need more data on this, that over the years the nutritive value, that is the micronutrients which are present in our cereals and our pulses and our vegetables, has been declining. This obviously, is linked to soil health. So these things are all interconnected. So the quality of the water, the quality of the soil does impact the ultimate product that we consume.
Elevated temperatures and atmospheric carbon dioxide levels can diminish the nutritional quality of food crops, leading to reduced concentrations of essential nutrients such as iron, zinc and protein in staple crops like rice, wheat and maize. This exacerbates malnutrition and micronutrient deficiencies. The Data Sciences Center of Columbia University estimates that continued global warming could lead to 49 million more zinc-deficient individuals, 38.2 million new protein-deficient individuals, and 106.1 million children and 396 million women iron-deficient in India by 2050. Climate change and malnutrition are intertwined challenges affecting agri-food systems, water resources, social protections and health systems. It is imperative to take action now before it's too late.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव बने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
Election havadi NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव सही मतलब NDTV.
Teirdal என்றால் NDTV.
ચૂંટણી એટલે NDTV.
शेयरिंग से याद आया, sometimes it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem comes if your password is very complicated, or maybe you not want to say it out loud कि आपका password क्या है. ऐसे में आप Wi-Fi network कैसे share कर सकते हैं? Well guys, it's a very interesting method. बहुत आसान सा टिप है. Just go into your phone's settings. वहां पे जहां पे आपको Wi-Fi का नाम दिखता है, just next to it, or maybe if you go deep into settings, आपको एक ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा wherein you can share your Wi-Fi network just by
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello everyone and welcome to the special broadcast where Rishika and I are up and about in the morning and with all that is going to happen through the day. The mandate is there for the BJP-led NDA, but there are a lot of messages. We'll try and decode that this morning, even as all the leaders start arriving in the national capital for the big NDA and India bloc meetings.
Well, Maria and I are well rested and ready to take on the day. Maria, do you think any of the leaders have had sleepless nights yesterday?
I think many of them would have had. The best part or the worst part of politics is, and particularly that the BJP's two allies are the most uncertain allies.
Yes.
Including Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu.
And all eyes will be
Known
on
for
them.
their multiple flip-flops.
All eyes will be on them. Lots of people flying into the national capital. The people have voted. The mandate is out. The story now shifts to the corridors of power here in Delhi. And we'll continue to get you all the latest information on what's happening in the national capital. First up, the headlines.
India decides, NDA gets majority, BJP falls short. Prime Minister Modi says NDA 3.0 will script new chapters. Opposition rises after a decade of setbacks.
Well, the stakes are high for the NDA. It is coalition dharma in full play. High stakes meeting at 3 p.m. this afternoon. It is Delhi Chalo for all NDA allies. Nitish Kumar, Chandrababu Naidu are kingmakers. It is in their court now how NDA 3.0 plays out.
Big gains for India bloc. Key meeting today. Congress says we'll be talking to allies on government formation attempt. MK Stalin, Tejasvi Yadav are outflying into Delhi today.
The biggest upset for the Bharatiya Janata Party was in the all-important state of Uttar Pradesh with a stunning victory for the Samajwadi Party recording its best ever show. Prime Minister Narendra Modi did win Varanasi but with a diminished margin. Amethi delivered an astounding verdict with Congress's Kishori Lal beating Smriti Irani, and Ayodhya was a stunning verdict with the BJP losing in Faizabad.
BJP sweeps Orissa. The party gains ground in Telangana, opens account in Kerala. The party also holds on to Karnataka but with reduced number. Sex crimes accused Prajwal Revanna loses from Hassan. It's a day of big meetings. Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu will be arriving in the national capital around 2 p.m. and then they'll be heading straight for that NDA meet, which is scheduled for 3 p.m. And Rishika thereafter, in fact, it begins at 11:30 when the Prime Minister has called the key cabinet meeting. This will be the last cabinet of Modi 2.0.
In fact, before we get in a sense from Vasudha on what's really happening at the meetings, Maria, you interviewed Chandrababu Naidu in the run-up to the election, didn't you?
Yes.
What was his whole plan like? What was his strategy? It was a very concerted strategy to go with the NDA. It's augured very well for him, both in the state and in the centre.
Yes, that's right. But I think the momentum was for Mr. Naidu. And throughout, one narrative which was playing out is that Mr. Naidu has been a very decisive chief minister. And in his place, when Jagan Reddy came, he was someone who was not even able to decide the capital city of which should be the capital city of Andhra Pradesh. So I think the message that is coming in from Chandrababu Naidu right now is, Rishika, that he will be taking oath in Amravati on 9th. So I think the messaging is clear that Amravati will be the new capital.
As of now, the state doesn't have a capital, which is very interesting as well. But Maria, just before we get in a sense from the ground, you really have a pulse on these things. So what is the kind of bargain that a Chandrababu Naidu will try to strike? And, this whole thing of the fact that the India bloc is also going to give it a go. They are going to have their own government formation bid. How much credence would you lend to that? Do you think the Congress, buoyed by a near 100, allied with Samajwadi Party, they have pretty decent numbers. Do you think they'll give it a go as well? Would you lend any credence to that?
Well, if you look at the gap between the Congress and the BJP, Rishika, it's good 140 seats. So the BJP is the single largest party. Of course, it's far behind the 272, which is a majority figure on its own. But a pre-poll alliance in NDA has won. And hence, this mandate should be seen as that.
Yes.
Let me go straight to Vasudha, who's joining us live. Vasudha, it's a day of important meetings from the last cabinet of Modi 2.0 to an important, NDA meet. What should we expect? Will their bid to stake claim to form the government happen today? Will all the NDA leaders after that meeting be heading straight to the Rashtrapati Bhavan?
Well, Maria, what I hear is Chandrababu Naidu, in some ways the most important kingmaker of this entire, political situation right now. And you had interviewed Chandrababu Naidu, and even in that interview, he seemed rather confident. And with 16 seats, he is the one who will have a better say, who will have the edge in this alliance. And of course, he is coming here at 2:30 is what we hear. Eknath Shinde, of course, not really performed well, but still very key to the BJP Mahayuti alliance in Maharashtra. He is arriving here at 12:30. The NDA meeting could be taking place at 7 LKM at 4 p.m. is what we've been told. And these leaders could have this meeting. There's another important meeting on the 7th of this month, which is a day after tomorrow. But today, very important decisions could be taking place because there could be negotiation on who will be given speaker's post, what kind of ministerial portfolios do these allies want. And Maria and Rishika, you would understand that both JDU and TDP are not easy partners to have. They've been with the opposition ideologically. There is no commitment from their side, but both of them have said that this time they're committed to working with Narendra Modi and of course the BJP-led NDA. But remember, they've been part of the opposition in the past, and both of them will demand special category status for their own states. But because both of them have shown a great, like some performance in their states, that will have to wait. For now, they will negotiate for better postings, better posts, better portfolios, not just in the parliament but also in the cabinet. That's what we've been told. The BJP is very clean, very clear that the top posts the BJP wants to keep for itself. Yesterday, the Prime Minister made very important points. One, he said that the action against corruption, which something that his government is known for, is not going to stop. And this term will be known for historic and big reforms. So clearly that agenda on governance is not going to stop. That is what he has made it very clear. But clearly challenging times for the BJP. Host of meetings will take place. There's also another meeting of the BJP leaders scheduled today, is what I've been told. There was, in fact, the Prime Minister finished his speech yesterday and he spent some time with senior ministers at the BJP Extension Office, and it had, it included senior ministers like Jaishankar, Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, Ashwini Vaishnav, Nirmala Sitharaman, Piyush Goyal. So it was one way of showing the kind of support that Narendra Modi enjoys within his party. That was also one show of strength and show of confidence, and one way of assuaging this disbelief that many of the cadre have. What happened, with just 240 seats, saying that the historicity of the moment needs to be celebrated. And of course, the path forward will have to be decided now. Important day today, and we'll get to know by the end of today as to how things are going.
Yes, and when will they take claim to form the government? Because the Rashtrapati Bhavan, Rishika, is going to be shut for the visitors from 5th, that is today, till 9th. So the expectations are, because there will be preparations for the swearing-in ceremony, so it's likely that the new government will be sworn in by 8th or 9th.
Well, absolutely. And Narendra Modi 3.0 is going to be about playing coalition politics. It's a new era. Maria, after a decade, we will have coalition politics once again take center stage. Meanwhile, of course, there are hectic parlays underway at the India camp as well. In fact, an interesting piece of information is that Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav are on the same flight from Patna to Delhi. So what's going to happen up in the air? What conversations are going to happen up in the air? I mean, so many journalists are going to want to be on that flight.
They are on the same Vistara flight, which is going to leave Patna at 10:45. And Sunil, I can see a big smile on your face, but help us understand. Nitish Kumar is known for having his own conscience on call. That's how famously he was described by a veteran journalist in one of his articles. And I also know that Nitish and Lalu have been in touch much before the results.
So they are, as you're well aware, Nitish symbolizes the Ayaram, Gayaram politics of yesteryear. So it's definitely something that you can never say anything is possible in politics. But on the face of it, and the chronology, 11:30 cabinet meets for the dissolution. The Council of Ministers will also meet. They will submit their resignation to the President of India, who will ask Prime Minister Modi to continue till alternate arrangements are made. Once the 18th Lok Sabha is constituted, which will be in a short while, because now all results have been more or less declared. The election commissioners will call on the president with the notification. The 18th Lok Sabha will be constituted, and the president has to call the single largest pre-poll formation. And in this case, it will be the NDA, where they are electing Prime Minister Narendra Modi as its leader. So it's in that backdrop that things will play out. The India Alliance realizes that much will depend on who is called first to form a government. So there is no question about that. In this case, it will be no other than the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So they have that first advantage.
But give us the inside track of what's happening in the India bloc, Sunil. What is their thinking?
So there have been feelers, there have been messages which have been sent to Chandrababu Naidu, to Nitish Kumar, who was the original architect for the India Alliance. He walked away because of the fact that he was not being considered as the Prime Minister candidate or as the convener of the India Alliance, and that's why he left in a huff to join the BJP. He says, now I'm going to be permanently with the BJP Alliance. So there's definitely going to be ups and downs at this present juncture. But having said that, it's going to be extremely difficult for the India Alliance at this present juncture. But as I said, anything is possible in politics. They are reaching out. They will definitely make that effort. There is also that outside possibility. And please remember, I'm saying this on air, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi, if he gets that first advantage, can break the India bloc. There are many partners within the India bloc who will definitely see the low-hanging fruit of joining NDA coalition, and give outside support or be part of the government. So all possibilities are there in terms of consolidation, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi definitely just doesn't want to be dependent on, for example, Chandrababu Naidu or Nitish Kumar. He would like to have some cushion in terms of getting other partners, and nothing like breaking the India bloc at present.
Okay. So it's a day of hectic meetings where the India bloc will, Sunil, continue to send the message that they will make an attempt, but they know fully well that they do not have the numbers, but their hopes are on two leaders. One, Nitish Kumar, who was the original architect of India bloc, who started that meeting, very important meeting in Patna. Remember, the first meeting of India bloc was at his residence in Patna. Let's not forget that. And the other man is Chandrababu Naidu.
Yes.
Nitish Kumar, in the course of the entire election campaign, kept on emphasizing that he is not going anywhere. He'll be very much a loyalist of Prime Minister Modi.
In fact, when Rahul Gandhi was actually asked at that India bloc press conference yesterday, Congress press conference rather, because it was Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, when he was asked about a bid on government formation, Maria, he interestingly replied saying all of this will be decided with the alliance partners at a meeting on the 6th. But there is, I think, a meeting that is happening today as well, and that's the decision that's going to be taken. But like Sunil said, it all depends on who is invited first to form the government. In this case, of course, the NDA has the numbers. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. Before we get you more on who's meeting who and who's talking to who, let's listen into what Rahul Gandhi said.
We, as we have said earlier, we're going to have a meeting with our partners, the India Alliance partners. I believe that meeting is tomorrow. And these questions will be raised there, and they will be answered there. We respect our alliance partners, and we are not going to make statements in the press without asking them their opinion. कल decide होगा, इंडिया गठबंधन की मीटिंग है, कल हमारा alliance decide करेगा. बड़ी fine line है, तो जो इंडिया गठबंधन decide करेगा, उस पे हम action लेंगे.
So that was Rahul Gandhi during the course of the press conference yesterday. You know, the Gandhi siblings had faced a lot of criticism of the manner in which they have been doing their politics.
Yes.
And
but the verdict in Uttar Pradesh has been a huge validation in a certain sense for them. It's been quite a stunning verdict. I mean, Amethi has been a stunning verdict, Maria. Smriti Irani losing from Amethi. So that's, of course, something that's going to... Now it's going to be very interesting to see what happens, because Rahul Gandhi's won Wayanad as well as Rai Bareli. So will he give up Rai Bareli and
for his sister?
For his sister. So a lot of questions, a lot of interesting questions that still need to be answered. But of course, you know, it's going to be very interesting to see, like I said, what happens. And as far as the Prime Minister is concerned, Maria, it was a very interesting speech by the Prime Minister yesterday because, you know, the BJP is celebrating a historic third term for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It may be a coalition term, it may be coalition dharma, it may be a completely new revamped Modi 3.0 that we'll see abiding by the rules of coalition politics, but it is going to be a Narendra Modi government if those numbers hold and if the alliance holds. So
and in fact, Prime Minister Modi was addressing the party workers last evening. And he emphasized the historical significance of this victory, because this is the first Prime Minister since 1962 to return to power for a third time.
एनडीए की लगातार तीसरी बार सरकार बननी तय है. आज की ये विजय दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र की जीत है. ये भारत के संविधान पर अटूट निष्ठा की जीत है. 1962 के बाद पहली बार कोई सरकार अपने 2 कार्यकाल पूरे करने के बाद तीसरी बार वापस आई है.
So the focus now shifts to the Indira Gandhi Airport, domestic terminal, where all the leaders are arriving shortly. That is Nitin Gadkari.
I thought you would say Lutyens Delhi. You gone straight to the airport, Mario. Everyone's
and that's where, we have a reporter who's there who is monitoring each and every movement. It is going to be Mr. M.K. Stalin, Nitish Kumar, Chandrababu Naidu, Kanimori, all of them arriving. In fact, Sharad Pawar and his daughter, Supriya Sule. So it's a day of all the regional players arriving in Delhi. This has been the quintessential Delhi that we have seen in the past, something that we are going to see from today onwards.
All right, let's just listen into some of the top political reactions coming in at the moment.
नहीं, majority अपने NDA मिल गया ना. देखो, इलेक्शन में डेमोक्रेसी में 60 सीट में 31 मिनट से गवर्नमेंट बन जाता है. इसमें इतना ज्यादा बात करने की जरूरी नहीं है. मेजोरिटी एनडीए ऑलरेडी गॉट. अपने बीजेपी को 240 मिला हुआ है, सिंगल लार्जेस्ट है. बाय कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली प्रोविजन सिंगल लार्जेस्ट को तो इनवाइट तो करना ही है. इसमें नो डाउट.
तीसरी बार जनता ने मेरे ऊपर विश्वास व्यक्त किया है और फिर से एक बार देश के लिए काम करने का मौका दिया है. निश्चित रूप से इसका
Interesting breakfast meeting in Patna. Chirag Paswan has just met Nitish Kumar. Maria?
Yes, and he may well be escorting Nitish Kumar to Delhi.
Okay.
आज मैं मेरी पार्टी के सारे सांसद, खगड़िया से हमारे राजेश जी, समस्तीपुर से शांभवी जी, अरुण भारती जी, जमुई से और वैशाली से वीना देवी जी, आज तमाम सांसद उनसे मिलकर उनका धन्यवाद करने, उनको बधाई देने, उनको शुभकामनाएं देने और उनका आशीर्वाद लेने गए. मुख्यमंत्री जी ने भी दिल खोलकर बधाई और आशीर्वाद दिया और अब आगे सरकार बनाने के लिए मुख्यमंत्री जी, हम सब लोग आज एनडीए की भी बैठक है प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में. अब हम सब लोग दिल्ली जा रहे हैं.
जो सहयोगी हैं अब उन पर डिपेंडेंट है और हम लोग तो खुशी है इस बात की कि भाई चलो हम लोग जो संविधान लोकतंत्र रोकने बचाने का जो प्रयास था उसमें हम लोग जो है काफ़ी हद तक कामयाब हुए. अब हमारी यही उम्मीद है कि जो भी नई सरकार बने खास तौर पे बिहार को विशेष राज्य का दर्जा दिलाए और जो हम लोगों ने 75% जो आरक्षण जो बढ़ाया है उसको शेड्यूल 9 में जो है वो किया जाए.
आप चाहते हैं कि सरकार इंडिया बनाना चाहिए, प्रयास करना चाहिए?
देखिए, हमारी सरकार प्रयासरत तो हम लोग रहेंगे. उसमें देखिए प्रयासरत लोगों को रहना चाहिए. क्यों नहीं रहना चाहिए?
आपने कहा कि बड़ा फैसला ले सकते हैं. क्या लगता है कि इंडिया ब्लॉक आ गया है?
सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात है कि भाई बिहार को विशेष राज्य का दर्जा मिलना चाहिए किसी भी कीमत पे और जो आरक्षण की सीमा जो 75% है उसको शेड्यूल 9 में डालना है. अगर होता है कुछ ऐसा, अगर हम लोगों के पास आएगा तो हम लोग जरूर
करेंगे. समाज को क्या कहेंगे? बहुत अहम है. कुछ बातें हैं आप लोग जा रहे हैं.
अच्छा, हमको जानकारी
नहीं, लेकिन आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
Bihar has been a very interesting verdict, hasn't it, Maria? I mean, if you look at the numbers, the LJP has done better than the RJD. LJP has gotten 5, Chirag Paswan 5 and the RJD 4.
Yes, the overall Bihar numbers hasn't been much of a setback for the BJP-led NDA because if you look at it, of course, in 2019 and 2014, their number was 39 out of 40. They have gone down significantly in Bihar, but the NDA still stands at 30, India at 9. So let's go straight to Lucknow. In fact, Akilesh Yadav has just stepped out of his house. He's the man of the moment. The big number or the gains for India bloc is coming in from Uttar Pradesh. Tanishq, what are you seeing? Where is the man of the moment, Akilesh?
Maria, right now I'm outside Akilesh Yadav's residence and he's expected to leave any moment now. Of course, he will be coming out
any minute from now, we have been waiting here for the past 30 to 40 minutes. From here, he will be going directly to Converge, and from Converge, he will be flying to Delhi. He's going to Converge by road. So he was expected to reach Converge by 10:30, but I think he's a little late of his schedule. But any moment, he is expected to come out any moment from now. You can, of course, see there are some of his party supporters also over there. If my camera person would pan over there and show that party supporters are also waiting for him. There is, of course, a lot of media present. Party supporters with bouquets, flowers and everything. And of course, the new hoardings have been put up right outside his house and right outside the Samajwadi Party. Right outside the Samajwadi Party's office and right outside Akilesh Yadav's house, congratulating Akilesh Yadav for, of course, a very good victory in Uttar Pradesh. He is, of course, as you said, the man of the moment, Akilesh Yadav. But we hadn't heard him except one tweet that he made at around 8:30 last night. We haven't heard from Akilesh Yadav. But, of course, a press conference or some sort of reaction is awaited from Akilesh Yadav. Right now, Amit is outside his house only, and he's expected to come any moment from now. There was, of course, some activity going on. There is, of course, high security present over here. He was expected to come here, but yes, very soon he'll be coming out and going to and will be going to Converge.
Okay, so Akilesh Yadav will be heading to Converge to collect his certificate, because that's the rule, Rishika.
Yes.
That all the winners will have to go to the respective constituencies to collect the certificate from the returning officer that they have won in this election.
Well, absolutely. And how stunning has the verdict been? Akilesh Yadav emerging, Samajwadi Party emerging as the third largest party in this election. It's been a stunning verdict for Akilesh Yadav in Uttar Pradesh. But, all eyes are going to be on Bihar and what's happening there. Prabhakar is now joining us live. Prabhakar, Chirag Paswan is said to have met Nitish Kumar at his residence this morning. But if the flight details are to be believed, it's Tejasvi and Nitish on the same flight and Chirag on a flight right after that. Am I right?
Or has he changed his flight?
Exactly. They are both traveling on the same flight. It's a Vistara. It's a Vistara flight which they have taken. But interestingly, both are going for a meeting there, but in a different camp. And NDA camp would be attended by Nitish Kumar, which happens at the Prime Minister's residence, we are told. And Tejasvi Yadav will be, of course, going for the meeting of the India bloc leaders over there. Remember, since morning, Patna has become the political activities has gone up here. And all the senior leaders of JDU, right from Vijay Chaudhary to Sanjay Jha and Lalan Singh, they're all there at the Chief Minister's residence, meeting him, advising him, because he has become, his political stature in the national politics has suddenly shot up, and he has become, come into a role of a kingmaker, I would say, because of the numbers he has and the arithmetic which is going to help BJP form the government out there. So TDP and JDU suddenly have become
the kingmakers.
Yes. And Nitish.
Okay, go ahead, Tanish. What are you seeing? Akilesh leaving for Converge.
Akilesh Yadav, yes, Akilesh Yadav has left for Converge, Maria. Right in front of me is his cavalcade. You can see over there. There were, of course, party workers waiting for him outside. He is now leaving for Converge from his residence. He has left for Converge, and from he will, of course, collect his winning certificate. And from there, he will fly to Delhi. We have been waiting here. He was expected to reach at around 10:30. But yes, he's leaving now. We'll be there in another 2 hours in Converge to collect a certificate. The man of the moment, of course, historic rise of the Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh from 5 seats to 33 seats, from 5 seats to 33 seats. Of course, a very good rise, uptick in the number of seats by the Samajwadi Party in alliance with the Congress. But yes, the latest, Akilesh Yadav, we are of course waiting for an official reaction from Akilesh Yadav. It is expected that he will speak very soon. But yes, as of now, he has left for Converge and will be flying to Delhi from Converge. Yes.
You have to trail Akilesh to Converge. So Tanish, do send it into your card and you can start your journey, because it's a short journey but an important one which you must actually take with Akilesh. Let's go back to Prabhakar. Prabhakar, for almost 10 years, the important political axis of UP and Bihar had gone missing. And all of a sudden, the spotlight is on these two states, one for Akilesh Yadav, who is now the second most powerful in the India bloc, and for Nitish Kumar, who, despite all the stories that he's not doing well, it is the BJP which is holding on to the numbers, has come up with surprise numbers, almost same as the BJP, 12 to both.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly, but see, handling Nitish Kumar as a political person is a difficult task because of the flip-flop he has been doing in past, and you can't actually, he's one leader on whom you can't actually ever bet upon. So Nitish Kumar has done that in past many times, and even this time the BJP is not taking any chances. The reason why, immediately after the numbers settled down yesterday in the afternoon, the first call he received was from the Home Minister Amethi, and immediately the state president of Bihar BJP, Samrat Chaudhary, he was rushed in to meet Chief Minister in person. And remember, there are issues where Nitish Kumar would do a hard bargain and he would not agree with BJP on that, especially the issues related to minority, because Nitish Kumar is one leader who, despite being NDA, loves to have that the secular image that he maintains, and he would love to stick to that. And he would certainly have a different view as far as the few of the bills are concerned, which are supposed to be the controversial bills, especially related to minorities. So Nitish Kumar would certainly have a different view on that. So it would be very interesting to watch whether Nitish Kumar comes up with the idea of a common minimum program, whether he kind of he succeeds in pushing forth his agenda. He and Chandrababu Naidu both, I would say, they succeed in pushing forth their agenda, and there will be issues on which BJP would find it difficult to convince Nitish Kumar. So very interesting politics which would play in Delhi, both at Patna and Delhi, and the Nitish Kumar would be one person who would be most watched.
Yes, so journalists of Bihar suddenly will have lots to cover in coming few days, knowing how mercurial Nitish Kumar and his politics has been. Prabhakar, thank you so much for joining us. So Nitish Kumar arriving in Delhi, Akilesh Yadav arriving in Delhi, but all that arrival is going to happen at the Indira Gandhi Airport.
Yes, in fact, Maria, just very briefly, you were there at that rally with the Prime Minister in Patna when you interviewed him, and of course, Nitish Kumar was also there, and
yes,
many said he looked weak, he looked unwell. There were so many talks of what next for the JDU, Nitish Kumar's successor, and all of that is just dissipated into thin air.
Absolutely. I mean, I would say that if there is one leader, as journalists, we should not write off any leader, but
yes,
Nitish Kumar is that quintessential leader who makes multiple comebacks.
Yes.
I mean, every time he's seen as end of road for Nitish Kumar or end of an era in Bihar, here is a leader who makes a comeback, and he's certainly politically very, very relevant.
Similar adjectives used for Chandrababu Naidu also, interestingly. So I think that's very
And I think we should also hold on to the judgment and verdict on Mayawati now. After, yes, numerically she doesn't have any, room to play, but then we never know how it actually plays out.
Actually, if you look at the verdict in Madhya Pradesh, which has been a clean sweep for the BJP this time around, winning that all-important Chhindwara, which they haven't, managed to breach so far, 29 out of 29 in at least 3 seats. The BSP has eaten into the Congress's vote share. So, the point that you make about not writing off Mayawati is very, very interesting. And that Madhya Pradesh verdict is also something that we should look at very closely. Huge success story for the BJP there, 29 out of 29. Okay, but like Maria said, the action first and foremost shifts to the Indira Gandhi International Airport in the national capital.
Terminal 3.
Terminal 3, to be precise.
And VIP exit. That's where Tanushka is joining us. Tanushka, first arrival, who is the leader?
Well, I am at the VIP exit, as you just mentioned, and the first few leaders that we're expecting is Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, and as well as Tejasvi Yadav. They all will be arriving here around at the same time at 1 p.m. So 1 p.m. will be quite chaotic at the Indira Gandhi International National Airport, and after that, we're also expecting Chirag Paswan to come in. So all these leaders will be coming in around at the same time in the afternoon. However, Akilesh Yadav will be coming into Delhi later in the evening, as he's in Converge right now. He's heading to Converge right now. And Jitan Ram Majhi will also be flying into Delhi at the same time. So we can expect all of these big leaders, with 28 seats between Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar. They are kind of holding the balance balance between the BJP-led National Democratic Alliance right now. So it's really in their hands at this point, and they all will be arriving, coming into Delhi at afternoon around 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. This is what we have right now from the airport.
Right, you have a long day today because till the time the meetings begin, the leaders will continue to arrive, and also the arrivals will be happening at the private airport, where the charter planes will continue to land, because at 11 a.m. is when the cabinet will be meeting as well.
It's a bit like the PAPs at the Bombay airport.
That's what journalists in Delhi do.
That's what the IGI is going to be like today. But very, very important political developments, and very important to see who is landing at the airport. Even more important to see where they're going.
And who is landing with whom. Like if Tejasvi and Nitish exit together, then it will be a matter of concern for both the sides.
They are
Who
on
is
the
going
same
where?
flight. They are on the same flight.
They are on the same flight.
Okay, we're going to slip into a very short break. A lot more coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Go present. Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
तो फ्रेंड्स अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स, बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में. लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड.
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually बैटरी सेवर मोड क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ सेटिंग्स को इस तरीके से ट्वीक करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the time जितना आपका स्क्रीन ऑन रहता है while your phone is idle, उसको आप जितना कम रखेंगे, it's good for you. आप जो है वो अपने नेटवर्क्स को बंद कर सकते हैं. You can turn off the background app activity जो बैटरी सेवर मोड में हो जाता है. बट देयर इज वन मोर थिंग काफी फोन्स में जो होता है, जहां पे इट आल्सो लिमिट्स द मैक्सिमम ब्राइटनेस जो आप एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं फॉर योर डिस्प्ले, एंड आल्सो इट लिमिट्स योर सीपीयूज मैक्सिमम क्लॉक स्पीड. तो ये जो दो चीजें हैं थोड़ी सी ग्रैन्युलर हो जाती है, और इनफैक्ट
All right, so it's a day of hectic meetings and a day in which the process of government formation will take that fast move, because the Rashtrapati Bhavan is also gearing up for the swearing in of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The new Modi cabinet will be sworn in either on 8th or 9th. Clarity is yet to emerge, but today is the day when NDA will meet. They will formally choose Prime Minister Modi as the head on the NDA. Will there be an NDA convener? That remains to be seen. Will Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu want to have a say, and what kind of representation they would want in the government, besides asking something for their own states? Remember, one of the demands, Rishika, for the state of Bihar has been a special package for Bihar. And that has been one of the oldest demands since the bifurcation of the state of Bihar into Bihar and Jharkhand. And the demand of Mr. Naidu has been a special status for Andhra Pradesh after the bifurcation of Andhra Pradesh into Telangana and Andhra Pradesh.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see how the day plays out. There are crucial meetings within the BJP, then with the NDA partners, and also a crucial meeting of all the India allies that is taking place. In fact, I'm told that Chandrababu Naidu is going to be addressing a press conference shortly. He called for a meeting of all MLAs at his residence, and he is then going to be heading to Delhi. Aarti Jairat and Aditi Fadnis both join us for a quick perspective on what is set to happen.
And just a word, Rishika, here, if we can ask, Aishwarya, who is tracking Chandrababu Naidu, to join us also. Please go ahead.
Yes, we'll have Aishwarya live with us in just a bit. But Aarti Jairat, how do you look at it? Is it game, set, match, NDA all poised and Narendra Modi all poised for 3.0? Or do you think it's going to be a little more exciting and it's going to be a little more nail-biter, who's meeting who, who's talking to who? Or do you think the deal's all done?
No. I mean, I think the numbers are pretty clearly in favor of NDA government. So, I mean, whatever the India bloc may try to do, spread some confusion, play some games, it's really just, psyops more than anything else. I don't think it's anything very serious. But, for me as a journalist, who's been around for so many decades, this is a return to traditional politics. For the last 10 years, we've been in this kind of Modi deep freeze, where politics has been dominated entirely by one man. But now we are back to the kind of politics that we're used to for, 3 decades of coalition politics, regional leaders taking center stage, this whole excitement of, who's saying what to who, the dinner meetings, the back channel, communication. I mean, this is the fun of journalism. And, I'm so glad that we are back in that. I'd like to also stress one thing, that people seem to feel that coalition governments are unstable and they don't take decisions. But some of the most, radical decisions have been taken by minority governments or by coalition governments. Whether it was the decision to go into economic reforms or the, Chidambaram's dream budget, in 1997, radical reforms, in many sectors. These have all been taken by coalition governments. And I don't think there's anything to fear from having a coalition government.
Because there are checks and balances in a coalition government.
There are checks and balances.
Yes, and perhaps, perhaps Mr. Naidu is speaking. Let's
just listen in. Yeah.
Yes.
మీకు చెప్పి తద్వారా ప్రజలు చెప్పేద్దామన్న ఉద్దేశంతో ఈ కార్యక్రమానికి శ్రీకారం చుట్టాను. ముందు మీడియాకి, అదే మరి రాష్ట్ర ప్రజలందరికీ ధన్యవాదాలు. శిరస్సు వంచి నమస్కారాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. ఎందుకంటే నా సుదీర్ఘమైన రాజకీయ యాత్రలో ఈ 5 సంవత్సరాలు చూసిన ప్రభుత్వాన్ని నేను ఎప్పుడూ చూడలేదు.
Chandrababu Naidu,
ఒక రంగం అని కాదు,
we have not seen the kind of government that we have seen in the last 5 years.
ప్రజాస్వామ్య వ్యవస్థలన్నీ ఏ విధంగా ఇబ్బంది పడ్డాయో, ఏ విధంగా నిర్వీర్యం చేశారో మనం అన్ని చూసాం. అయితే మా ధ్యేయం ఒకటే, ప్రజలు గెలవాలి, రాష్ట్రం నిలబడాలి. దీనికోసం ఎన్ని త్యాగాలైనా సరే చేసి మళ్ళీ భావితరాల భవిష్యత్తు కోసం ముందుకు పోవాలని నేను చాలా ఎన్నికలు చూశాం. 10వ ఎన్నిక నిన్న. అంటే ఇన్ని ఎన్నికలు చూసినా, అంటే ఎన్నికలు చూడడమే కాకుండా ఈ ఎన్నికలన్నీ అట్ ది హెల్మ్ ఆఫ్ అఫైర్స్ ఉండి ఎప్పటికప్పుడు సమీక్షలు నిర్వహించడం కూడా చేశాం. రాజకీయాల్లో ఒడికిదుడుకులు సాధారణంగా ఉంటాయి. ఎవరు శాశ్వతం కాదు. దేశం శాశ్వతం, ప్రజాస్వామ్యం శాశ్వతం, రాజకీయ పార్టీలు శాశ్వతం, అధికారం అశాశ్వతం. రాజకీయ పార్టీలు కూడా సక్రమంగా ఉంటే మళ్ళీ ప్రజలు ఆదరిస్తారు. లేకపోతే రాజకీయ పార్టీలు కూడా చాలా పార్టీలు కనుమరుగైపోయాయి. వ్యక్తులు కనుమరుగైపోయారు, రాజకీయ పార్టీలు కనుమరుగైపోతాయి. కానీ ఇంత హిస్టారికల్ ఎలక్షన్ నేను ఎప్పుడు చూడలేదు. నా జీవితంలో చాలా ఎలక్షన్స్ ఫేస్ చేస్తే కానీ వేవ్ కనపడేది, వ్యతిరేకత కనపడేది. కానీ ఈ ఎలక్షన్లో ఎక్కడో అమెరికాలో ఉండే వ్యక్తి ఒక 5 లక్షలు 10 లక్షలు ఖర్చు పెట్టుకొని నేను రావాలి, ఓటేయాలి, రాష్ట్రం నిలబడాలి, ప్రజలు గెలవాలి అనే ఆవేదనతో వచ్చారు. ఎక్కడో పక్క రాష్ట్రాల్లో ఎక్కడో కడుపు నిండడం కోసం కూలి పనులకైనటువంటి వ్యక్తులు, పాచి పనులు చేసుకునే వ్యక్తులు సొంత డబ్బులు పెట్టుకొని నేరుగా ఇక్కడ రైల్వే స్టేషన్లో చూస్తే, బస్ స్టాండ్లో చూస్తే భోజనం కూడా ప్యాక్ చేసుకొని తీసుకొచ్చి ఇక్కడ భోంచేసి ఓటేసే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చారు.
People came all the way spending money, whether it's from the airport, at railway stations, at the bus stations. They even packed their lunch with them and came so that they could ensure that they vote on that
అనేక
day.
ఎన్నికల్లో అనేక అనుభూతులు చూసాం, కానీ మేము అన్ని ఎన్నికల కంటే ఇది ఒక తెలుగుదేశం పార్టీ చరిత్రలో, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర ప్రజల చరిత్రలో సువర్ణాక్షరాలతో లిఖించదగ్గ ఎన్నిక. ఇది ఒక హిస్టారికల్
That is why this election can be written in golden letters in
ఆగస్టు
Andhra
క్రైసిస్ తర్వాత
Pradesh.
ఎన్టీ రామారావు గారు పార్టీ పెట్టిన తర్వాత 83లో మేము గెలిచాం. అప్పుడు 200 సీట్లు వచ్చాయి. కొత్తగా పార్టీ పెడతానే
When NTR
ఎన్నికలకు వెళ్ళి
established his
9 నెలలు
party in
అధికారంలోకి వస్తే
1983, they won
200
with
సీట్లు
200
వచ్చాయి.
seats.
94లో మీరు ఒక్కసారి చూస్తే ప్రజా వ్యతిరేకం వల్ల 3 ముఖ్యమంత్రులు మారడం వల్ల ఆ రోజు మీరు ఎన్నికలు చూస్తే దగ్గర అపోజిషన్ పార్టీకి
1994 as well.
అంటే
There had been
అపోజిషన్
changes
లీడర్గా
in
వచ్చే
chief
స్టేటస్
minister's
రాకుండా
chair
వచ్చాయి.
and then we won.
అవన్నిటిని వర్పించే విధంగా ఈసారి ఊహించని విధంగా వచ్చింది. అంటే దానికి కారణాలు నేను ఎక్కువ చెప్పక్కర్లేదు, అనుభవించిన ప్రజలకి అర్థమవుతుంది.
After all that, this election was
ఎప్పుడైనా సరే
that much more
ప్రజాస్వామ్యంలో
special. I
ప్రాథమిక
don't need to
హక్కు
go into the reasons why
మాట్లాడే
this happened.
ఆ స్వేచ్ఛనే కోల్పోవాల్సి వచ్చింది. అదే కాదు, బ్రతికే స్వేచ్ఛ, ఆస్తులు పెట్టుకునే స్వేచ్ఛ, ఇవన్నీ కోల్పోయే పరిస్థితి వచ్చింది. అందుకే మీరు చూస్తే మొన్న ఎలక్షన్లో ఏ విధంగా మేమందరం కలిసాం అవన్నీ మాకంటే ముందు మీకే తెలుసు. కలిసినప్పుడు ఎవ్రీ ఈవెంట్ ఇవి వేదిక నుంచే ప్రారంభించాం, అక్కడి నుంచి ముందుకెళ్ళాం. ఆ రోజు చెప్పాం, ఈ రోజు ఒకటి చెప్తున్నాం. మా ఆలోచన ప్రజలు గెలవాలి, రాష్ట్రం నిలబడాలి, అంతవరకు సాధించగలిగాం. 55.38% ఓట్లు పడ్డాయి. దీంట్లో తెలుగుదేశానికి 45.60% పడ్డాయి, వైసీపీకి 39.37% పడ్డాయి. ఊహించినటువంటి ఒకసారి 95,000 మెజారిటీ. ఒకప్పుడు నేను చార్మినార్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్పేవాడిని. చార్మినార్ అంటే అక్కడ ఎంఐఎం కంచుకోట, అక్కడ ఎప్పుడు ఎక్కువ ఓట్లు వచ్చేటివి. ఆ తర్వాత కుప్పం, సిద్దిపేట పోటీ పడేటి, రెండో స్థానం. అప్పుడు కూడా 70,000, 80,000, 50,000 కాడ ఆగిపోయేవాళ్ళం. ఈసారి 95,000, 94,000, మళ్ళా 92,000, 91,000. మంగళగిరి లాంటి కాన్స్టిట్యున్సీలు 91,000 మెజారిటీ. ఏ విధంగా వివరించాలో నాకైతే అర్థం కాదన్నమాట, అంత ఇదెళ్ళిపోయినాయి. ఇవన్నీ చూసిన తర్వాత ప్రజలు ఇచ్చిన తీర్పు మీరు చూస్తే అహంకారం, నియంతృత్వం, విచ్చలవిడితనం, ఏదంటే అది చేస్తాననుకుంటే ప్రజలు క్షమించే పరిస్థితులు లేరు. అదే ఈరోజు నిరూపించే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చారు. ఒక మాటలో చెప్పాలంటే ఈసారి వీళ్ళు చేసింది గుణపాఠం పాలకులకు కాదు, అవినీతి అహంకారంతో ముందుకు పోయే ఎలాంటి ధ్వంసకారులకైనా ఇదే జరుగుతుందని నిరూపించారు ప్రజలు. దానికి మనస్ఫూర్తిగా అభినందిస్తున్నా. అదే సమయంలో 5 సంవత్సరాలు మా కార్యకర్తల పడిన ఇబ్బందులు చాలా కంటి నిండా నిద్రపోని పరిస్థితి. అక్కడి నుంచి నేను చూస్తే చాలా కడాన మనిషిని హింస పెడుతూ, నువ్వు ప్రాణంతో బతకాలంటే జై జగన్ అనమంటే జై తెలుగుదేశం, జై చంద్రబాబు ప్రాణాలు తలుచుకుంటే ఆ త్యాగాల ఫలితమే ఈరోజు ప్రజాస్వామ్యాన్ని కాపాడుకోగలిగాం. ఒక మా కార్యకర్తలకే కాదు,
media.
5 ఏళ్ళు మీరు పడిన ఇబ్బందులు, మీరు
The media
కోర్టు
suffered for
చుట్టూ
the last
తిరిగిన
5 years.
ఇది, మిమ్మల్ని సిబిసిఐడి ఆఫీసులో పెట్టి వేధించిన విధానం, అవి తలుచుకుంటే ప్రజాస్వామ్యమే సిగ్గుతో తలంచుకోవాలి. అలాంటి సంఘటనలు జరిగాయి.
The media was
మేనేజ్మెంట్
treated, democracy would have felt ashamed.
ఒకరినని కాదు, ఎవరినైనా పట్టుకురావచ్చు, ఏదైనా చేయొచ్చు అనే ధీమా వచ్చేసి ఇష్టానుసారంగా ప్రవర్తించే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చారు.
It was an
అదే
arbitrary way
సమయంలో
of
ప్రజల
functioning,
మీద, మా పార్టీ మీద సరే,
presuming that any action could be
Even
taken on anyone and there will be no one
జనసేన,
questioning you.
పవన్ కళ్యాణ్, ఆయన కూడా స్వేచ్ఛ లేదు.
Even Pavan
ఎక్కడైనా
Kalyan had no
సరే
freedom.
విశాఖపట్నానికి వెళితే ఉన్న పళంగా విశాఖపట్నం నుంచి వెకేట్ చేయాలని తిరిగి, అంటే నగర బహిష్కరణ, ఒక నాయకుడిని నగర బహిష్కరణ చేస్తే కారణం చెప్పకుండా ఇంకా వేరే
Even
వాళ్ళ కథ
Pavan Kalyan
ఏముంటుందో
was not allowed to
ఆలోచించుకోవాల్సిన
enter
అవసరం ఉంది.
Visakhapatnam. He was kept away from the
కేసులు
city, was in
పెడితే
fact
ఎందుకు
banished from
పెట్టావు
Visakhapatnam.
కేసు అని అడిగితే దానికి సమాధానం చెప్పకుండా ముందు నిన్ను అరెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం, తర్వాత కేసు డీటెయిల్స్ ఇస్తా ఉంటారు.
When we question
ఇలాంటి
about
చాలా
why he is
జరిగాయి.
arresting, they will not
ఇవన్నిటికీ
answer.
పరిష్కారం
They will say
కోసం
first
ఈరోజు
we
మనం
will
చూసిన
arrest and
తర్వాత
then tell you the
ఇది
reasons why.
మాకేదో అధికారం అని మేము అనుకోవడం లేదు, ఒక బాధ్యత. మేము పాలకులమే కాదు సేవకులం అని చెప్పి నినాదానికి
As
శ్రీకారం
a party,
చుట్టారు.
we are not considering
ఇవన్నీ
ourselves as
గుర్తుపెట్టుకొని
rulers.
పనిచేస్తాం.
We think we are here to serve.
నేను చాలా స్పష్టంగా సూపర్ 6 ఇచ్చాం. అదే మాదిరిగా ప్రజాగళం ఎన్నికల మేనిఫెస్టో ఇచ్చాం. ఇవన్నీ కూడా
We give a
ప్రజలకు బాగా
manifesto to
వెళ్ళాయి.
Prajagalam.
ఒక హోప్ క్రియేట్ అయింది. ఇవన్నిటి ఫలితాలే
Hope has been
నిన్న
created.
వచ్చాయి. అదే మాదిరిగా మేము ఇక్కడ మీరు చూస్తే ఒక పక్క తెలుగుదేశం పార్టీ మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ గారు ప్రభుత్వ వ్యతిరేక ఓటు చేరడానికి వీలు లేదు, ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో మళ్ళా ప్రజాస్వామ్యాన్ని కానీ ఈ రాష్ట్రాన్ని
The Telugu
కాపాడుకోవాల్సిన
Desam and Pavan Kalyan Janasena came together so that the
ఈ యొక్క
anti-opposition vote does not
కూటమికి
get split.
బీజం వేశారు. వారిని మనస్ఫూర్తిగా
So the
అభినందిస్తున్నాం.
NDA was able to get this
ఆ
kind of
తర్వాత
majority.
బీజేపీ కూడా ఈ కూటమిలో భాగస్వాములయ్యి ముగ్గురం కూడా మీరు ఒక్కసారి ఆలోచిస్తే ఒకరు ఎక్కువ ఒకరు తక్కువ కాకుండా ముగ్గురం
The
కలిసి
BJP also
పనిచేశాం.
joined hands with us.
భేషజాలు ఎక్కడా లేకుండా మేము ఏదైతే చెప్పామో ప్రజలు
We worked
గెలవాలి,
together without
రాష్ట్రం
treating
నిలవాలి,
each other as
నిలబడాలి.
bigger
దీనికోసం
or smaller partners.
పై
We
స్థాయి నుంచి
treated each other as
ఢిల్లీ నుంచి
equals
వచ్చినటువంటి
and gave
బీజేపీ
mutual
నాయకులు
respect.
కానీ ప్రధానమంత్రి అమిత్ షా గారు కానీ ఇక్కడుండే పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ కానీ తెలుగుదేశం పార్టీ కేంద్ర నాయకత్వం నుంచి కింది వరకు అందరం కూడా ఒక ట్రూ స్పిరిట్తో పనిచేశాం. 175 అసెంబ్లీలు, 25 అసెంబ్లీలు, అన్ని పార్టీలకు సంబంధించిన సీట్లుగా ఎన్డీఏలో భాగస్వాములుగా ఒక బాధ్యతతో ముందుకు పోయాం.
We worked for all the
అందుకే
seats without
ఈ
making any
అనూహ్యమైనటువంటి
discrimination whether
విజయాన్ని
the seat was being
సాధించగలిగాం.
contested by the
ఇక్కడి
Telugu
నుంచి
Desam, the Janasena or the
బాధ్యత ఉంటుంది.
BJP. We worked for all
ఆ
175
బాధ్యతని
assembly seats
ఏ
and
విధంగా
25
చేయాలో
Lok Sabha seats.
అవన్నిటి కూడా ప్రణాళికలు తయారు చేసుకుంటాం. అంటే ఈ 5 సంవత్సరాలు జరిగిన విధ్వంసం మీరు ఒకసారి చూసిన తర్వాత ఇది ఒక 30 సంవత్సరాలకు ఎంత డ్యామేజ్ చేయాలనో అంత డ్యామేజ్ జరిగింది.
The last 5 years of
వ్యవస్థలు
damage to
విధ్వంసం
state,
అయ్యాయి.
so the state has gone back 30
మొత్తం
years.
ఎకానమీ కుప్పగూలిపోయింది. అప్పులైతే ఎంత చేశారో ఇంకా లోతుకు పోతే తప్ప మనకు తెలియదు, ఎక్కడెక్కడ చేశారో ఏమేం చేశారో తెలియదు.
We have not been able to estimate
ఇంకొక
yet
పక్క
how many deaths has been incurred,
ఎక్కడికక్కడ సహజ
how much of
సంపద,
death has been incurred.
ఒక శాండ్ కావచ్చు, మినరల్ వెల్త్ కావచ్చు, లేకపోతే ఏదంటే అది ఇంకా మాకు అడ్డే లేదు, ఏమైనా చేయగలుగుతాం,
Whether it is sand
ఎవరైనా
or
అడ్డొస్తే
minerals,
తొలగించుకుంటా పోతామనే ధీమాతో ముందుకు పోయారు.
arbitrary
కొంతమంది
decisions were
భయపడి
taken
రాలేకపోయారు,
as though there is no one to question.
ఎదిరించలేకపోయారు. నా కళ్ళ ముందర ఒక రైతు చూస్తే ఆ పొలం పక్క నుండి ఇసుక తీసేస్తే అక్కడ భూగర్భ జలాలు ఉండవు, వ్యవసాయానికి నీళ్లు కూడా కొరత వస్తుంది, పక్కనుండే పొలాల్లో కూడా నీళ్లు ఉండవు. కానీ మాట్లాడే సాహసం చేయలేకపోయాడు. ఆయన కళ్ళ ముందర ఆయన పొలంలో మట్టి తీసుకుపోతా ఉంటే ఎదిరించలేని నిస్సహాయ స్థితికి వచ్చాడు. మా వాళ్ళు పోతే హౌస్ అరెస్ట్ చేశారు. ఇవన్నీ చెప్పుకుంటూ పోతే ఒకటి కాదు, చాలా జరిగాయి. అవన్నీ కూడా ఏ విధంగా చేయాలో చేస్తూనే మళ్ళీ వ్యవస్థలన్నీ కూడా పునరుద్ధరించాల్సిన బాధ్యత ఉంది. అదే మరిగా మాకు ఒక 4-5 రోజులు ఇవన్నీ చూసిన తర్వాత డెప్త్కి పోయిన తర్వాత మీరు పేపర్లో రాసినట్టు కానీ మేము మాట్లాడినట్టు కానీ ఒక లెవెల్లో ఆగిపోయినాయని నా ఉద్దేశం. ఎందుకంటే నేను రాజకీయాలు 40 ఏళ్ళు చూశాను. ప్రభుత్వాలను మేము అధికారం ఉన్నప్పుడు చూశాను, బాగు చేసి మళ్ళా అపోజిషన్కి వస్తానే వీళ్ళు నాశనం చేస్తే మళ్ళీ నేను అధికారంలోకి వస్తానే దాన్ని బాగు చేయాలంటే ఎన్ని కష్టాలు ఉన్నాయో నేను చూశాను. ఒకప్పుడు పవర్ సెక్టర్ మీరు చూస్తే కరెంట్ ఎప్పుడు వస్తుందో ఎప్పుడు పోతుందో తెలియని పరిస్థితి నుంచి హైదరాబాద్లో విద్యుత్ సౌధ దగ్గర రాఘవరెడ్డి ఉండేవాడు, కమ్యూనిస్ట్ లీడర్. నల్గొండ నుంచి రైతులను తీసుకొచ్చి సమ్మర్ వస్తే అసెంబ్లీ ఏప్రిల్లో ఉంటే గొడవలే గొడవలు. సగం టైం మేము కరెంటు కొరత పైనే చర్చించేవాళ్ళం. అలాంటిది నేను 1999 నుంచి పవర్ సెక్టర్ రిఫార్మ్స్ తీసుకొచ్చి 2004కి సర్ప్లస్ బాధ్యతతో క్వాలిటీ పవర్ ఇవ్వడం మొదలుపెట్టాం. 2014కు మళ్ళీ 22 మిలియన్ యూనిట్లు ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో కొరత కరెంటు. వ్యవస్థలన్నీ నిర్వీర్యం అయిపోయినాయి. తర్వాత మళ్ళీ సెట్ చేసి 2 నెలలు 3 నెలలు కరెంటు కొరత లేకుండా చేసి వ్యవస్థలన్నీ పటిష్టంగా చేసి సోలార్ విండ్ తీసుకొచ్చి కాస్ట్ తగ్గిస్తే ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూశారు ఎంత పవర్ ఛార్జెస్ పెంచారు. 9 సార్లు పెంచారు. ఎందుకు పెంచారు? దానికి రీజనే లేదు. ఇప్పుడు ఎక్కడుందో దాన్ని ఎత్తుక్కుంటే ఎంత లోతు పోయిందో కూడా తెలియదు. దాన్ని ఏ విధంగా రిపేర్ చేయాలి, ఎంత డబ్బులు తెచ్చారు, ఏ పేరుతో తెచ్చారు, అవన్నీ ఒక వ్యవస్థను కాదు, సంబంధం లేని వ్యవస్థతో డబ్బులు తీసుకొచ్చి సంబంధం లేని డిపార్ట్మెంట్కి ఇచ్చారు. ఇలాంటి చాలా ఉన్నాయి. అవన్నీ ఇన్ కోర్స్ ఆఫ్ టైం మీకు కూడా చెప్తాం. మేము అధికారం అంటే జుబిలియంట్ గా బ్రహ్మాండంగా ఉందనుకోవడానికి కాదు. ఒక బాధ్యతతో మా మీద ఎంత నమ్మకం పెట్టుకున్నారో ఈ ప్రజల్ని మళ్ళీ ఒక దారి చూపించే మార్గం మేము చూపిస్తాం. ఇంకొక పక్కన మీరు ఒకసారి ఆలోచిస్తే ఇదే అసెంబ్లీలో నాకు మా కుటుంబానికి మా మిస్సెస్ జరిగినట్టు అవమానానికి నా జీవితంలో ఎప్పుడూ బాధపడలా. నా మీద బాంబులతో దాడి చేసినప్పుడు కూడా వీరోచితంగా ఎదుర్కొన్నాం. 2003 సెప్టెంబర్ కూడా జ్ఞాపకం. ఆ రోజు నా మీద బాంబులు చేసినప్పుడు చాలా ఒక పానిక్ రియాక్షన్లో కూడా నేను భయపడలేదు. అలాంటి వ్యక్తిని ఇలాంటి కౌరవ సభలో ఉండడం కరెక్ట్ కాదని అసెంబ్లీలో చెప్పి దానికి కూడా మైక్ ఇవ్వకపోతే చెప్పేసి బయట వచ్చి ప్రెస్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ చెప్పి అనౌన్స్ చేశాం. మళ్ళీ క్షేత్రస్థాయిలో గెలిచి అసెంబ్లీని గౌరవ సభ చేసి అసెంబ్లీకి ఎంటర్ అవుతానని చెప్పాను. నేను ఏదైతే ఆ రోజు ఒక ప్రతిజ్ఞ చేశాను నిజం చేయడానికి ప్రజలు సహకరించారు. మామూలుగా సహకారం కాదు అది. నేను ఇన్ని సంవత్సరాలు చాలా సార్లు చాలా ఎలక్షన్లో గెలిచాం, కొన్ని ఎలక్షన్లో ఓడిపోయాం. ఎలక్షన్లో ఓడిపోయినప్పుడు నేను ఎప్పుడు కుంగిపోలేదు. ఎలక్షన్లో గెలిచిన తర్వాత గంతులేదు. నిబ్బరంగా ఓడిపోయినప్పుడు ఒక బాధ్యత ప్రతిపక్షంలో ఉండి పనిచేయాలి, గెలిపించినప్పుడు ఒక బాధ్యత ప్రజలకు మెరుగైన సేవలు అందించి వాళ్ళని ముందుకు తీసుకుపోవాలని ప్రయత్నం చేశాం. ఎప్పుడు ప్రజాపక్షానే ఉన్నాం. అలాంటిది జరిగిన తర్వాత ఈరోజు మళ్ళీ ఇదే అసెంబ్లీకి నేను ఏదైతే చెప్పానో అది చేసి వెళ్ళడం అనేది ఒక తృప్తి, ఒక గౌరవం. ఆ గౌరవాన్ని మీ రుణం తీర్చుకుంటాం. ఏ విధంగా పనిచేయాలో పనిచేస్తాం. మీ ఎక్స్పెక్టేషన్స్ ప్రకారం పనిచేసి అయితే ఎప్పటికప్పుడు మీరందరూ కూడా మేము ఓటేసాం, మా పని అయిపోయింది, ఇంకా మీరు
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Election means NDTV.
चुनाव मतलब NDTV.
चुनाव मने आंध्रे NDTV.
निर्वाचन माने NDTV.
ఎన్నికలు అంటే NDTV.
इलेक्शन हवेदी NDTV. निर्वाचन माने NDTV. निवडणूक म्हणजे NDTV.
चुनाव रसाई मतलब NDTV.
तेरदल एनराल NDTV.
ચૂંટણી એટલે NDTV.
This is a Samsung phone और इसमें Android है. You know what happened? सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम रिवाइंड करें about the history of Android. Well guys, the creators of Android जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये operating system, they went to Samsung because they wanted कि Samsung उस Android को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed. And Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता, would have been the case that Android would have been Samsung's own exclusive.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
So Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav are together on the flight. They are just sitting behind each other. We have got the first set of visuals. We'll play that in just a bit. But the important takeaway from Chandrababu Naidu's press conference, which has just concluded, is
that the power is with the people and nothing is permanent. And he's talked extensively, of course, about winning in the state. It was largely speaking against Jagan Mohan Reddy. He's going to head to the national capital now, Maria, after a key meeting with his own MLAs. It's going to be very interesting to see how the next couple of hours play out. We'll get you all the latest from ground zero, including that very telling picture of Tejasvi Yadav seated behind Nitish Kumar on that Vistara flight from Patna to Delhi, Maria.
A picture is worth 1,000 words, as they say. These are the two leaders, very important in Bihar politics. The two leaders who play the most important role in Bihar politics and around whom the balance of power has been revolving. Nitish Kumar, known for his mercurial temperament, but the two leaders who have had multiple alliances in the past, you cannot write off his another switch. As they say, he has a conscience on call.
No permanent friends and enemies in politics. These are the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Coalition opposition construct at work. Top NDA leaders head to the national capital. Chandrababu Naidu, Nitish Kumar head to Delhi for a key NDA meet. Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav are seated right behind each other on that flight to the capital.
Chandrababu Naidu's terse message to Jagan Reddy. He says power is never permanent, and also says people felt their freedom was being lost.
The action shifts to New Delhi. Hectic parleys in the national capital with top opposition leaders who are also going to huddle in Delhi today. The lotus blooms in Orissa. The focus now is on who will be the next chief minister. Dharmendra Pradhan heads to Delhi.
So Chandrababu Naidu is headed to Delhi after that press conference which had a message for Jagan Reddy as much as it did for the alliance partners as well. Should that be seen as a message for the BJP to Rishika? Let's ask that question to Uma Sudhir.
Uma, what do you make of what Chandrababu Naidu has just said? You, of course, heard it and understood it and translated it for us. What are you reading anything between the lines?
Chandrababu Naidu is a very experienced politician, and that's exactly what he has said, that yes, I'm going to the NDA meeting and I know you're curious and you have several questions, but I'm not going to answer them. I'm going to be attending the NDA meeting. But I've been speaking to senior leaders in the Telugu Desam. What they indicate is that, and Chandrababu Naidu's own tone and tenor and his own tweet yesterday in reply to the congratulatory message from the Prime Minister as well as the Home Minister seemed to indicate that Chandrababu Naidu will continue to sail with the NDA, and he is attending them as an ally. He in fact spoke about the fact that even though it was Pawan Kalyan and Chandrababu Naidu who had come together first to form the alliance, and subsequently the BJP had joined the alliance, they had given each other respect, they had given each other space, and they had fought in each of the constituencies as though it belonged to their own party without making any distinction between whether it's a Janasena seat, a BJP seat or a TDP seat. So it was an air of cordiality, mutual respect that he is talking about. But in this press conference, the three things that he has indicated is that yes, he has a huge agenda ahead of him, and therefore you can expect that Chandrababu Naidu will bargain hard in Delhi as part of the NDA. It's very clear that Chandrababu Naidu, whether it's an India alliance or an NDA that forms the government at the center, all indications seem to suggest that it will be the NDA that will form the government, but he is going to be kingmaker for sure. And that position is something that he will certainly use to the best advantage of not just the Telugu Desam but Andhra Pradesh as well, because he does know that on him there is a lot of hope that's been pinned, and that's what he spoke about, that this is a historic verdict. The Telugu Desam has had its victories multiple times in the past, starting with 1983 when the Telugu Desam was formed in 1982 and 83, headed by N.T. Ramarao. There was the victory. He spoke about the 94 victory, and then spoke about the 2014 victory, and saying that this verdict in 2024 is actually very different because the kind of numbers that have come, and he gave the examples of people spending their own money and coming in from the US, spending 5 lakh to 10 lakh rupees and ensuring that they vote in this particular election, and he says that's why the responsibility on him is that much more. So politically speaking, Chandrababu Naidu very much in the mood to stay in the NDA alliance itself. Yes, he will negotiate and bargain hard. Whether he will join the ministry at the center, not yet clear. But yes, we have the example of 1999 when he negotiated for GMC Balayogi to be made speaker without joining the government itself. And yes, he knows that Andhra Pradesh has been a state that has been deprived of resources, has felt that it got second-hand treatment, should I say, when the bifurcation itself happened. It was an unfair distribution, and therefore the responsibility of building a new capital is there. The special category status, which has been ruled out as something that is not permitted under the constitution, but if Chandrababu Naidu is able to negotiate and get that special category status, which was really not on the table or the agenda in this election, he will get so much of political dividend that he will be able to ensure also the passing of the baton more clearly for his son Nara Lokesh as well. Back to you.
Because in fact, the first information that is coming from Aishwarya, who is where the press conference happened just some time back, is that Mr. Naidu has given a quote to NDTV in which he has said that I am in NDA and I am going for NDA meeting. Uma ma'am, go ahead.
Yes, indeed. In fact, I've been speaking to senior leaders who are making it very clear that in the last, last 5 years, or should I say in the last 8 months, have been a big lesson for Chandrababu Naidu. In the past, he has been accused of being a political opportunist who has, been in an alliance with the Congress, he has been in an alliance with the TRS, he has been in an alliance with the BJP, and he did step out of the NDA twice. I mean, once in 2018 when he criticized Prime Minister Modi on the special category status itself, and in 2002 when he in fact asked for the resignation of then Chief Minister Narendra Modi of Gujarat. So both times he has had a bitter parting, but he has learnt his political lessons, and he does know that this time round, if he's going to stick with the NDA, that's when his own political credibility also stays. And all indications from the Telugu Desam are that they intend very much to stick with the NDA.
Okay, they intend to stick with the NDA. He's heading to Delhi for the NDA meet. That's clear. What happens after the NDA meet, Maria, is what is going to be very, very crucial. That's not clear just yet. No permanent friends or enemies in politics. What's on offer? What does he ask for? How much of it is given? All of those, of course, is going to be what is going to be very interesting to watch out for. But you caught up with him, Aishwarya. What did he say to you?
Well, one line, I am in NDA and I am going to the NDA meeting. Thanked Prime Minister Narendra Modi and also thanked the Home Minister Amit Shah for the continuous support that he got during the election campaigning in Andhra Pradesh. And he also stated that they worked together without any distinctions. No one is bigger or small over here, although the TDP had emerged victorious and the biggest party in Andhra Pradesh. I've been joined by some of the MLAs who have just won these recent elections over here, sir. Chandrababu Naidu just gave a message. He will remain in NDA. He is going to the NDA meeting. That's for sure, because he has friends in the India Alliance as well. Their cards are still open. They have stated that today there is an India Alliance meeting and they will decide it later. How clear the picture is according to you?
It's very clear. As a senior most leader in the country, he's definitely having connections or friendships, relations with so many people. But we fought as a NDA partner. We will remain as a NDA team only. And our leader gave a clear picture that we are NDA. That's all. So we are going with them.
So nobody is smaller and bigger. There will be negotiations on the end of Mr. Naidu as far as their say in Delhi is concerned, because they have emerged as a kingmaker, 16 seats in Lok Sabha, maximum seats in Andhra Pradesh as well. So that would be also on the cards as far as the meeting?
No, he has been kingmaker many times in the past. He will be a kingmaker now. He will take appropriate decision, and his decision would be in the interest of the state of Andhra Pradesh and also the nation.
And as far as the alliance is concerned with Jan Sena and the Bharatiya Janata Party, how it went all, Chandrababu Naidu has stated that they will be working together for the development of the state against the welfare schemes that were in picture. The funds were also something that the point was raised by Mr. Naidu, how Jagan Mohan Reddy had used those funds. They didn't know, that has not been clarified. How things are going to be as far as the state is concerned?
One thing, we are all very clear. All party workers of our team, NDA team, they worked very hard. Janasena, BJP and TDP, they have worked very hard. Now, Mr. Chandrababu Naidu will take the state again to the past history position. So he will make development, he will develop the revenue to the state, and he will continue the Super 6 programs what he has announced, welfare schemes.
9th is the oath?
Yes. 9th, I don't know. I think it is Chandrababu Naidu who has to take a decision or call.
Sources clearly telling us that 9th would be the date when Chandrababu Naidu will be taking his oath of the Chief Minister of the state of Andhra Pradesh. That would be in Amravati. But straight message from Naidu when he stepped out of the press conference room. We jumped to take his quick bite. He said that I am in NDA and will remain in NDA. I'm going for this NDA meeting. Thank Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah as he spoke yesterday to them as well. So clear message from him, but India Alliance on their side still open for talks, as they said that they will only decide after the meeting.
All right, Aishwarya, because Chandrababu Naidu is now heading to Delhi. He spoke to you and he said that he is with NDA. I think that message is loud and clear. He is known to be very, very cryptic in his messaging. Has been largely silent to Umma for the last 5 years, hasn't spoken much, but it was only during the course of this election campaign that Mr. Naidu and Pawan Kalyan started speaking when they saw perhaps that the tide had turned, that Jagan Reddy had become unpopular. They will be sworn in on 9th. What will be the role of Pawan Kalyan in this cabinet? We'll ask that as well. We have Rashid Kidwai in the studio with us. Rashid, a quick word on Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, both on way to Delhi, both mercurial, both who have done business with the NDA and the UPA. I would say India, the Congress and the BJP to be specific, and both cannot be trusted.
Well, that's your editorial cover to the end. But Maria, one thing, Chandrababu Naidu is a Purana Chawal. You know, he's a very seasoned politician. And I have seen him, from very close quarters. He has a sense of ownership of any alliance that he's been there, particularly between 96 to 98 when United Front government was there. Mr. Naidu twice, Maria, were offered, in a platter actually, to become Prime Minister. Before Devagowda became, before I.K. Gujral became in the second time.
And both of them can have a chance at the chair.
Absolutely. But Naidu is very clear-minded. So from my understanding, he doesn't have a prime ministerial ambition. He will not upset NDA in a way that many people in the India Alliance are thinking or hoping. But, if there is an internal disquiet in the BJP at some stage, then, of course, Mr. Naidu will step in. Mr. Naidu will have a way of dealing with it. For instance, what if he sort of requests for the office of speaker? Now, if he gets a speaker post, then, the whole thing about the Jor Tod and the possibility of some political parties at the national level breaking in Lok Sabha and strengthening, NDA would get further reduced. So Naidu would do, he is very good at checks and balances. As Maria was saying, he speaks very little, but what he says, he means it.
Yes.
And his national outlook is very different from, let's say, Amit Shah, Narendra Modi kind of mold. So I am very curious how, that kind of social fabric issues are dealt.
It's going to be very crucial to see what happens in the next 5 days, and it's going to be as crucial to see how that impacts the next 5 years.
I have a slight disagreement. I don't see anything in, say, first 6 months.
Yes, nothing immediately.
The will of the people.
But perhaps depending on how things play out in the next 18
Maharashtra
months.
result?
Maharashtra, Haryana.
And also Yogi question.
And also Bihar next. Sumansi Raman is also joining us. Sumansi Raman, a quick response on Chandrababu Naidu. There's lots being talked in his context. I interviewed him in Amravati during the course of the election campaign, but it's becoming clear that he will extract the pound of flesh for his state and also in government at the center.
Oh, almost surely. First of all, special status for Andhra, I don't think that is going to be negotiable at all, because I think that last 10 years that has been on the agenda. And what's more, yesterday Mr. Jairam Ramesh actually put out a tweet saying that it's part of the it's part of the Congress manifesto that they would give special status to Andhra and so on. So that is one which I don't believe is negotiable. So the government will have to concede that. Over and above that, what are the posts that he is going to ask for? And there's also another interesting theory floating around, whether the allies will ask for particular people in the BJP to be kept out. Now, that is something that we have to wait and see. We don't really know whether Mr. Nitish Kumar or Mr. Chandrababu Naidu will be making any such demands. I think it will be good if TDP puts their foot down and gets the speaker's post, because the We saw what happened with Mr. Om Birla over the last 5 years. It was really a sad state of affairs. So it will be good to have a speaker who is not essentially part of the BJP. But both Mr. Nitish Kumar and Mr. Naidu are going to drive very, very hard bargains.
Yes,
Make
and they
no
are
mistake
known for
about
that. And they have done business with the Congress and the BJP in the past.
Yes.
So how much can they be trusted? That is Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule as they arrive in Delhi. That's where our reporter is as well, as they wait for a reaction from Mr. Pawar and Supriya Sule. Supriya Sule winning in Baramati with a 20,000 margin. That was a Pawar versus Pawar battle.
Let's just try and listen in, Maria, if you can hear what's happening there.
Sir, yes. Let us get into the car. Hello. Okay.
Speaking with the press, no Janta bites, sir. Of course, there's a lot of press present at the airport because all the top leaders from both sides arriving in the national capital. 2 key meetings taking place. Sharad Pawar really emerging as the story in Maharashtra. Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray, really reclaiming the space that they lost. They lost party men, they lost MLAs, they lost MPs, they lost symbols, and they've reclaimed it by the mandate of the people. Maharashtra has been a stunning story as far as this election is concerned. Numerically all important as well, second to Uttar Pradesh. Let's get a word from our reporters, Prabhakar and Vasudha, joining us live. Prabhakar in Patna, Vasudha in Delhi, because
let's listen in.
It's for your safety because my car is going to move. Please be very careful. Be very, very careful. Girls, please be careful. Watch your feet. Ma'am, will you make your comment?
The government,
Ma'am,
This reminds me, interestingly, of how I was staking outside one of the top leaders' home in 2009. From the morning till the evening, we used to just wait for one reaction, and that's what reporters are doing right now. I can see Vasudha, who is going to cover the NDA meet. The crucial cabinet of Prime Minister Modi is going to begin any moment now, and there will be also a dinner that will be hosted by the president for the outgoing cabinet of Prime Minister Modi, even as the new cabinet formation and the government formation talks begin.
While we get you the latest from ground zero, there's also a story that's playing out about 30,000 feet in the air right now with the Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav on board the same flight to Delhi. We just played out those visuals that Maria got for us. So that's a very interesting story that's playing out up in the air right now. What's happening, we don't know. But let's go across to you first, Vasudha. It's... Okay, we lost that line. We'll go across to Prabhakar.
Prabhakar, they are sitting, behind each other. I'm not too sure if Tejasvi will initiate some conversation or will it be Sanjay Yadav, his man Friday, who is sitting next to Tejasvi. Who is accompanying Nitish Kumar? Is it Sanjay Jha?
So it's both Sanjays actually, you're right. It's both Sanjay. Sanjay Jha accompanying Nitish Kumar and Sanjay Yadav accompanying Tejasvi Yadav. And as we are told, the moment Tejasvi Yadav entered the flight, he was actually sitting before Nitish Kumar, and the moment Nitish Kumar entered the flight, Tejasvi Yadav stood up and greeted him, and that is the basic courtesy they both extend to each other. Nitish Kumar just smiled back and sat on his on his chair. We don't know whether they actually started a conversation or not, but very interesting optics, I would say, because both are in the same flight but going for a different meeting. Tejasvi Yadav would be attending the NDA Alliance meeting, whereas Nitish Kumar would be attending the NDA Alliance meeting. We had a word with the senior JDU leaders today morning, and though Nitish Kumar did not speak on the camera, he just waved to the media persons waiting at the Patna airport, and he simply walked inside. But the senior leaders actually of his party, who are part of his kitchen cabinet, they confirmed to us that Nitish Kumar is in no mood actually to switch sides, to do a flip-flop again, because that is what he is known for, the political flip-flops he does every time, and he has done it many times in the past. But this time,
flip-flop.
As they are claiming, he'll stick to the...
Yes. Okay, Rashid has a reading. As a political journalist, if these readings have become important of the body language that we keep discussing.
Chacha has Chacha Bhatija. Chacha has this kind of, is smiling, but is smiling more of a grin. कि बरखुरदार देखो मैंने कहा था ना कि मैं चाचा जो है उस्ताद होता है. So there is a sort of air of triumph written on his face, and here is this not so sure-footed Tejasvi just trying to draw the attention.
Every move, every expression, every frown, every smile is going to be analyzed, Maria, in the next 24 to 48 hours. Okay, we have that video of Tejasvi Yadav and Nitish Kumar on board that flight from Patna to Delhi. So we have that video out on our screens as well. Tejasvi was his deputy, Maria, how long ago? 2 months ago? 3 months ago?
Little longer. And Nitish Kumar, I mean, you know, he is the ultimate survivor of Indian politics. And Tejasvi Yadav and Nitish Kumar did have a good working equation. Tejasvi managed to ensure that there would be that signing of the cabinet note in which 5 lakh jobs were given. And in this election, he managed to convert that as his own advantage narrative. And that is Sanjay Yadav, who is Tejasvi Yadav's Man Friday. Nitish Kumar is actually greeting the person perhaps who's getting the video shot. But interestingly, you know, during the course of the entire election campaign, Nitish Kumar, because of the nature of his speeches, had sent a message that he is unwell. When I, you know, interviewed Prime Minister Modi during the course of that roadshow in Patna, in fact, let's listen in to what Nitish is saying.
क्या कहना है सर इस बार चुनाव के नतीजों पर? आपका नमन करना है, प्रणाम, चलिए
करना है. And through the election, Nitish Kumar hasn't spoken. He has not given a single interview. Even his public meetings were very subdued and limited. And when I interviewed Prime Minister Modi at that roadshow in Patna, he was standing next to Prime Minister Modi and urging him to continue with the roadshow and not, you know, continue with the interview rather.
Prabhakar, you've covered this election on the ground from Bihar. Give us a sense of what kind of a campaign Nitish Kumar has run. I mean, if you look at the verdict, it's 12 to the BJP and 12 to the JDU. So the JDU has done well. I mean, they've dropped 2 seats. But what's the general sense that you get, after having covered this election on the ground?
See, that actually surprises everyone. That surprises every poll pundit and every reporter who actually covered Bihar, elections in Bihar, I would say. Because Nitish Kumar was not very active this time. Nitish Kumar was not leading from the front. Nitish Kumar held few public meetings. He attended meetings with Prime Minister Narendra Modi a couple of times, and he did a couple of road shows. But Nitish Kumar, otherwise, had he been in the best of his health, he leads from the front. He would do 5 to 7 public meetings a day. He would do the chopper hopping throughout the election campaign, and he was the man who was the star campaigner of his party. But this time Nitish Kumar was quite laid back, I would say, and it is probably because of the health reasons. So he did public meetings, he did conduct a few road shows, but those were not as many in numbers, I would say. And initially, when the campaign began, it was assumed that Nitish Kumar would actually drag down the numbers of NDA in Bihar. So it is BJP who is going to perform well, and it is JDU who would actually be not performing as per the expectation, and that would drag down the NDA's tally in Bihar from 39 down to wherever it goes. So it was the basic, but it happened, but it did not happen that way. And Nitish Kumar emerged out to be a final winner, I would say. And now it is being analyzed as to what actually worked in his favor, whether it was the women voters who stood out and voted for him, whether it was a liquor ban in the state which worked for him. But something did work in favor of JDU, which actually got them these numbers.
Yes, 12 came as a surprise to everyone because the India bloc rallies did generate a lot of buzz and noise, but it did not really translate into the kind of numbers that Tejasvi and Rahul Gandhi in particular were hoping for. 4 seats is what RJD managed, and another 4, I think, for the Congress as well. So, so
18% vote share also to the JDU, which is pretty decent, 18.5%. The RJD's vote share, though, was higher, Maria, 22%.
Yes, 22%.
That's what we're learning right now. The BJP, of course, with the highest No, actually, the BJP
because
vote
that
share
was
was
an
20%.
alliance. Yeah, that's an alliance NDA which fought, and I think Nitish managed the numbers only because of Prime Minister Modi. I think I would agree with that assessment that I did in 2020 also, because that was party number 3 in
All
Bihar.
right.
Yes.
We're going to get a quick update on what's happening in Delhi from Vasudha, but I'm told we'll go back to Vasudha in just a moment. Thanks, Prabhakar, for joining us. We're, of course, going to keep coming back to you. Take a beat, take a breather while the leaders are on their way to Delhi. Quick update also coming in. Uddhav Thackeray is not going to be attending the India bloc meeting himself. Instead, Sanjay Raut and Arvind Sawant are going to be representing the UBT Sena at that meeting. So very interesting that Uddhav Thackeray himself would not come, but would send Sanjay Raut and
representatives.
Sanjay Raut and
how much
Arvind
of
Sawant.
that should be read into Rashid?
Yeah, I think not much is to be read, because in any case, Uddhav doesn't, travel much. And
all right, so that's just a piece of information that's coming in. Like I said, we're going to very closely be tracking movement of all top leaders through the course of the day with our team of reporters on the ground. We'll get you more updates on the other side of a short break. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
While top NDA leaders head to the national capital, it's a key meet of the NDA alliance. It's going to be coalition dharma for Modi 3.0. Chandrababu Naidu sends out a terse message for Jagan Mohan Reddy after holding a crucial meeting with the TDP MLAs. He's heading to the national capital. He says power is never permanent and people in Andhra Pradesh felt like their freedom was being lost. Hectic parleys in the national capital. All top opposition leaders head to Delhi. We just saw Supriya Sule and Sharad Pawar reaching the national capital. It's a big win for the BJP in Orissa. The focus now is going to be on who will be the next chief minister. Dharmendra Pradhan, we're told, is in Delhi.
वैसे शेयरिंग से याद आया, sometimes it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem comes if your password is very complicated, or maybe you not want to say it out loud कि आपका password क्या है. ऐसे में आप Wi-Fi network कैसे शेयर कर सकते हैं? Well guys, it's a very interesting method. बहुत आसान सा टिप है. Just go into your phone's settings. वहां पे जहां पे आपको वाईफाई का नाम दिखता है, just next to it, or maybe if you go deep into settings, आपको एक ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा wherein you can share your Wi-Fi network just by using a QR code. आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे QR कोड आएगा. The friend or the guest just needs to scan that code and he can connect to your Wi-Fi network without even you telling the password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 or whatever it is. अगर आप चाहें तो इसी QR कोड का एक प्रिंट आउट लेके अपने घर में लगा सकते हैं so that anyone coming in can just scan that QR code and वो आपके Wi-Fi से कनेक्ट हो जाएगा. Quite easy, quite convenient and quite time saving as well. कैसी लगी ये टिप? मुझे जरूर बताना. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
तो फ्रेंड्स अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स बिकॉज मजा आता है आपसे बात करने में, थोड़ा सा सवाल जवाब करने में. लेट्स सी द क्वेश्चंस वी हैव फॉर दिस वीक्स एपिसोड.
हाय टीजी, क्या आपको लगता है कि फोन को बैटरी सेवर मोड पे रखने से सही में कोई फायदा है?
Well, technically, yes, there is an advantage. See, usually battery saver mode क्या करता है? Basically, वो आपके फोन की कुछ settings को इस तरीके से tweak करता है so that your battery can last for long. अब उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती हैं जो आप खुद से कर सकते हो. For example, reducing the time जितना आपका screen on रहता है while your phone is idle, उसको आप जितना कम रखेंगे, it's good for you. आप जो है वो अपने networks को बंद कर सकते हैं. You can turn off the background app activities जो बैटरी सेवर मोड में हो जाता है. बट देयर इज वन मोर थिंग काफी फोन्स में जो होता है जहां पे इट आल्सो लिमिट्स द मैक्सिमम ब्राइटनेस जो आप एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं फॉर योर डिस्प्ले, एंड आल्सो इट लिमिट्स योर सीपीयूज मैक्सिमम क्लॉक स्पीड. तो ये जो दो चीजें हैं थोड़ी सी ग्रैन्युलर हो जाती हैं, और इनफैक्ट अगर हम कंपेयर करते हैं तो येस, यू डेफिनेटली गेट सम एक्स्ट्रा बैटरी व्हाइल यू आर यूजिंग दीज बैटरी सेवर मोड्स और लो पावर मोड्स.
I want to install an antivirus software in my MacBook. Please suggest.
Okay, I would suggest please don't do it. See, I have been using all these MacBooks for almost, I don't know, like how many years. In fact, जो Windows लैपटॉप भी होते हैं उसमें भी आपको इनबिल्ट एक डिफेंडर का ऑप्शन मिलता है. And even for Macs, as long as you know what you're doing, आपको किसी एंटीवायरस की जरूरत नहीं है. That's my honest recommendation. So please don't worry about your system. Just use it. No need to install any antivirus. Honest answer for you.
Easy, I feel that regularly updating my phone makes it slower. So I have switched off the automatic update. Will it be a problem?
See, it depends. Okay, if your phone is like, let's say 1-2 साल पुराना ही है, तो you should turn on the updates because it's very crucial for you to receive these updates. नए फीचर्स मिलेंगे वो अलग बात है, बट द सेम टाइम यू ऑल्सो गेट एनहांस्ड सिक्योरिटी विद ऑल दीज अपडेट्स, तो वो आपके लिए जरूरी हो जाता है. बट येस, आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड द सिचुएशन इफ योर फोन इज लाइक लेट्स से 3-4 years old, तो बिकॉज ऑफ दीज न्यू अपडेट्स कमिंग इन जहां पे नए फीचर्स बहुत बार होते हैं, योर फोन माइट फील थोड़ा स्लो हो रहा है. तो उस टाइम पे इट्स अप टू यू टू बी ऑनेस्ट. आई मीन इफ यू वांट टू गेट दीज फीचर्स आपको अपडेट करना ही पड़ेगा. बट देन इफ यू फील दैट यू आर हैप्पी विद योर फोन, आपका सारा काम सही से हो रहा है, तो you can turn off the updates as well. And then once the update comes in, you can search online and look for other people's feedback कि उनको अपने फोन में कैसा एक्सपीरियंस हो रहा है, and then you can decide if you want to get that update or you want to skip that one. फ्रेंड, आपके घर के लेआउट पे ये डिपेंड करता है, बिकॉज इन इंडियन हाउस होल्ड्स वी हैव डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ ज्योमेट्री गोइंग ऑन. अगर हम घर के अंदर की बात करते हैं, सम एरियाज माइट हैव अ डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ फ्लोरिंग ऑल टुगेदर. घर में कहीं पे कारपेट होगा, कहीं पे कारपेट नहीं होगा, कहीं पे वुडन फ्लोरिंग है, कहीं पे मार्बल लगा है, कहीं पे टाइल्स है. तो इट बिकम्स थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट कंसिडरिंग आवर इंडियन हाउस होल्ड्स, द वे वी लिव आवर लाइफ.
Stay informed.
पर फिर भी आप क्या चाहेंगे कि इंडिया अलायंस गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म?
नेचुरली मैं चाहूँगा, क्योंकि हम इंडिया का हिस्सा हैं, तो हम क्यों नहीं चाहेंगे, क्योंकि हमारी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी का विकास होगा अगर इंडिया गठबंधन में आता है, तो ये चाहूँगा ही मैं।
आपकी ये जो मैसिव विन है अभी, ठीक है, क्या आपको मतलब हाउ कॉन्फिडेंट वर यू अबाउट दिस?
नहीं, मैं देखो डे फर्स्ट से ही कॉन्फिडेंट था, क्योंकि मैं जनता से जुड़ा हुआ आदमी हूँ, ठीक है। तो सारी इलेक्शनिंग हमने किया, प्रियंका जी रहती थी वहाँ पे, उनके साथ उनके नीचे हमको काम करने का मौका मिला, तो इलेक्शनिंग तो मेरे लिए कोई मुश्किल नहीं थी, और प्रियंका जी भी थी इस बार साथ जी भी थे, तो जीत आसान बनती चली गई।
आप प्रियंका जी के बारे में ऐसे कह रहे हैं, और कल उन्होंने इतनी प्यारी तस्वीर आपके साथ ट्विटर पर डाली, तो आप क्या चाहते हैं, आप उन्हें हाउस में देखना चाहेंगे आपके साथ सीट?
कहा मैं हाउस में देखना चाहूँगा उनको।
An extremely humble man, someone
Man
who has
of the
worked,
moment.
yes, and has worked a lot on the ground in Amethi. I mean, you would wherever you would go and meet any Congress worker in Amethi, Raebareli, they'll talk about Kishori Lal Sharma, and I think the Congress party's strategy to pitch Kishori Lal Sharma,
Yes.
a worker, a party worker for almost 40-45
many
years.
of us sitting in Delhi actually questioned that strategy,
Yes.
because it almost seemed like the Gandhi
you're running
siblings
away
were
from the
running
fight.
away from a fight. And that they didn't want to take on the mighty Smriti Irani, but it was actually, part of a plan that worked out.
Yes, certainly. I mean, and Rashid, as someone who has tracked the Gandhis very closely, it was a gamble which has played off well, certainly. But they have also sent a message that here was a fight where they thought somebody who's very grounded and rooted could take on Smriti Irani, because Rahul Gandhi faced that charge of being a parachute politician.
You think it was a gamble, or you think it was planned?
No, I think it was a well thought out strategy, because Smriti Irani was constantly kind of, challenging, inviting Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi to come and contest from Amethi. And remember, Kishori Lal has been in Amethi, Raebareli area since 1981. Rajiv Gandhi contested his election after death of Sanjay Gandhi. And you remember in 2019, actually, Kishori Lal was, blamed internally that about, events leading to defeat of Rahul Gandhi, and Priyanka Gandhi protected him. So he has that kind of, bond with Priyanka Gandhi, and it was actually in precise terms Priyanka Gandhi's gamble that, let's field Kishori Lalji, and it worked.
He's credited her for the win, and she put out that very emotional tweet for him yesterday. So I think that little personal bonhomie between the two is very visible. But let's go across to Vasudha Venugopal joining us with the very latest as far as the crucial NDA meetings are concerned. Vasudha, we've tried to connect with you and lost that line a couple of times, but tell us what's happening. Who's meeting who? What's the schedule for the day?
Well, Rishika and Maria, like you know, this is a day of landings and farewells and arrivals. So what we know is several ministers who have been fighting elections are all arriving. There's an important cabinet meeting. This is the last critical cabinet meeting of the Modi government. That'll take place now. But of course, the NDA meeting is scheduled around 4 o'clock. 6 o'clock is the India bloc meeting. Chandrababu Naidu, who's seen as, the person who will play a pivotal role in this government formation, is all set to arrive around 2:30. Eknath Shinde, who basically won just 7 seats, just 2 less than BJP in Maharashtra. Of course, he has a lot of answering to do, but clearly he is somebody that the BJP will bank on, because now every number matters for the BJP, considering the party's performance in Maharashtra, and also assembly elections are scheduled later this year. So he's all set to arrive at around 12:30. So big arrivals here, and after that, of course, in the cabinet meeting, of course, there'll be some sort of celebration of sorts, some sort of acknowledgement of the kind of historicity of this mandate that puts the NDA as on a pedestal for being the only party after 1977 to come back to power but without an improved mandate. Of course, this mandate is not something that the BJP foresaw, and there's a lot of introspection and reflection that's going on in the party with respect to its own performance, not just in UP and Maharashtra, but also in states like Haryana and Rajasthan, which were seen as core. These are states that gave BJP full, all the number of seats in 2014 and 2019. So a lot of retrospection is happening. RSS will also play a role, because BJP is back to it having its core numbers of just 240. But remember, even this number is more than what the opposition could, in some ways gather. This is what the Prime Minister talked about yesterday, making it clear that his third term is also going to be something that will have a lot of historic reforms, and there will be no compromise on corruption. So important meeting of the cabinet right now. After that, we all wait for the NDA meeting to happen. In the midst, we will wait for the NDA allies and also the India allies to come in. So lots of airport arrivals and departures today.
Because today is also the day that the president is hosting the outgoing cabinet. Can we expect the NDA to stake claim to form the government, because they will be invited, because they are the coalition which has won the majority and is way past the majority?
Well, Maria, that's a very important question, and that's what's there on everybody's mind. It all depends on what Chandrababu Naidu and, of course, Nitish Kumar want. Now, you also know that these two are very difficult, challenging allies. They've worked with the government, NDA government. They've worked with the opposition government. Also, they will most likely demand special category status. But I do think that, TDP is in a position to have a little bit of maneuvering room in that count, because they've reduced YSRCP to just 4 seats in the parliamentary elections and 11 seats in the assembly elections. So TDP is in a very strong spot right now. So it has a lot of position room to negotiate. They will want the best portfolios. They'll probably want the speaker's position also. But it also depends on how the BJP looks at this. Of course, it's not going to be like the 2014 or 2019 government where there'll be, more focus on governance. This is going to be a lot about including allies, keeping them happy so that they don't drift away, and more importantly, ensuring that the representation game is back on track. What we are told is 9th is supposedly when there's oath-taking ceremony could take place, but that's very tentative. Of course, the Rashtrapati Bhavan will be shut from 5th to 10th for oath-taking purposes, and there's also this farewell dinner that will be hosted by Draupadi Murmu today. So a day of new beginnings, but also a day of farewells, considering a lot of ministers have not just lost elections, but would also be saying their bye-bye for now.
The irony there is not lost on anyone. Chandrababu Naidu there leaving for the national capital, and if we can, we'll also put out the shots of Naveen Patnaik leaving Raj Bhavan, ending a 24-year run. So like you said, Vasudha, very rightly, it's a day of new beginnings, new alliances, new friendships, and a day of farewells and goodbyes.
Goodbyes, because Naveen Patnaik, one of the longest serving chief ministers of the entire eastern India after Buddhadev Bhattacharya.
Absolutely.
Yes, and also in Tripura there was a chief minister who served for 33 years.
That Manik Sarkar.
Yeah, Manik Sarkar, who served for 33 years. So that is...
But I think record is with this Pawan Chamling of Sikkim.
Sikkim, yes. Yes, 36 I think.
He would have broken, Naveen Patnaik would have broken his record had he secured a win.
So one of the longest serving chief ministers, I would say of eastern India certainly, his tenure coming to an end, and what happens to his party now onwards, because they have been decimated completely in the Lok Sabha, winning just one. As far as the assembly is concerned, they still are, not forming the government, but still they have managed to win some numbers.
We'll go across to Ratnadeep, who's joining us live from outside Raj Bhavan in Bhubaneswar. But, Vasudha made a very interesting point, Maria, when she talked about, Chandrababu Naidu versus Nitish Kumar, and you've been saying, both very mercurial allies. That's a word that you've been using. Who has the edge as far as negotiations is concerned? Is also going to be very interesting. We'll talk about that in just a bit. Ratnadeep, it's over to you. Naveen Patnaik has tendered his resignation. All eyes on who is going to be the next BJP chief minister in Orissa.
That's right. It is a very significant day today for Odisha, with Naveen Patnaik. Short while back, he entered the Raj Bhavan. He stayed there for about 5 minutes, tendered his resignation, and then left the Raj Bhavan. He came quietly. He also left quietly, didn't speak to media. He has been always a bit of media shy, but very significantly today, Mr. V.K. Pandian was not seen with him. Many watcher believes that, Naveen Patnaik promoting Mr. V.K. Pandian, a former bureaucrat turned politician, has been one of the key factors why the BJD had performed so badly. They could not win a single seat out of the 21 seats in the Lok Sabha, and have been reduced to almost half in the assembly itself, and this paves the way for now the BJP to come and stake claims. But first, talking about Naveen Patnaik, he was eyeing his 6th straight term. That would have made him India's longest serving chief minister, breaking the record of Jyoti Basu and Pawan Kumar Chamling, but that did not happen. But for the BJP, it's a new beginning. This is scope to form their first ever government in Odisha. Now, what we are picking up from BJP is that the central leadership will send representative to Odisha. Remember, at this moment, the central leadership is also busy with talking to allies in center. Top leader and BJP and Union Minister Dharmendra Pradhan has left Bhubaneswar this morning for that all-important Council of Ministers meeting that Prime Minister has called. The other top leaders, some of them have also left for Delhi. That's what we are hearing. We are hearing that all the BJP MPs and MLAs who are here have been asked to come to the party office for a round of meetings. So therefore, it might take some time for BJP to finalize in terms of who is their chief ministerial choice. There are a couple of options. You have some of the top leaders who are MPs like Dharmendra Pradhan, like Vejan Jayapanda. Also, you have faces like Aparajita Sarangi.
Yes.
But also
Naveen?
among the MLAs, you have some senior politicians. So one has to wait and
Big
watch.
respite for the BJP certainly coming in from Orissa, where they're headed also to form the next government. Who will be the chief minister? Well, let's wait and see. There is one leader who has had personal investment in terms of his personal capital in Orissa. For the last 10 years, he has been relentless on the ground, is Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan. Is he
headed to Delhi?
Yes, he's back in Delhi, but that's for the cabinet meeting and then also the press, the evening dinner which is being hosted by the Rashtrapati. But talking about Naveen Patnaik, it seems very, what appears here, Rashid, is that the BJP strategy of making Pandian the successor, projecting him as a successor, talking about him as a Tamil Nadu officer who has almost acquired this unparalleled power in the state of Orissa, and he is going to be controlling Odisha's politics, worked. Because this was outsider versus an insider narrative which played for the BJP.
Also, this was an alliance that could have almost happened.
I was about to say that.
Yeah.
So here is a kind of, so to say, stroke of destiny, alliance in Andhra. Imagine, Maria, you would know better. In fact, there were days when both Chandrababu Naidu and Jagan Mohan would come to Delhi and wait for an audience with Mr. Amit Shah and Narendra Modi. Both were very keen to have an alliance, and BJP chose, so to say, Chandrababu Naidu. And in Odisha, actually, alliance was almost there. Again, my friend Maria would know better. And Naveen Patnaik and they were looking for the conditionalities, etc. That didn't work out. So, breakdown of alliance led to this kind of victory.
And so, two alliances, one breakdown of alliance, and in another state, an alliance led to that victory, and another one in Bihar. So, three states where it has worked in terms of the strategy, but yes, what seems to have not worked with the state of Uttar Pradesh.
All right, we're going to slip into a very short break. On that note, we'll continue this conversation on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Sharing से याद आया, sometimes it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem comes if your password is very complicated, or maybe you don't want to say it out loud कि आपका password क्या है. ऐसे में आप Wi-Fi network कैसे share कर सकते हैं? Well guys, it's a very interesting method. बहुत आसान सा टिप है. Just go into your phone's settings. वहां पे जहां पे आपको वाईफाई का नाम दिखता है, just next to it or maybe if you go deep into settings, आपको एक ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा wherein you can share your Wi-Fi network just by using a QR code. आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे QR कोड आएगा. The friend or the guest just needs to scan that code and he can connect to your Wi-Fi network without even you telling the password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 or whatever it is. अगर आप चाहें तो इसी QR कोड का एक प्रिंट आउट लेके अपने घर में लगा सकते हैं so that anyone coming in can just scan that QR code and वो आपके Wi-Fi से कनेक्ट हो जाएगा. Quite easy, quite convenient and quite time saving as well. कैसी लगी ये टिप? मुझे जरूर बताना. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
तो फ्रेंड्स, अभी टाइम आ गया है फॉर मी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस जो आपने पूछे थे इन दिस सेगमेंट व्हिच इज आस्क टीजी, वन ऑफ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट्स बिकॉज मजा आता है.
Stay informed
at how climate change is impacting food security.
Climate change affects nutrition in multifaceted ways, primarily through its repercussions on food security, availability, and quality. Let's show you how. Disruptions in agricultural production due to temperature shifts, erratic rainfall patterns, and extreme weather events lead to crop failures, reduced yields, and inflated food prices. This renders nutritious food less accessible, particularly for vulnerable populations. Environmental variations can alter the nutrient composition of crops. For instance, heightened atmospheric CO2 levels may decrease the protein, zinc, and iron content in staple crops like rice and wheat, compromising their nutritional value. Climate change can create favorable conditions for the proliferation of pathogens, toxins, and contaminants impacting food safety. Changes in precipitation patterns and water availability affect water sources used for irrigation and food processing. Water scarcity compromises hygiene practices and sanitation, contributing to waterborne diseases and malnutrition. Climate change influences the distribution and availability of food sources, resulting in changes in dietary habits and consumption patterns. This can lead to alterations in nutrient intake and dietary diversity, affecting overall nutrition and health outcomes.
75% of districts in India are prone to hydrometeorological disasters. So that's a large population of India that is vulnerable to these effects. Then the crops actually suffer. So either you may have complete damage of the crops, you could have a reduced yield, or you could also have an impact on the nutritional content of crops. And this is, there are a few reports, again, we need more data on this, that over the years, the nutritive value, that is the micronutrients which are present in our cereals and our pulses and our vegetables, has been declining. This obviously, is linked to soil health. So these things are all interconnected. So the quality of the water, the quality of the soil does impact the ultimate product that we consume.
Elevated temperatures and atmospheric carbon dioxide levels can diminish the nutritional quality of food crops, leading to reduced concentrations of essential nutrients such as iron, zinc and protein in staple crops like rice, wheat and maize. This exacerbates malnutrition and micronutrient deficiencies. The Data Sciences Center of Columbia University estimates that continued global warming could lead to 49 million more zinc-deficient individuals, 38.2 million new protein-deficient individuals, and 106.1 million children, and 396 million women iron-deficient in India by 2050. Climate change and malnutrition are intertwined challenges affecting agri-food systems, water resources, social protections and health systems. It is imperative to take action now before it's too late.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And finally, we leave you with these images of Prime Minister Narendra Modi being garlanded by the top brass of the Bharatiya Janata Party, all set for an NDA alliance. Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar are on their way to the national capital, a crucial NDA meeting at 3 p.m. this afternoon.
This is a Samsung phone और इसमें Android है. You know what happened? सबसे पहले अगर हम जाएं थोड़ा सा पीछे अगर हम rewind करें about the history of Android. Well guys, the creators of Android जब उन्होंने बना लिया ये operating system, they went to Samsung because they wanted कि Samsung उस Android को खरीद ले. So they all went to Seoul in South Korea. They met with the Samsung people, but Samsung was not that impressed. And Samsung said no. और उसके बाद क्या हुआ? Just weeks later, Google in fact bought Android for $50 million. Imagine करो अगर Samsung ने उस टाइम पे Android खरीद लिया होता.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Welcome back. All the action unraveling in New Delhi. All the political leaders from both the NDA and INDIA alliance, some on the same flight like Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav en route to New Delhi. So all the political action up ahead on this show, and we'll keep a close watch of it all.
That's right. All the political roads lead to Delhi, and a series of meetings are going to take place through the day. We'll bring you all that action and all the pictures. And yes, Veera, as you said, that very interesting picture and video, in fact, of Nitish Kumar and Tejaswi Yadav taking the same flight to Delhi. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Coalition construct at work now. Top NDA leaders are heading to the national capital, many en route. Chandrababu Naidu says, I'm in NDA, going for NDA meeting. Nitish and Tejaswi, as we mentioned there, were on board the very same flight, sitting, and Tejaswi sitting behind Nitish Kumar. Well, Chandrababu Naidu says that he will work jointly with the BJP, says on the win, didn't think who is big or small, and also a terse message for Jagan that power is never permanent. The India bloc to strategize in a key meeting today in Delhi. As you can see, top leaders like Sharad Pawar arriving for that meeting. Sanjay Raut claims the India bloc has mandate to form government and says if Naidu and Nitish decide not to support a dictator, what will they do? And winds of change in Odisha after 25 years. And Naveen Patnaik now tenders his resignation after the lotus blooms in the state. And the focus now is on Chief Minister selection. Dharmendra Pradhan heads to Delhi. NDTV is exclusive with the Amethi winner and giant slayer KL Sharma, who defeated Smriti Irani. He says it's the Gandhi family and Amethi's win. All right, so all that and more coming up in just a moment, those exclusive interviews as well.
Very, very important two meetings in the national capital today, Gargi. One is the NDA meeting and the other is the INDIA meeting. It will be fascinating to see how the negotiations play out, because at the NDA meeting there would be a sense post that, hopefully, of the kind of cabinet that's going to be formed and how allies are going to be accommodated. But it will also be very interesting to see the Nitish Modi Naidu equation evolve.
Absolutely, and we've been talking about this since yesterday, Veera, about how it is going to be, it's back to coalition government in India, and we haven't seen that in a long time. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of hard bargains are driven by these two these veteran coalition leaders. Both of them have, been part of coalition governments, and Nitish Kumar as well as Mr. Chandrababu Naidu. He's really the big man of the moment, and he held that press conference a short while ago, just before he left from Hyderabad to come to Delhi for that meeting. A lot of talk already, how Delhi is, a lot of talk about phone lines being worked, the kind of bargains that will be driven. Yes. So that is all going to be very interesting to see.
And let's listen in to Chirag Paswan. He could be a key player as well from Bihar. Well, he will be possibly seeing himself at some sort of a role in Delhi.
मुख्यमंत्री जी को जिस तरीके से मुख्यमंत्री जी ने हमारे गठबंधन को मजबूती देने का काम किया और एनडीए का बिहार में जो प्रदर्शन रहा है उसका बड़ा श्रेय जहां एक तरफ हमारे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व को जाता है, तो वहीं उसका श्रेय मेरे मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी को भी जाता है.
Well, our colleague Prabhakar Kumar Gargi joins us from Bihar. Prabhakar, it's coalition politics is an extremely tricky exercise. Nitish Kumar is an expert at it. We saw the pictures of him traveling to Delhi with Tejaswi Yadav. Is the thinking that keeping INDIA at play will give him better bargaining power with the BJP? Because with the BJP's numbers, it seems very difficult for any other hodgepodge coalition to be cobbled up together.
Yeah, exactly. Nitish Kumar is an old-time politician. He's a hard bargainer and he believes in the political optics, the visuals which we are showing to our viewers. Nitish Kumar sitting with us, we're traveling in one flight, sitting together, sitting side by side, is something which would actually should be a cause of worry for NDA. And Nitish Kumar is kind of an expert in giving out these kind of messaging through his body language. Now, talking about Nitish Kumar being part of NDA, yeah. As of now, that is the status, Veera. Nitish Kumar has not made a statement regarding this, but his party leaders have, off the camera, they have confirmed that they have no plans to switch sides as of now. Because Nitish Kumar is one person whom actually politically you can't bank upon. Flip-flop is what his political flip-flops, political somersault is what he keeps on doing always, and he's known for that. So that certainly must be a worrying situation for NDA leaders, especially for the BJP leaders. And Nitish Kumar today is traveling with the same flight, but both are attending a different meeting. Tejasvi Yadav would be attending a meeting of India Alliance, whereas Nitish Kumar would be in the NDA Alliance meeting, which would happen at the Prime Minister's residence, we are told. Now, Nitish Kumar has his own agenda to pursue. It would be, of course, additional funds for Bihar, if not special status, then maybe a special package for Bihar. But more importantly, it would be difficult actually for the BJP leaders to make Nitish Kumar agree on few of the agendas they have been pursuing, especially regarding the controversial bills regarding the involving minorities issue, because Nitish Kumar, despite...
Sorry to interrupt you there. We'll continue this conversation, but we're just getting visuals of Akilesh Yadav there, and he too is, the man of the moment, really. The results yesterday just astounding and shocking for the BJP, astounding for all the pollsters and all the, political watchers who many had expected, SP and Congress, that chemistry between Akilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi, many said, did work on the ground. We saw the exuberance at the rallies, but the fact that he got 37 seats is something that no one saw coming. So there you can see.
Gargi, along with the 37 seats for Akilesh Yadav, the fact that the coalition and the SP put its weight behind the Congress for that prestige battle, of Amethi and Raebareli. No, I mean, to make sure that they can take the BJP on in Amethi and Raebareli, I think the Congress would have not been able to achieve that without the SP's support. Prabhakar still with us. Prabhakar, of course, your neighboring state, UP, seems to have, the focus seems to be more of the INDIA alliance, but from Bihar, the other members, the LJP and others of the NDA, each one's going to demand their pound of flesh.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's not only LJP. LJP has had 100% strike rate. They've contested on the 5 seats and they have on all 5 seats. So Chirag Paswan is obviously the seventh cloud 7 actually, because he is hoping that he would get a good bargain as far as the ministerial berth is concerned. Then you have Jitan Ram Manjhi, who was contesting on 1 seat. He's also alliance partner, remember, and he was contesting on 1 seat from Gaya. He has won that seat for himself. And Upendra Kushwaha unfortunately lost, so he is out of the fray now. But the BJP will have to accommodate not only JDU, which is a big alliance partner now because of the numbers they have got. The Chirag Paswan is there with 5 MPs, and then you have Jitan Ram Manjhi. So these are the 3 players which BJP will have to accommodate. And as I was discussing, Veera, it is regarding the credentials, the issues regarding the minority, especially the controversial bills regarding the minorities, because Nitish Kumar has a very different view on that compared to vis-a-vis BJP. So BJP will have to do a very hard bargain concerning those bills,
right,
actually.
And that is something,
it would be interesting to see how
that will be interesting to watch, Prabhakar. And as you said, those visuals of Nitish and Tejasvi Yadav is something that would probably, give some amount of worry to the BJP. But let's also go across to Sunil. Sunil, we're just getting these visuals of Akilesh Yadav there getting his certificate after winning his election there in Converge. But also, really, the story of the moment is how amazingly the Samajwadi Party did. What's interesting now is the meetings that are taking place, that are going to take place today. Earlier, you'll have the NDA meeting, but later in the evening, the India meeting and all. So what are you hearing on the ground? There's all talk of, phone lines being worked. Chandrababu Naidu, before leaving Hyderabad, did make that point that he is with the NDA.
That's right. He has made it clear that he's going with the NDA, but that hasn't stopped India party leaders trying to explore the possibility to promise, that special status which both Nitish as well as Chandrababu Naidu have made it a co-issue in their campaigns. They have been asking for that special status for their state. It's been an election issue for them. And it's in that context that Chandrababu Naidu or Nitish Kumar will have to look at their state's interests. Will they get it? They didn't get it in the last 10 years under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Is there a possibility under the India Alliance? But they have already had a pre-poll alliance with the NDA. So there is, politics, anything is possible. It's the other way around also, Gargi. Please remember, there are many within the India Alliance who could be broken away to give Prime Minister Narendra Modi a cushion to ensure that he's just not dependent on, Nitish Kumar as well as Chandrababu Naidu. If he, and in all likelihood, the President of India will ask him to be, invite him to form a government and seek a trust vote. But when that is done, he will definitely get a, first use advantage in terms of, trying to woo India partners one way or the other. So they are, a conglomeration of various varied parties with the various interests, and what will bind them together is going to be extremely critical. It's been difficult. There have been,
Sunil,
internal contradictions within the
something interesting, and I'm just giving you 2 points of view, and you can weigh in on this. One of the opposition MPs said that, look, we are all coalition builders in this INDIA alliance. We have all served as part of a coalition and we know how the art of it. But the BJP over the last decade has not had those moderate coalition building voices within. So we will have greater cohesion to run a coalition. On the one side, this is the opposition voice. But a BJP MP also said that, look, with the kind of numbers that we have, don't just expect the INDIA alliance thinking of Nitish Kumar or Chandrababu Naidu. There are enough and more allies that we can poach as well. So politics is anybody's game, and we also know how to bring allies over to shore up the numbers. So from the INDIA alliance's point of view, what's really going to be the strategy? Because they have the cohesion and chemistry. Going forward, how do you see the Congress seeing this whole situation?
See, for the Congress, they realize that one way or the other, we must try to form a government. And that is why, as we speak, from yesterday onwards, they have been sending the feelers with the numbers to look at that possibility. Every vote counts, every MP is important. They have a history of running a coalition cohesively in the last, from 2004 to 2014. Their point of view is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi, or for that matter, Home Minister Amit Shah, do not have a history of, running a coalition in the manner in which they have done. They have run a coalition technically in 2014 and 2019, but with an absolute majority by their party. And it's in that context that the Congress is reaching out, trying to give an example of how, for example, parties like the Biju Janata Dal have aligned with the Congress and yet with the BJP and then seen their decimation, as is a clear example of the Orissa result. So it's in that context that the Congress, as well as other alliance partners who are the key architects, trying to get back, for example, Nitish Kumar, who's been the chief architect of the India Alliance, Chandrababu Naidu, who's had his ups and downs.
Sorry to interrupt you there. We're just going to go across to Tanishq, who joins us from Converge. And Tanishq, we're seeing these visuals earlier of Akilesh Yadav there getting a certificate surrounded by his supporters, selfies being taken. He really is the man of the moment if we think about Uttar Pradesh and that stunning victory, the stunning numbers that he managed to get. And now he leaves for Delhi for the meeting of the India bloc.
Yes, of course. After this, he will be at around 5 p.m. He will be leaving for Delhi for the meeting of India bloc. First, I will talk about he's in Converge collecting the certificate of his win in 2019. Converge slipped away from Samajwadi Party. It is, of course, was considered the home turf of Samajwadi Party, but BJP's Subrat Pathak defeated Dimple Yadav by a margin of 10 to 12,000 votes and then managed to win. But this time, Akhilesh Yadav himself got into the battleground, reclaimed the lost bastion, that's Converge, and of course showing a stellar performance in the Lok Sabha elections in Uttar Pradesh. Now, of course, he will from here, after some time, he will move to Delhi to take part, to meet, of course, India bloc leaders over there. But as of now, he's in Converge collecting the certificates from the collectorate here in Converge. Yes.
Right.
So sweet victory there to get the bastion, back
right.
with the family, with the Samajwadi Party.
That's right, Tanish, there in Converge. But Vasudha Venugopal is where all the action is happening in New Delhi at the BJP headquarters. Vasudha, we've spoken about the allies. Nitish Kumar, Chandrababu Naidu, all okay. But what are you hearing about how the RSS sees this? How within the BJP, the leaders are seeing it? How they... what kind of murmurs are you hearing there within?
Well, Veera, it's very important to understand that today is a day of landings and farewells and arrivals. So the cabinet meeting, of course, has started at the Prime Minister's residence, 7 LKM. And what we saw was several ministers, they were they were in their constituencies yesterday. Remember, many of the ministers had fought elections. They took some time to come back, after collecting their certificates. Many of them had early morning flights. So the cabinet meeting, this is the last cabinet meeting. It's a critical one because what I understand is that there's a resolution that's going to be passed by all members, congratulating the Prime Minister for leading the NDA for a historic third-term victory. The third-term victory of the NDA, of course, is quite historic in India's in India's past. But of course, it's not something that the BJP expected. BJP, of course, expected better numbers from not just the states of UP and Maharashtra, where the numbers have really gone down. The BJP was also expecting better performance in places like Rajasthan, Haryana, where these are the states that give.
All right. Vasudha, sorry to interrupt you, and we will return to you because we do want those updates about the NDA and what you're picking up. But let's go across to where Sharad Pawar is speaking.
क्या सर इंडिया अलायंस ओपन है? एनडीए का जो अलायंस के जो उनके पार्टीज के जो लोग हैं अगर इंटरेस्टेड हों तो क्या आप लोग उनको कंसीडर करेंगे इंडिया अलायंस के अंदर?
आज मैं कहीं 70 साल की मीटिंग के बाद हम आपको बता सकते हैं।
अजीत पवार की एनसीपी का क्या भविष्य देखते हैं आप
लगातार सरकार बनाने के प्रयास भी चल रहे हैं। इंडिया अलायंस भी आज बैठक करके कुछ न कुछ निर्णय निकालेगी। पीएम के चेहरे को लेकर या कोई भी मुख्य चेहरे को लेकर सवाल बरकरार है, वो कौन हो सकता है?
सवाल आज हमारी पहली मीटिंग है। पहली मीटिंग में हमारे आगे की नीति क्या होगी इस पर बहस होगा, तय करेगी। और जब तक ये बातें साफ नहीं होगी तब तक अन्य से सही कौन होगा नेता या क्या होगा इस पर डिस्कशन करना या बातें करना ही गलत है।
Sharad ji, will a convener be selected in the meeting today? Because last time there was no consensus that was reached for the India Alliance face or convener. क्या उस पे आज बातचीत?
अगेन लास्ट टाइम अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं था, ये बात सच नहीं है। बात हुई थी मगर कुछ साथी कुछ मीटिंग में फीलिंग नहीं थे, इसलिए उनके साथ बातचीत करे और फिर फाइनल डिसीजन ले लिया। ऐसी बात हमारे सामने तय हुई। ये मीटिंग के बाद तुरंत देश में चुनाव शुरू हो गया, इसलिए वो इशू पीछे रह गया। आज शायद ये इशू किसी ने रेज किया, इस पर कुछ हो सकता है।
सर, इसी मीटिंग में उद्धव ठाकरे भी एब्सेंट रहेंगे, तो क्या कह सकते हैं कि दोबारा से आगे ऐसी मिलती का सिलसिला चलता रहेगा, क्योंकि इस बार भी एक मुख्य नेता एब्सेंट है?
No, but his party is coming.
Yes, ma'am.
No, that doesn't make him absent. His party is represented.
सर कौन से फैक्टर है महाराष्ट्र में और यूपी में जो कि आपको लगता है कि सीटें वहाँ पे जो एनडीए की कम हो गई, कौन से फैक्टर वहाँ पे चलेगा यूपी एंड महाराष्ट्र में? क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में पता है कि महाराष्ट्र रिजर्वेशन था।
यूपी का मुझे मालूम नहीं, पर महाराष्ट्र के कैंपेन जो थी इसमें लोगों ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी के बारे में नाराजगी बहुत थी। एक राइजिंग प्राइसेस इशू सीरियस था, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट के बारे में नौजवानों बिल्कुल नाराजगी थी और किसानों की समस्या हल करने के लिए आज की हाथी सरकार जो कामयाब नहीं हुई, इसकी रिएक्शन जो होनी थी, और ये जो रिजल्ट आ गए, इस रिजल्ट में मैंने जो उद्देश्य है कि मेरा अंदर नहीं कर सकता।
जातिवाद इसमें उफान पर था, ऐसे कहा जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र में मराठा कम्युनिटी का जो जरांगे ने जो आंदोलन किया है, उसका कार्यकर रहा है।
ऐसा हमने देखा नहीं।
सर आपने कहा कि नंबर किसके पास है ये ध्यान रखना होगा। आज की तारीख में जो एनडीए का नंबर है वो बहुमत से पार है, लेकिन आप लोग भी बहुत बहुमत के करीब है, लेकिन बहुमत है नहीं। लेकिन कांग्रेस की तरफ से टीडीपी को बहुत ऐसे ट्वीट्स दिए जा रहे हैं, बहुत सारी बातें कही जा रही हैं, जिससे ये कहा जा रहा है, अनुमान लगाया जा रहा है कि टीडीपी को एक तरह से कांग्रेस फीलर दे रही है। अगर इस तरह की संभावना बनती है कि जेडीयू
हमारी बात ही जिस पर हुई नहीं, ये इशू आप रेज करते हैं। आज पहली मीटिंग हमारी अशोका में है, कि मीटिंग के बाद कहना वो ठीक हो जाएगा। न हमने तय किया, न हमने बात की, और इसलिए आज ये जो इशू आपने रेज किया है, इन बारे में हमें कोई मालूम नहीं।
सर मराठीमध्ये सर तुम्ही जसं सुरुवात केली की आज पहिली बैठक होते, सत्ता स्थापनेच्या म्हणजे अगदी काहीसा आकडा कमी आहे, दावा करणार आहात किंवा तशा पद्धतीनं काय तुमचं वैयक्तिक याबद्दलचं मत काय?
वैयक्तिक माझं महत्त्वाचं नाही, तिथे कलेक्टिव्ह मत काय आहे ते आमची विषय झाल्याच्या नंतर सांगता येईल। जो काही आमचा निर्णय होईल ते विचार करायला होईल ती सामूहिक होईल, आणि सामूहिक डिस्कशन हमारे आजच्या विषयमध्ये व्हावं अशी अपेक्षा।
सर पण याला लागूनच तुम्ही ज्येष्ठ आहात सगळ्यांपेक्षा, आणि ह्या सगळ्यांना जोडण्यामध्ये देखील खूप मोठा रोल तुमचा राहिला होता। तुम्ही जर पुढे जर याला जायचं असेल तर मग काय नेमकं या सगळ्यांबाबतीत देखील सांगाल, कारण या सगळ्या गोष्टी तुमचा खूप मोठा राहिला होता।
मी सांगणार आमच्या डिस्कशन व्यवसायाच्या साथीचा मनस्थिती काय आहे ही लक्षात घेऊनच पुढे आम्ही एकत्रित ठरवू, व्यक्तिगत तिथं कोणी निर्णय होणार
मधल्या काळात काही
to make a decision that will be benefiting for all the alliances as well as for all the parties who are a part of the India alliance, after which including the Samajwadi Party as well as the Congress Party will be taking our decision and then letting you all know about it.
सर नितीश कुमार यांच्या पक्षाकडनं अनेक त्यांच्या मंत्र्यांनी वक्तव्य केलेत की त्यांना पंतप्रधान पदाचा दावेदार जे आहे ते एनडीएमध्ये बनवावं। दुसरीकडे चंद्रबाबू नायडू देखील म्हणतात की मी माझी भूमिका जी आहे ती वेळोवेळी माध्यमांसमोर मांडत राहील। खरं तर आता इंडिया अलायन्सकडनं ह्या सगळ्या दोन्ही नेत्यांकडे पॉलिटिकल बार्गेनिंग काही करण्यात येणार का, काय चर्चा?
सगळ्या काही कदाचित तुम्हाला आम्ही मीटिंग करून त्यावेळी याचा अंदाज।
सर महाराष्ट्रात खास करून ज्या जागा कमी झाल्या, मराठवाडा असेल या सगळ्या, तुम्हाला असं वैयक्तिक वाटतंय की तिथं मराठा आरक्षण या सगळ्याचा मोठा फटका बसला, कारण मराठवाड्यात खास करून 6 जागा पडल्या?
मला काही तो विषय असं वाटत होतं, लोकांच्या नाराजगी, या सरकारच्या संबंधीची नाराजगी, महागाईचा प्रश्न आणि हे इश्यू अतिशय महत्त्वाचे।
साहेब बीड असो काही मतदारसंघामध्ये जातीय तणावाची परिस्थिती निर्माण झाली।
आता दिवस दोन
सर एक छोटासा सवाल
राष्ट्रवादीबद्दल खास करून चिन्ह गेलं, पक्ष विभागला गेला, मात्र अजित पवार यांच्या फायद्याचं फक्त नुकसान जास्त झालं असं वाटतं, त्यांना तर कुठंच फायदा झालेला दिसला नाही। तुम्हाला काय वाटतं त्यांना काय मिळालं नाही?
त्यांच्या अंदरची काय स्थिती आहे हा प्रश्न त्यांना विचारा, मला त्याच्याविषयी भाष्य करायचं काही कारण नाही।
Gargi Sharad Pawar, they are saying whoever has the numbers has the mandate. It's an interesting comment, and we have Rohit Chandavarkar, Sandeep Shastri, Radhika Kera of the Congress, of the BJP, and Ikram Singh Sandhu of the Congress joining us. We'll try and go across to Rohit Chandavarkar, who covers Sharad Pawar, who's tracked Sharad Pawar for years now.
And given that Sharad Pawar is going to be playing a major role, going forward.
But Ikram Singh Sandhu at 99 vis-a-vis 241 or 240 for the BJP, it's an uphill task to even clobber up the numbers. I'm not saying it's impossible, but as the clear single largest party, the BJP has a decisive say.
Good afternoon to all.
Well, all the speculation is in the newsrooms. We are not saying anything as of yet, whether it is uphill, whether it is downhill, or whether the slope is straight, So let us keep it at that. Let the allies meet today at 6 p.m. And once all the India allies meet, after that, we will decide what to do in the future. But then let us not pit it as 99 against whatever number you're giving. We did not fight on all the seats. We fought as an alliance. So the number to be considered is 293 to 230. That is the number, and that is the number you should take. Because if we just fought at 328, we do not take 99 out of that. It's a pre-poll alliance that
Radhika
we had,
Khera,
and
your
let us
response.
take all the numbers.
Radhika Khera, your response.
I don't know if she was listening or...
वहाँ की आवाज़ चली गई है.
All right, we will try and go back to that. But Professor Shastri, your comments, you were with us all of yesterday when those numbers were coming in, the surprise, the various reactions. But now, getting down to it, all roads leading to Delhi, as we've been mentioning, all the various leaders of the India faction, of the India bloc and NDA here. What is your, what is your understanding of what could happen next, and all this speculation about calls being made and how those within the India bloc being in touch with Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar,
and to what actually Ikram Singh is saying. Please respond to that, Sandeep Shastri.
Now, I think given the statements which Chandrababu Naidu has come out with and Nitish Kumar now moving to Delhi, I think immediately after an election and knowing Maharashtra's experience, there may be a little caginess of trying to break away from the alliance at this stage. So I think that alliance seems a little stitched up, though there would be very, very, very heavy negotiation and bargaining that would be done. I'll just make two small points. I was doing a comparison of what has happened now with the 1999 victory of Vajpayee. At that time also, the NDA had 298 seats, 5 seats more than what it is now. But at that time, out of 298, the BJP was only 182. This time it is 240. So, yes, it is entering another coalition, but this is a coalition with larger numbers. And second point, quick point.
We will just return to that, but we're just getting visuals of Naveen Patnaik meeting with the governor, tendering his resignation, the end of an era. Naveen Patnaik, who was the chief minister for 25 years in Odisha, he's missed the record for the longest serving chief minister by a few, I think, 100 days or something like that. No, to the Sikkim chief minister, yes. So he was hoping to, have that record, but it's been quite a remarkable 25 years as somebody who won, nobody could, his grip on the state and the fact that they kept electing him back, term after term. I think it was finally his bad health is what we're hearing is what perhaps is the reason that, the people of Odisha did not vote him back.
Radhika
and that perhaps
Khera
did work.
Radhika Khera,
So
I
we
believe,
let Professor
Gargi,
Shastri
we can...
just finish what
No,
he was
we'll just
saying.
get Radhika Khera's response. Sorry, Gargi, but we'll just get Radhika Khera's response very quickly to what Ikram Singh said. You didn't hear what Ikram Singh said. He says the number that one needs to see is not 240 for BJP, 99 for Congress, but 293 for NDA and 232 for INDIA. It's the numbers that ultimately matter in a coalition era, and he says that whoever has it will form the government.
Well, it's absolutely clear that the NDA has the numbers and we are forming the government. There are no two questions and two ways about that. The country has given their mandate and they've chosen the NDA government. The India alliance is not even equal to just the Bharatiya Janata Party votes. Seats, sorry. So there is no comparison, and since we are talking about numbers, let's talk about the Congress. Since the Congress is celebrating so much, if we look at 2014, 19 and 24, even if we add the 3 performances of the Congress, they still do not reach where BJP alone is. So their dreams of forming the government are not going to see reality. Fine, they've done a little better, but again, that is under...
We seem to be losing.
Right, some disturbance there, just if we can fix that line. But Ikram Singh Sandhu, moving away from, the formation of governments, also what these numbers mean for the Congress party, hitting 100, 99 right now, but many would not did not, give the Congress that much. They didn't think that they would manage a performance like this. And given that, taking all these allies together going forward, it's an interesting year. We're going to have many more elections coming up. So even in the opposition, it's a credit to democracy, to have a strong opposition.
And Gauri, if you can cobble up the numbers, they can shore up their numbers as well in alliance politics. All games are open. Is that worry also there for the INDIA alliance?
Well, we don't have any worry, because all the people that we have with us are once bitten, twice shy as far as NDA and BJP is concerned. You have a Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, whom they have called Nakli Santan of Mr. Thackeray. Do you think after that he'll go back to the BJP or even think of doing that? What they have done to Mr. Sharad Pawar. So the kind of BJP has the kiss of death as far as people who alive with it is concerned. It's like a python. It takes you in its grasp. You think it's an embrace, but then it will gobble you up. And I'll just give you one example. Everybody can see it, and Mr. Chandrababu Naidu and Mr. Nitish Kumar are very seasoned politicians. They know what is happening. What did they do with JJP? The last time the state elections happened in Haryana, there were 6 shorts of majority. So they gobbled up the JJP, they came together, they formed a government, and then just 6 months before the next round of election, they just threw Mr. Chautala out like a hot potato. Now, who does to an ally with whom you have run a government for 4.5 years? And this is just one example. What they did to Anna DMK, what they did to PDP. I've already given you the examples of Maharashtra. So NDA has a very, very, very checkered track record as far as dealing with the allies are concerned. And the allies.
All right, well, Radhika Khera back with us. Let her comment on that. Radhika Khera, there is talk that not just is it that the India bloc can try and break away members from the NDA, but the NDA can also break away, or the BJP rather can break away from the India bloc. But as Ikram Singh Sandhu, they're saying it's the kiss of death, and nobody would want to join the BJP or join an alliance like that. Your comments on that?
That's for me.
I think the India Alliance and the Congress needs to hold its family together. The Congress has seen number of leaders leaving the Congress party. They couldn't even hold their own people. I'm an example of that. They couldn't even maintain their own family, and they're talking about an external family that they're going to go along with. And when it comes to Shiv Sena, we've already seen reports, it's all across everywhere, that Uddhav Thackeray ji might not be joining the NDA, not be joining the India Alliance meeting as well. So first they should hold their house together. Are they going to even continue with their Aam Aadmi Party Gadbandhan in the upcoming Haryana
Mr.
and
Uddhav
Delhi
Thackeray
elections
doesn't
in the
travel
next 6
as
months?
much, but yes, continue. Sorry, do continue, yes.
Yeah, so I'm just talking about the reports that I've been seeing online last 10 minutes. And when it comes to Aam Aadmi Party, they're already going to who's going to give who how many seats in Delhi. That house is also not going to stay together. There is no guarantee of the India alliance. They can break away anytime. They have not been able to hold their alliance together, I can tell you for sure. And again, coming back to the NDA, we are forming the government very comfortably. There is going to be no problem in our family. We have a very large family. We went to polls together, and we will form the government together. We ran an India government earlier, and we are going to run an India government. Okay. All the hopes of the India Alliance and the Congress party are only pinned on, oh, ye ghar toot jayega. Aisa kuch nahi hone wala. You please concentrate. Yes, it's taken you about 10 years to increase about 40 or 50 odd seats. Concentrate on that. Work on your performances, work on keeping your own house together, your own Congress leaders together. All right. Because there's going to be another sea of people that you're going to see who are going to leave the Congress party very soon.
I'm glad Radhika Khera mentioned herself that she also is somebody who came from the Congress to the BJP recently. That's but right. Yes, go ahead.
No, to Professor Sandeep Shastri, do you believe that this result could change the DNA of Indian politics, as some observers point out, and B, also the nature of government in New Delhi, one where the moderate perhaps trumps the hardliner?
Veera, 2 points on that. Will it change the DNA of politics? It temporarily definitely will, at least for the term of the present Lok Sabha, because you see the return of coalition politics in its true sense. Now, will it be a long-term impact? I'm not too sure. I think the change of DNA will be temporary, is my own reading. And coming back to the point I was making earlier, if you look at Mr. Vajpayee's cabinet of 1999, he had 45 ministers in the cabinet, of whom only 30 belonged to the BJP. There were 15 ministers in that cabinet who were from the other parties of the NDA. This time or last 10 years, you have had notional representation to the allies, and they accepted that. I'm not too sure whether now a notional representation of seats and portfolios would be enough. And you will see, I think, very, very hard bargaining on that this time around.
Right, and that's going to be something, we'll be watching very, very closely. But also what we were asking, yes, there we can see
the Bihar flight is landed there, Gargi. I think it's in all in Delhi.
Is also somewhere probably,
all attention though on Nitish Kumar, right, for the moment there.
That's right, and one would, wonder what is going through the minds of the top BJP leaders as they saw that picture of them sitting, in the same flight, one after the other, and very close together. One can imagine there must have been some chatter there. But as Sandeep Shastri also, what Veera had asked Ikram Singh Sandhu about keeping the India flock together as well. There is a fear also from that end that all right, let's listen into what Tejashwi Yadav is saying.
सुनना नहीं चाहता है, काम की मुद्दे की बात सुनना चाहता है। 10 साल में मोदी जी ने कोई हिसाब नहीं दिया, तो जनता ने उनको सबक सिखाया। तो हम लोग सब लोग आज बैठक में यहाँ आए हैं। 6 बजे हम लोगों की बैठक है और देखते हैं बैठक में क्या सभी लोगों का राय
बनाने की कोशिश करेंगे आप लोग, क्योंकि क्लियर मेजॉरिटी कोई पार्टी को नहीं।
अभी हमको लगता है थोड़ा धैर्य रखिए, अभी देखते जाइए क्या क्या होता है।
सीएम के साथ आए, कोई बातचीत हुई
या कुछ बात भी करेंगे? बात भी सब बात लोगों की नमस्कार प्रणाम दुआ हुई और क्या, लेकिन बाकी क्या होता आगे आगे देखते रहिए। चलिए
Gargi, tell us what Tejaswi, those are pictures of the INDIA bloc members, but this was
earlier when they had met before the counting, but now Tejashwi Yadav and all these India bloc big leaders are in Delhi now for the meeting which will take place this evening. You have NDA leaders also in Delhi for the meeting which is going to be earlier in the afternoon. So a lot of meetings taking place and keeping the flock together. Deciding the contours of this next government, Modi 3.0, with an alliance with the NDA, and who is going to be the speaker, who are going to be the key ministers. That's something to watch out.
That's right. Professor Shastri, one quick word from you before we let you go. Is it going to be the highest bidder? Who bids the highest? And these are experts at coalition politics. Ikram Singh says that they are all afraid that the BJP will, take over their space. And the BJP juggernaut over the last 10 years has made several regional players completely weak. Even for parties like the DMK, while these elections seem to have been an emphatic, reiteration of their hold, they are worried for another day all the time. So how do you see this whole equation playing out in Delhi? I mean, from your mind, what would be the most significant markers to look for?
2 points on that, Veera. I will be closely looking at what is the glue that holds the NDA together and what is the glue that holds the India alliance together. Is it a negative glue of just keeping the other side away from power? Or is there some binding and bonding on policy and other matters which will happen? Highest bidder, yes, I think they would bid for many things. Nitish would very much bid for a special package for Bihar, and Chandrababu Naidu, with a government just being formed by him, would want a lot of support from the center for many of the plans he would have.
I'm sorry, Professor Shastri, again we have to cut you short because Tejaswi is still speaking. Let's just listen into Tejaswi.
लेकिन बाकी क्या होता आगे आगे देखते रहिए.
again, but he says आगे क्या होता है देखते रहिए. You know, watch what happens next. Let's listen in.
सीएम के साथ सर आप उनके साथ आए, कोई बातचीत हुई या कुछ बात हुई? ये बात भी सब बात लोगों की ना नमस्कार प्रणाम दुआ हुई और क्या, लेकिन बाकी क्या होता आगे आगे देखते रहिए. देश के लोगों ने सरकार लोकतंत्र को बचाने के लिए मत किया और जो तानाशाही रही है मोदी जी उनको सबक सिखाया गया. देखिए इस देश में देश के लोगों का जो मिजाज है वो नफरत की राजनीति पसंद नहीं करता. वो बेकार की बातें सुनना नहीं चाहता है, काम की मुद्दे की बात सुनना चाहता है. 10 साल में मोदी जी ने कोई हिसाब नहीं दिया तो जनता ने उनको सबक सिखाया. तो हम लोग सब लोग आज बैठक में यहाँ आए हैं. 6 बजे हम लोगों की बैठक है और देखते हैं बैठक में क्या सभी लोगों का राय
बनाने की कोशिश करेंगे आप लोग, क्योंकि क्लियर मेजॉरिटी कोई पार्टी को
नहीं. अभी हमको लगता है थोड़ा धैर्य रखिए, अभी देखते जाइए क्या क्या होता है.
सीएम के साथ सर आप उनके साथ आए, कोई बातचीत हुई
या कुछ बात हुई? ये बात भी सब बात लोगों की ना नमस्कार प्रणाम दुआ हुई और क्या, लेकिन बाकी क्या होता आगे आगे देखते रहिए.
Right, Tejashwi Yadav there arriving in Delhi. He spoke about how in last 10 years there's been this politics of hate by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The Tana Shahi, he says, we are going to end, and he says the public has spoken. The public has taught a lesson to Prime Minister Modi. He was in a wheelchair. We do know he was injured during the course of campaigning. He held 250 rallies and public meetings, but now in Delhi, it's a day of meetings today in Delhi. Marathon meetings, NDA, India bloc, all going to be meeting today. All the top leaders arriving in the national capital. We'll continue to get you all those developments. Time for us to take a quick break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
शेयरिंग से याद आया, sometimes you know it's a thing that we need to share our Wi-Fi network. घर में कोई दोस्त आया हो, maybe there's some guest coming in and you would want to share your Wi-Fi. The problem comes if your password is very complicated or maybe you not want to say it out loud कि आपका password क्या है. ऐसे में आप Wi-Fi network कैसे शेयर कर सकते हैं? Well guys, it's a very interesting method. बहुत आसान सा टिप है. Just go into your phone's settings. वहां पे जहां पे आपको वाईफाई का नाम दिखता है, just next to it or maybe if you go deep into settings, आपको एक ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा wherein you can share your Wi-Fi network just by using a QR code. आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे QR कोड आएगा. The friend or the guest just needs to scan that code and he can connect to your Wi-Fi network without even you telling the password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 or whatever it is. अगर आप चाहें तो इसी QR कोड का एक प्रिंट आउट लेके अपने घर में लगा सकते हैं so that anyone coming in can just scan that QR code and वो आपके वाईफाई से कनेक्ट हो जाएगा. Quite easy, quite convenient and quite time saving as well. कैसी लगे ये टिप? मुझे जरूर बताना. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
The Indian voter has given her verdict. NDA has survived. Opposition has revived. Ab ki baar coalition sarkar. What shape will the new government take? From results to the oath. All the news breaks, all the newsmakers, all the twists and turns.
NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power.
Stay ahead on the road to the new government, only with NDTV.
back. Gargi, one of the problems that I as a South Indian face is when the name Tejasvi comes up, automatically Surya comes out and I forget that it's a Yadav. And Tejasvi Yadav, we cut Sandeep Shastri short because we had to cut to Tejasvi Yadav before the break. Sandeep Shastri, please complete your point. Oh, Sandeep Shastri is not with us at the moment there, Gargi. So, anyway, all the action here in New Delhi.
Right, Ikram Singh Sandhu of the Congress party there with us. So Ikram, as we saw just now that, with Tejasvi Yadav arriving and, the media questioning, of course, about what next, what are the, calls being made, what's going to be decided. He said, dekhte rahiye, what happens next. All leaders going in for that crucial India bloc meeting. And Tejasvi Yadav spent that flight from Patna to Delhi with Nitish Kumar. So that is something that definitely would have given some amount of worry to top BJP leaders. But yes, Ikram Singh Sandhu, what we were talking about earlier about India itself, the India bloc itself keeping their flock together, is that something that's going to be a big worry? We have Sharad Pawar also having arrived earlier speaking to the media, and he is someone who's going to play a crucial role in the future of this opposition alliance.
Yes. Before that, just give me a second and I'd like to respond to what Radhika ji said about people leaving the Congress. I don't want to make a personal comment on her. I never want to do that. My party doesn't do. But maybe it was just the dead wood which has left the party. And it was this dead wood which was keeping it at numbers of 40 and 50. And the moment this dead wood has gone, we have come up to 99. So that is as far as leaders who has left us are concerned. Coming to your question. No, we don't have any such anxiety in our heart that our partners will be leaving us. On the other hand, the anxiety is in the hearts of the allies of the BJP because they very well know how BJP acts with its allies. And Veera, I'll give you another terminology from North. It has said something like this, कि मगरमच्छ के साथ तालाब में नहाओगे तो नहाओगे नहीं, खाए जाओगे. Basically mean if you take a bath with an alligator in the river, you will not have a bath, you will be eaten up.
I'm sorry.
That is the...
Ikram, I agree. You made a very strong point, the cohesion of the INDIA alliance. But I must tell you, Ikram, the one point, and while you may be looking at 293 versus 232, the fact that the Congress is at 99 makes it a very, very weak central force. Remember in 2004, the Congress was at 145. So while this may be a real push for the Congress, despite 10 years of being bolstered out, it still does not seem to have the numbers to be able to offer a stable, strong solution. Whereas the BJP, after 10 years, is still the single largest party by a mile and a half. No judgment, no opinion, but just putting the facts as far as numbers are in front of you.
Absolutely, Veeraji. And I actually think it's a good point if you have that. What happened in the last 10 years? In the last 10 years, BJP had a majority on its own. And what did we have in government? We had just yes men who could not stand up to the emperor and tell him that he was wrong. So therefore, you had decisions like at 8 p.m. he says, I'll demonetize 86% of the currency. And since everybody was a yes man, nobody stood against him. And this has destroyed our economy for the last 8 years. What he did during COVID, what he did during the GST implementation. These are all examples will give you that if there are too many numbers stacked in your favor, in today's modern India,
sorry, Ikram.
Sorry to interrupt. You're going to go across now to NDTV's Tanushka.
Hear you.
Yes, Tanushka, if you can hear us, Nitish Kumar arriving there. Tell us what's happening.
Yes, so I can hear you, and right now there's a lot of, music and celebration around me at this gate as I am at the gate where MK Stalin is supposed to arrive in Delhi right now. So we're waiting at this gate for MK Stalin to arrive. There's a lot of, jubilance here for his arrival. And right before this, Nitish Kumar left the Delhi airport and Tejasvi Yadav as well. What Tejasvi Yadav told us is that he's looking forward to the meeting this evening, and he's come specially flown down, of course, as we know, for the India Alliance meeting. And he says that the formation
discussions are underway. When asked that, how was his flight with Nitish Kumar, he said that it was a pleasant flight and discussions are still underway. And that truly some results he's hopeful of what will come out of this meeting in the evening. I'm still waiting on MK Stalin to arrive right now. He'll come out
And
from
as you
this
wait,
gate right here. This is also another...
Tanushka, if you want to, your line seems to be freezing up, but if we can try an experiment, I can give you a quick question in Tamil, which you can put to those DMK cadre out there at the... Just ask the DMK cadre, Aatchi yarudu? Yaru Aatchi pidipanga?
I'm sorry, I didn't get you.
Yeah, okay, let's not try this.
It's a complicated thing to have asked her to do, but...
Ask them who will inform the government. This is a bit of slice of my homeland in New Delhi. The DMK cadre out there.
I think this is a fun time for all of us journalists and anchors, news anchors, as we have a lot of this. Well, you can just see the situation there at the airport, all the welcome there for Stalin. You have all the regional leaders coming in. It's going to be great fun, I think, over the next 2 days.
39-0 twice for Stalin. Last time, at least, it was 38. One was won by O. Pannirselvam's son. This time, it's a 39-0 for the DMK in Tamil Nadu. So, an emphatic win. And I'll tell you this, Gargi, as we just head into a break, for the last 3 terms, Tamil Nadu has had one party, first the AIDMK getting 37 seats, the DMK getting 38 and now 39. But it's been a single party era in Delhi and the Tamilians have not had a say in New Delhi.
That's right. Well, this is what we all live for, this interesting, times of meetings with all these top faces, all the top leaders arriving in the national capital, and they're going to be a series of meetings. The cabinet meeting just ended. The cabinet is dissolved, and now you'll have the NDA meeting taking place later, the India bloc meeting. So it's a fun and interesting time as government formation talks are underway. We'll slip into a short break and return with more.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
The Indian voter has given her verdict. NDA has survived. Opposition has revived. Ab ki baar coalition sarkar. What shape will the new government take? From results to the oath. All the news breaks, all the newsmakers, all the twists and turns.
NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power.
Stay ahead on the road to the new government, only with NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app.
Welcome back. Well, it's a day after the results and all roads leading to Delhi. Top leaders arriving here in Delhi for various meetings. The NDA meeting will be taking place, the India bloc meeting. Tanushka is where all the action is happening as the leaders are arriving. They're at the airport, and Tanushka, earlier we saw that Nitish Kumar, Tejashwi Yadav arrived, and now you have Stalin to arrive in a short while.
Yeah, so it's been a very happening morning at the Indira Gandhi International Airport. As you can hear around me, you can hear, traditional folk songs playing here for the welcome in the arrival of MK Stalin. We're waiting here for MK Stalin to arrive, but before this, the big face, the big name that everyone has their eyes on, Nitish Kumar, arrived just a short while back with Tejashwi Yadav. They were in the same flight. They traveled together, and what Tejashwi Yadav told us was that he had a pleasant journey with Nitish Kumar and that they all are looking forward to the meeting this evening, specifically Tejashwi Yadav for the India Alliance meeting this evening, and they said that everything depends on the discussions, and they asked us to, stay patient, and whatever happens, he said that he's hopeful of an outcome that is in their favor, and he is confident and he's looking forward to form a government under the India Alliance. So this is what we have right now. We earlier, however, we also had a TDP leader walk in. He also arrived to Delhi, and he said that Chandrababu Naidu is likely to remain with the NDA alliance. So a lot of different views here from different leaders from different parties here, and it'll be also fun and important to watch when MK Stalin walks in. And other than this, we've had in the morning, some leaders walk in, and right now, forward in the day, we'll be waiting for Chandrababu Naidu. That's the other big leader that we have our eyes on, with 28 seats between Chandrababu Naidu
the kind of scenes over there.
Sort of hold.
Tanushka, show us the DMK cadre. Show us the DMK cadre. Show us the slice of Tamil Nadu.
Putting that question across to her, well.
It's this side. Yes, I'll just. This is what we have here. Yes, they're all here for the welcome of Chief Minister MK Stalin.
Right now, from a northern point of view, is there a state as colorful in terms of election campaign and drama and color that you can find in Tamil Nadu? I mean, for the last 20 years, in every state, even among southern states, Andhra is very colorful, but Tamil Nadu possibly takes the cake.
Yeah, very colorful, very competitive politics. People are very politically aware, charged up for the leadership. They are very loyal to their parties, and they can do anything for the leaders. And now we are seeing a very grand welcome for MK Stalin, who has just swept Tamil Nadu once again for a second time in a row.
And I love the organizational aspect of this, because we saw the Bihar Chief Minister came a short while ago, that there was,
it's more hardcore
media
politics.
Scrum, and he went into his car, but this is, it's fun to see.
Drama.
And Amitabh, this is a fun time for all of us, because we're seeing all these top leaders arriving in Delhi. We're going to be talking about the meetings going forward.
There you have MK Stalin, and along with him is his mother, Dayalu Ammar. They are driving out. This is MK Stalin, and I think it's very, very important to reiterate here, Amitabh, that for the last 3 terms, in 2014, Jayalalitha had an extraordinarily good equation with Narendra Modi. She ended up having 37 seats in Tamil Nadu and had a tacit understanding in 2 seats, but the numbers at Delhi kept the Dravidian parties completely out of power. Same happened in 2019. Is the same likely to happen in 2024?
Somehow it seems that the same is likely to happen unless we see a turn of fortunes, because the NDA is
those
still
are all
ahead
the MPs coming
of
in.
the India bloc.
Sorry, Amitabh. Those are MPs. The one who walked in first is Trichy Siva. That's T.R. Balu, the parliamentary party leader of the DMK,
and
80 years old.
MK Stalin walking out.
Yeah, that's MK Stalin. And let's listen in. And for this, you don't need a translator. I can translate what he says. His father, Karunanidhi, was the maverick at addressing the media and giving those cryptic one-liners, which was fascinating in coalition politics. He kept Delhi at the roost between 1999 and 2014. The DMK was in power in New Delhi, first with the NDA and then with the UPA. So those were 14, 15 years of power. And I can tell you, Amitabh, from the DMK, there is a desperate push to say, we want to be in power in Delhi. We'll have to see how Stalin's going to leverage with those 39 MPs that he has, and how he's going to strike an equation with what's happening in New Delhi.
If you see 1999, 2004 and both times, DMK helped the party to form government at the center. So they played a key role. Unfortunately, as you've said, the past two times, they have been sweeping the state, but they have been not sharing the power in the center because NDA has been winning.
PM to take oath
on the 8th of June.
That's a big breaking news at the moment, Amitabh.
That's the breaking. See,
right,
because
you had the
BJP
cabinet
will act
meeting
fast.
and now so moving fast there. So, all the speculation that we may be indulging in, they're having none of it. They had a cabinet meeting, cabinet dissolved. Now the news coming in that the swearing in taking place. Chandrababu Naidu, we already knew yesterday was going to be 9th of June. So the Prime Minister will be taking oath on the 8th and then 9th of June will be heading to Hyderabad for that
that's
swearing
categorical,
in.
not leaving any space for
It's like Modi is saying to Naidu, first, let me take swearing in for my prime ministerial position, then you take swearing in.
And 9th we know because it was some astrology
I think it's also saying that, look, let's bargain, let's negotiate, but don't question the fact that I am the single largest party and I'm in power. It will be a test of negotiating.
Not giving any chance to anybody. So this will all be done in very fast lightning speed. So all these rumors are put to test because we are living in an era of fake news and misinformation. Correct?
You're right, and especially being here in Delhi, because we've all seen the kind of, rumors circulating. Even is it going to be Modi in the 3.0 BJP-led government where none of that, the announcement made the day after results, Prime Minister is taking oath on the 8th.
The process is now that Prime Minister will stake claim. And then
first
he will have to prove his majority in Parliament. So they have time to negotiate. They're pulling that down. And I think the BJP is also... we'll have to possibly, correct me if I'm wrong, Amitabh, we'll have to have the moderate side work around Nitish and Chandrababu Naidu, some ones from the Vajpayee era.
So as Nitish and Chandrababu have arrived in Delhi, the news now breaking, PM is to take oath. The NDA meeting is going to take place right now in a short while from now. And, but there you have it, Prime Minister
Maria
going to be
Shakil
taking
joins
oath.
us live. Maria, what's the message you're picking up from the BJP?
Yes, so it is Prime Minister Modi who will be sworn in as the Prime Minister for the third time on 8th of June. And it will be Prime Minister Modi-led cabinet which will be sworn in, which will have a significant presence and role of various alliance partners. It will be an NDA government which will be sworn in on 8th of June. Remember, the Rashtrapati Bhavan is shut from today onwards for the next 4 days to ensure that the preparations are put in place for all the formalities which are needed for the swearing-in ceremony. It is going to be a historic occasion for the BJP-led NDA government, a big one. What will be the negotiations that will be extracted by Mr. Naidu and Mr. Nitish Kumar, that remains to be seen. Nitish Kumar is weakened in comparison to his earlier number of 2019. But because of the overall BJP numbers going down, Nitish Kumar will have a significant say. He'll have his cabinet presence as well. His party will have cabinet presence. Who will be the cabinet minister from Nitish Kumar's camp? That remains to be seen. And all that and much more will be decided in the next 48 hours. Because it's all building up to 8th. And at what time, I will try and get that detail as to what time the Modi 3.0 cabinet will be sworn in. It will be Prime Minister Narendra Modi who's returning to power.
Maria, you've tracked the BJP very closely. I want to ask you who you think is going to be that alliance troubleshooter. The one within the party who can take everyone along Because over the last decade, they haven't had the need for one. Who do you think will play that role?
I think it will be Home Minister Amit Shah, Mr. Rajnath Singh, Mr. Gadkari, and also the Prime Minister himself. Let's not forget then that when Nitish Kumar returned to the NDA fold, it was Prime Minister Modi who was directly in touch with Nitish Kumar without any go-between between the two leaders. It was Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah who ensured the entire transition from the Mahagathbandhan of the Nitish Kumar, of which Nitish Kumar was part of, to this. We'll be seeing a far
George
more
Fernandes
accommodative
kind of role? A George Fernandes kind of role? Do you see anyone playing that role?
Look, Veera, I'll say that the politics of India has seen a significant shift in the last 15 years, and I'm of the opinion that we'll be seeing a far more accommodative NDA, far more accommodative BJP. And if you look at the first tweet that was put out by Prime Minister Modi after that victory of the NDA, he had said that this was the faith that people have shown on the NDA. He did not talk about the BJP per se. He spoke about the BJP in the context of Orissa and Andhra Pradesh. But again, in Andhra Pradesh, he talked about the greater role of TDP and Janasena.
That's right. And Maria, so also, you know, what does this indicate? The fact that you have these top leaders having arrived in Delhi, the NDA meeting is going to take place in a short while from now. But and all talk among, you know, us in the media was about what is going to be negotiated, how the hard bargains will be driven by the alliance partners like Nitish Kumar, like Chandrababu Naidu. But before that meeting takes place, you have this announcement that the Prime Minister will be taking oath for a third time on the 8th of June. So this, in a sense, sending a signal to the alliance partners?
Well, not really. I would say that the alliance partners do know that the oath-taking ceremony will be on 8th, because Chandrababu Naidu will be sworn in as the Chief Minister on 9th. And on that day, in Amravati, Prime Minister Modi will be also in attendance, along with other alliance partners. So again, the message that will come on 8th is an NDA government with coalition partners taking oath under Prime Minister Modi, and Prime Minister Modi as the Prime Minister being in attendance in Amravati a day after.
Maria, stay with us if you can. We just play a soundbite of Nitish Kumar after he landed in New Delhi.
All right, so Nitish Kumar, it seems he said something on the lines that today itself the government will be formed today. Ishika also there with us. Right, Ishika, so you know, Nitish Kumar having arrived in Delhi in a short while, we're going to have the NDA meeting taking place. Also the news that the swearing in will be taking place of Prime Minister Modi on the 8th of June.